After all the travel chaos across Europe, it is of course a pleasure to be here in Croatia. We are here for day number 2 of this European cricket series in Croatia. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are ready at home. Let's get things right underway as you're watching it all unfold right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well then, it is a pleasure to be here, of course, in Croatia. It did take a bit of time, of course. I'm sure we'll get onto it over the course of over the next couple of games, of course, talking about what's happened over the last couple of days. But we have got 2 commentators on the ground. Myself, Charlie Hunt here on the European Cricket Network, alongside Nishay Bhatt, who is here now as well. It's a pleasure to be joined alongside him, of course. And after the last couple of days, it's been a real kerfuffle to get here, but it is, of course, a pleasure to be here. Day number 2 after what was a tricky day at the ground yesterday. I did get here in the towards the back end of game 4, of course, after that was washed out, and of course was here for the whole of that fifth game of the day. But of course, yesterday was just a tricky day with the weather. It was rainy, it wasn't raining, it was windy, it was horrible, really, conditions for cricket. Of course, credit to everyone here at the ground who got the games, as many games out there as possible. But of course, we did get that last game in, which was of course great to see. But we're going to move on to match number 6 then. Here in this one, it is going to be the Assassins. They take on the Warriors. It's a repeat of the first game yesterday. We only got 2 overs in of that one yesterday, but of course, hopefully here today, as you can see, the sun is out. Let's hope it stays around. Let's go over to tournament referee Stefan Gooch, who's got the 2 captains.
Warriors to call.
Tail.
Tails. It is tails.
We're gonna ball first.
Good luck.
Thank
All
you.
the best. Have a good game.
Okay.
Warriors won the toss and they're having a bowl.
There you go, then news from the toss. The Warriors, they're going to have a bowl first in this one. Let's look at what happened yesterday, of course, in that only 2 overs that we got. Of course, the Warriors were put into bat first, so that's already a different tactic that we're seeing deployed here. I think with the conditions, it's going to be wet on the outfield to start with. I think realistically, it's an interesting choice to bowl first, but I think over the course of the next couple of days, we'll see what is the best option to go for. I think at the moment, it's tricky to tell. Of course, conditions very dewy overnight. Of course, we did have a bit of rain overnight, but of course, this morning it is dry. So there are certain elements that you've got to worry about. I think it's going to be an interesting day just because of the elements. I think we are due for some sun over today and tomorrow. The rest of the week is a little bit concerning, but of course we'll mainly focus on today's action. Hopefully we'll get all 5 games in this in today's action. Let's go over to the commentary box. The cube was getting set up yesterday. If you were tuning in, you would have seen that one, but it is up, it is ready. Nishay Bhatt is standing by. Nishay, news from the toss here. The Warriors, they're going to bowl first.
And we got some good news for today. The forecast looks pretty good, so hopefully we can get a full slate of games today, and really looking forward to this. So day 2 in Croatia is coming up. Before we of course move on with this, today we'll have a quick look at some of the matches we managed to get in yesterday. So our first game of the day between the Assassins and the Warriors was a rain-hit fixture, as the Warriors only got to bat a couple of overs, scoring 16 runs before that game was called off. And then match 2 between Zagreb Sokol and Zagreb Warriors was abandoned without a ball bowled. The Assassins managed to bat 5.3 overs in match 3, scoring 76 runs against Sokol. But we did get a game in here for match 4, and of course, as you can see, the Zagreb Warriors putting up only 87 runs in the 10 overs they batted. And then the Chiefs, well, their game was interrupted by rain. The heavens opened up at the end of the 4th over, and as you can see, the Chiefs just about managed to win that by the Duckworth-Lewis method. They took that game by 7 runs. Fairly rough day for the Warriors, of course, who had a couple of games abandoned by rain and then lost their 3rd match of the day. And then we'll have a look at our final game of the day. Finally got to get a full game in. The Assassins taking on the Chiefs. A dominant victory for the Zagreb Assassins. They won this one by 50 runs against the Chiefs, putting up 115 runs in the first innings, and then restricting the Chiefs to just 65 in the second innings. So the defending champions picked up the win over there. They're currently sitting pretty at the top of the table. Of course, they'll be a little bit disappointed with those two games that they couldn't get a result in, but well, we can't really do much about the weather, can you? However, they've got 8 points to start off this European Cricket Series, which isn't a pretty bad haul for your opening day of the tournament. So we're set for the start of our 6th match of this ECS. The Assassins and the Warriors will be taking on each other. Of course, this is a rematch of the opening game of this European Cricket Series. We only got to see a couple of overs, as I mentioned, in that match before. Well, we got a bit of rain, and play, of course, was halted, and that game would go on to get abandoned. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. So as you can see, the Assassins about to take on the Warriors. The Warriors have won the toss. They've decided to have a bowl. And some key players to look out for there, of course, their skipper, Abhishek Awasthi. We know that he is going to be an enormous impact player for their side. And you look at the Assassins, well, there you've got the likes of Danikula and Noshad Babu. Of course, a very good batter. Was unable to make the trip over to the ECS in Rome earlier this year because of a finger injury. So we're looking forward to seeing him here in Croatia. Had a chance to watch him over in Estonia as well, which we know is a country known for being an absolute batter's paradise. So he's going to be keen to get in on the runs and really make a big impact in this ECS. We'll have a look at the win predictor, and the Assassins 90% favorites for this match. And rightfully so, you'd say. I mean, obviously, Zagreb Assassins, they're the defending champs. They're the class of this country. They've been so dominant in the local cricketing scene. They're going up against the side, and the Zagreb Warriors, who, well, really struggled last year. They played 15 matches, failed to get a win in any of those 15 games, lost 14 of them, managed to pick up a point because one of those games was abandoned. But, yep, they've really got their backs against the wall in this game. Here we go. First ball of day 2 is coming up. That's a lovely delivery to start off. Gets that one to swing in quite a bit. Yeah, good start there for Robin Sharma. Great first ball to the aforementioned Noshad Babu. So they've got a long on and a very fine deep third in place. Ooh, the impact there might just be outside the off stump. Let's just have a look at the impact here once again. He's getting the ball to swing in a lot, isn't he? Ooh, well, that's close. That's pretty close, but I think the umpires just about managed to get that one right. Tons and tons of swing, but yeah, this is lovely bowling by Robin Sharma to start off. Going a lot fuller over here with the amount of swing he's getting. Just wonder if he'd be tempted to send. I don't think there's anyone currently positioned at mid-wicket, which is rather interesting. You know, with the amount of swing he's getting, you'd expect that he'd be able to just clip one off his pad. So, yeah, probably be a good idea to have a mid-wicket in place here. Lowish full toss. And mid-on's going to come across and cut that one out for single. Very good chance to get into the chat and say good morning to everyone. And of course, you can see a number of the regulars in the chat. Got Con S in there, Rob Thompson. And got Wayne in there as well. Very good morning to all of you. Dave joining us, as well as Johnny, Hisham, and Ivan B. So hope you're all having a great time. Hope you're having a lovely morning. Yeah, big couple of weeks of cricket here in Croatia. Our final European Cricket Series before the start of the European Cricket Championship. So Down the leg side over there. Doesn't quite get the line right. Getting plenty of swing, though. I mean, you love to see this if you're the skipper. You absolutely love to see your opening bowler getting that much swing. Ooh, another wide down the leg side, and yeah, just struggling to control it a little bit here, Robin Sharma. That's a couple of wides down the leg side for him. Just needs to start this out a little further outside the off stump. Brings a Babu back on strike. The extra just a little bit of an issue during this over. Oh, big in swing once again. They're just probably going on to miss the leg stump. Take another look at this. Yeah, look at just how much. I mean, I've mentioned this a number of times, but he's getting it to swing a lot first thing in the morning, of course. Got a fairly nice breeze this morning. I think it's just ideal for bowlers, isn't it? I mean, it's not, you don't have those gusts of wind which bowlers hate. Yeah, just getting a nice gentle breeze. It's just lovely for swing bowling first thing in the morning. This one is hooked away and doesn't have enough to go the distance. It most certainly does. That's gone for a 6. It's the first boundary of our second day of cricket here in Zagreb. Yeah, brilliant shot. Wonderful stuff. Just rocks back, helps it away, over fine leg. It's gone for a 6. Yeah, just trying to surprise him there by banging in a bouncer. Doesn't quite end up working out for him. Here's a look at the run rates by year in Croatia. So, of course, back in 2021 when we held our European Cricket Series in this country, it was over in Split, and that's when we had our highest ever run rate. It was 10. And so far this year, it's 9.4, of course. Hard to go on the sample size we had yesterday. Of course, we didn't really get a full slate of games yesterday, so we'll see how the run rates work out for the remainder of this ECS, although I would guess that Croatia would be somewhere similar to where we saw Bulgaria, so I think 10.5 is probably a realistic run rate to expect for the rest of this ECS. This straight putt here in the commentary box, and joining me is Charlie Hunt, who will have the great pleasure of working alongside for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Nish. Pleasure to be alongside you. Dobro jutro, I should say. Of course, here in Croatia. Bit of an early start this morning. Sun's out.
Width on offer. This one is just going to be flat batted towards long off. And, ooh, well, needs to watch his footing a bit. You just get to see he skidded a little bit on the surface.
Yeah, it was, as I mentioned this morning, very dewy. And, of course, rain yesterday probably still sat there. That's the thing. There was no sun yesterday, sort of late evening, to burn away the moisture that was already there. Of course, this is the first real sun that this ground has seen for a couple of days. So it will probably take a couple of hours to dry on up. But yeah, I kind of said at the top, I think the next couple of days are supposed to be okay, but then I think the back end of this week, again, weather-wise, is looking a bit tricky. Talking about tricky, the bowling. Early swing here this morning.
Oh, what a shot. Sweet sound off the bat. Goes away for a 6. I mean, they heard the crack of the bat all the way over in Split.
Yeah, the crack of leather against Willow to start off early in the morning. No real surprise. Now, Shababi, I had the pleasure of watching this guy go about his business all the way back in Estonia, and I tell you what, when he gets going, it is scary. He really can do some crazy things with the bat in hand. He struggled a little bit yesterday, but again, yesterday, I think you said, it's kind of got to take it with a pinch of salt, bit of an anomaly, really, with the conditions that were sort of here at the ground yesterday. I have to say, it was not fun, not fun at all. I'm probably saying the same thing at the moment.
Just giving a little bit too much width to the batters this over. I think it's just a dangerous line here by Bharti.
He's also just a bit short, isn't he? Just dropping that length a little bit. You can tell he's kind of thinks he's also coming in off the run up around the wicket, so that's where he's literally running on grass, where you can see there it's drier on the left hand side where the sawdust has been placed.
Oh, this one's gone up in the air. Does it have enough to go over the rope? Not quite. It's going to be 4 runs. Just takes a bounce right in front of that boundary rope.
Yep, another 4. and another boundary that's starting to flow, and they've all come in the same area. It's always been short, and they've often taken it to the cleaners, to deep mid-wicket. So early boundaries to start us off this morning. It's good to see this ground under the sunlight. It was horrid yesterday. I'm not going to harp on it too much, but it was one of those days that you don't really want to have too many of.
Yeah, catches an outside edge through the kitchen sink of that one. It goes away for 4 runs. Oh, well, takes a tumble right at the end. Has he managed to save that? Oh, yes, he has. Well, I was convinced this was going to go away for 4 runs, but he somehow managed to put in an absolutely sensational effort and save that. Has he saved a 4 over here?
It's really tough to see, isn't it? Just because of the sunlight and the way that it's coming through the trees. I think you're going to go basically just have to go with what's on field here. There's not really too much you can tell. It's a great effort nonetheless. I think he's okay down there. I think he's done enough. Yeah.
You can just see one of the ground staff out over there. He would have had a perfect vantage point of that. And he certainly didn't indicate that it went for 4. This one's just played away towards cover. It's again partly just a touch too wide. That one coming off the toe end of the bat. End of the second over. The Assassins are 28 for no loss.
Yeah, 16 come off the second over, so another good over, going up 14s. They're enjoying the early morning start here on this beautiful Tuesday. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be back alongside you, Nish. The young guns, I think, is what we've been called. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, no, it's great to be alongside you. Looking forward to doing these next couple of weeks. Should be fun here in Croatia. We'll have a look at the standings for this ECS so far. So, of course, had a rain hit day yesterday. You can see plenty of no results right at the top of the standings. Yeah,
good to see. Of course, you can see that Afyonkarahisar will be back on the network. Of course, the Turkish side, we saw them in Bulgaria, and they're going to be playing in this tournament as well. I believe they arrive around about Thursday, but of course, well, hopefully we'll have to sort of pray that they bring some sunshine with them. Here's Robin Sharma.
Oh, this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just clips that one perfectly off his pads. Brilliant shot. Just closes the face of his bat right at the end and helps that away for 4 runs.
Yeah, 2 full, and he's already outside of his crease. A lovely flick off the pads. Flick of the wrists, and away it goes. Interesting how this outfield does play over the course of today, just with the raid. It's a long outfield to start with. It'd be interesting to see how quick it goes.
Yeah, it's really wet outside. It's fairly muddy as well, so you'd expect this outfield to be fairly slow. But we'll see if it just quickens up a bit as the day progresses. Oh, lovely. Wonderful shot. Very similar to the previous stroke. This one goes away for 4 behind square leg.
Again, just too straight. That's literally all it is. It's not a terrible sort of delivery. It's angling in, but just too straight on the pads and again in the slot. Thank you very much, says the batter. And Danny Cooley will be very happy to receive these sort of deliveries early on. Like taking candy from a baby to start with when you've only got the 2 fielders out. Currently, those 2 fielders, you got one a deep square leg, and you got one almost as a backstop, pretty much directly behind the keeper. So, got a bowl to his field here. Needs a response.
Look how far he's batting outside his crease. Yeah, must have been a little bit of inside edge on that one. Yeah, just trying to combat the swing by batting so far outside his crease.
Yeah, I think he's kind of just trying to negotiate that swing, just try and take out as much of it as possible. Tends to work. Yeah, good morning to Paul Stubbs and to Dhananjay Singh. Our umpires out there at the moment. Of course, Velko Popovic is the third umps, being led wonderfully by Stefan Gooch. It's good to see Stefan Gooch, back out on the tour as well. We've seen with the pads on recently.
Ooh, a little bit of inside edge on that. It's going to go away towards the fielder, who's kind of in a long stop position. He's stationed extremely fine out at deep third.
Swing and a miss. Realistically, not the most beautiful looking shots from Babu. But again, if he connects to that, that's going to go a long old way. Yeah, good morning to Dave, to Ivan, to Wayne, and to everyone in between. Pleasure to have your company with us here. Of course, huge shout out to Vinny, by the way, covering yesterday after what was an absolute nightmare travel-wise for myself. And then Nish also didn't exactly have the easiest of ways in yesterday. This one over the top, and this is full and slashed away hard. And I think this one has probably gone all the way. I'm not too certain. We'll have to double check. Let's have a look. There's a nice shot away, very wide though. Throw the kitchen sink at it and some. Let's have a look. I tell you what, I can't even see where that rope is. Where's the rope?
Yeah, it's so hard to locate the rope, but you can just see it somewhere down
Going around
there. and-
That's really tough this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, isn't it? I mean, for the third umpire and the match referee, because whenever they get these tight calls, it's going to be tough to locate where that little white boundary rope is.
Still not had an answer. There you go. 6 runs. Yeah, it is given. It's one of those that you kind of have to try and work out. Wayne saying, did we call them ourselves that? No. Trust me, it wasn't us.
Oh, wonderful. Absolutely glorious. That's going to go away for 4 runs. A big chase by the fielder out at square leg, but he's never going to get to that one. And it's very similar to the 2 shots we saw by him right at the start of the over. Gets that one away for 4 runs. Ends up being a fairly expensive over. It goes for 20. Biggest over of this inning so far.
Yeah, magical over to finish the power play. It's just an overcorrection from Sharma, spraying it all parts at the moment. Good little power play, though, for the Assassins. At the end of the third, they are 48 without loss.
Yeah, great start for the defending champs. We'll have a look at the bar chart for this power play so far. And as you can see, just getting better and better by the over.
Yeah, you can see there. I want to pick up something I'm going to mention early. I reckon, could it be the year? Could it finally be the year for Ljubljana? You look back at the last 3 finals, 3 ECSs we've had here. Of course, were in the final, but of course there was no cricket played last year due to the weather. And then once again, it was another washed out final back in 22 when Belgrade were the winners of that one. And then they lost by just 5 runs to Sokol back in 21. So they'll be hoping that maybe they can go one better, but of course weather dependent, of course.
Yeah, just extremely unlucky for them. They've been to every final here in Croatia and only been beaten in one yet. Well, they've got no trophies. Oh, that's a good save, I'd say, at mid-off. I mean, it was a chance to catch it, but always going to be tough one-handed. And, well, they're just going to gift a run to a side who don't need any freebies.
Well, when it rains, it pours. That's Barati, who, of course, bowled one of the first few overs. Just goes for the one-handed screamer and, unfortunately, just doesn't stick. He had protection behind him. Yeah, would have liked to have seen the 2-handed effort. We'll come back to live action. It's a shorter delivery, just be played out into the onside. Well watched in the end. Takes a genuine Tortuga at deep square leg. Just get a single there. So yeah, so come on. So we'll talk about your first. You had a late arrival yesterday.
Yeah, I had a later arrival. Unfortunately, a few delays along the way, especially with a number of the issues we're just seeing around the world in terms of air travel. So did manage to get in, got in pretty late. I'd say went to bed about 3:30 last night, but yeah, I'm glad to be here. And yeah, you had a few issues as well. Missed your connecting flight.
It was an absolute nightmare. It was honestly just a pain. That's all it was.
A bit of width on offer over there, and that's going to be cut away for 4 runs. A great shot there by Babu.
Yeah, that's exactly where you can't bowl. You can't bowl short to him. That's pretty much the simple answer, and that's literally all they've done for these 12 deliveries now. Another boundary, 4 more. Boundary certainly not exactly hard to come by at the moment.
Yeah, they're really accelerating. I think they're a little bit watchful those first 4 or 5 deliveries, but not been the case since then. They're going to pick up a single over here. That's just going to be the 1 run.
It's interesting, isn't it? They've got no one in the ring on the leg side. Not one. They've got 4 all the way on the offside, which is it's a strange field when they've been bowling short and wide.
Yeah, this time just pushes one down the leg side.
Oh dear. I gotta love this from the keeper. It's a very delayed reaction. There's not many foot movement. He goes, yeah, I'll just have a pop anyway, just in case. Give myself more work to do. Square leg, unmoved, doesn't want to have a go at it. Yeah, so still a ball to go. Whilst just asking what the average score is in Croatia, not very high, especially in comparison to where we've just been in Austria. Not high at all. Probably looking around maybe about 100 really.
Use of the feet gets to the pitch of the delivery, and they're going to contemplate getting a second run here. No, they won't. They'll just stick to the single. Yeah, not the highest scores here in Croatia. I think if you look over the past few years, we're averaging about somewhere around 95 to 100. I think we just, of course, showed the graphic right at the start of this innings. I think there has been a trend in the European Cricket Series over this past year of the run rates just going up. And maybe we can get to 105 or 110. I think my prediction was that we'll probably get to 10.5 for this ECS, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think conditions will play a big factor.
Yeah.
You look at the sort of the way that that the forecast is looking. You know, don't have to be a weatherman to tell you that it's not looking great from Thursday onwards. So we'll be keeping, of course, our fingers and everything else in between crossed. But yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. But as I said, we did so well to get some balls in some games yesterday. You know, to get results out of 2 out of 5 games yesterday was pretty impressive with the conditions that flown around. Well, what's just happened here? This is Kassi Raja, who's just dropped something on the floor there. I don't know what he's dropped there, but he shouldn't be dropping it there. Anyway, we'll move on.
Ooh, Beamer gets that one badly wrong. It's going to get away from the keeper as well. And that's going to be a no ball and 4 runs, so it's a minimum, a shocker of a delivery to start off there by Kassi Raja.
Genuine loose snap from Raja from the pace bowler. Slips out of his hand, does not come out correctly whatsoever. So it's going to be a tricky comeback now. He's got a free hit to deal with, and he's got Danny Curlo, who's going to be, well, chomping at the bit to try and take this on. 30 off 12 deliveries for him. He's gone very well early this morning. You can see the strike rate, of course. I mean, one thing to mention is, you know, these two sides, of course, met back last year, and it was a very thumping victory for the Assassins. But, of course, the teams, you know, there's a lot of movement in between sides between back then and here. So we'll see. Free hits. Another one to come, though.
He gets that one wrong there, Raja, looking to go a lot wider, but just outside the tram line. So still a free hit here, and let's see if he can get his line right on this occasion. Yeah, the Zagreb Assassins, though, I think if there's any side the Warriors will want to take inspiration from, then this Assassin side is certainly one of them. As he got that one right, I think you can just see the umpires having to look around the bowler, and that's a really late wide call. This is interesting.
That's a
So
good call.
that is a correct
It's the right
decision,
call.
but he's taken a while to make the. You don't tend to see belated wide calls, but he's got it right in the end.
Well, you're right. He couldn't see through the bowler. That was the issue. But he does eventually actually make the right call. So this should be another free hit to come. Danny Killer, can he finally get a legal delivery to take away?
Struck straight down the ground, hard into the ice cube, and what a brilliant one-handed take. Now that, I hope we managed to get that one on the comms cam. This is worth replay. That was sensational.
Hey.
Cool as you like.
Hey, it's just what I do, mate. It's just what I do. Welcome. That was pretty good, actually. I'll give you that for free. I'll tell you what wasn't very good was the fielding. Not the best, realistically. There you go. Thank you very much for coming. I'll take that all day. And no surprise to see as well that Sandeep Singh now gets moved from long off, all the way to cover. There you go. See, that's it. I'm done. I quit. Easy, done.
Yeah, so nonchalant the way he just took it, just plucked it right out of the air. Yeah, brilliant take. Really was fantastic. I think, yeah, the point I was just about to make before that boundary was that, of course, if there's any side the Warriors want to take inspiration from, it's this Assassins team. I mean, back in 2022, they won just 2 of 8 games they played, and they turned around 23 and went on to win it all in what was a brilliant campaign, of course. Of their superior points tally. Yeah, there have been some odd.
What's he doing
decisions.
here?
Oh,
Sorry, I'm going to have
dear.
to interrupt you here, Nish. What's he doing? That is completely unnecessary from Peter Bosniak behind the stumps. There was no movement of anything from Babu. Yes, okay, he's wandering around, but he's there. You can see it. There's no need to have it shy at the stumps here. And then get a freebie. Oh, dear, the wheel's falling off.
Yeah, it's not the first time you've seen Bosniak do this so far this morning. A little bit eager to have a shy at the stumps whenever he can. Just needs to be a little bit wise about it. Gets that one absolutely spot on. And oh, well, could this be a run out? He just side foots that one onto the stumps. This could be pretty close. And most of his teammates are pretty excited and think they might have the wicket over here. Let's have a look at this side on.
Yeah, I think you don't have to be a body language expert to work this one out. I think he's gone for all money. Yep, short by a fair old distance. And that's an excellent boot to remove the dangerous Babu. And what a way to go for him. That's going to be very, very disappointing for him to go. He was looking pretty comfortable out there in the middle. But they do get the run out. Well, I'll tell you what, Croatia, they are known for their football. That's going to be put right up there. That's a great bit of skill.
Yeah, great side foot onto the stumps, and they lose their first wicket here. That's Naushad Babu, who has to depart. A man, of course, we've seen playing earlier this year for Tartu Cricket Club and over in Prague as well for the Spartans. And we get to see him for the third time this year, donning the Zagreb Assassins blue, and well, he will depart as the Assassins lose their first wicket.
Yeah, 73 for 1 then. Next batter to come out will be Sati Devi, who scheduled to come in at 3, is in at 3. He, of course, got to face up early on here. It looks as if he wants it. Well, he wants a leg stick guard, but he's well away from it. But early signs of success here for the Warriors. That's what they were looking for early on. 73 already on the board, though.
Just pushes this one away towards point. They'll pick up a single here, so he's off the mark on his very first delivery.
Yeah, fielder's just quite deep on the offside. They're all out on the ring, which I kind of guess they have to be. They've got no protection up there. They've got one, sorry. They've got a deep extra cover, but that's it apart from that, so they have got to be careful. But yeah, this field, they've got a very big gap at extra at cover because mid-off, and then long off. I don't get it. It's a weird field.
Yeah, this is going to be played out towards square leg, and it goes over the fielder's head and for 6 runs. It ends the over with a 6, and it's another expensive over. The Zagreb Assassins will find themselves in a very strong position halfway through this innings. Of course, it's a good chance to welcome you into our Ice Cube for the first time on day 2. This is Hutt here, and alongside me is Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, good early start to the morning. Of course, some runs on the board, 80 for 1 after 5, and of course, completely different conditions to yesterday, which of course a lot of these batters will look to relish upon. But you've had the luxury of being at quite a few different tournaments the last couple of weeks. How good was Austria though? That run rate?
Yeah, it certainly was an absolute batter's paradise over there. I think the wicket was really flat. I think the outfield was really quick as well. A lot like Hungary as well. We saw plenty of runs. So honestly, there wasn't much in it for the bowlers over in Austria. But I think run rates might just dip a little bit here in Croatia. Oh dear. Oh dear. Just manages to catch the edge of the pitch along the way. So that's going to save for a no ball.
007 himself. Anik Katka. Well, Anik Katka, or do we call him Twinkle Toes? One of the two. Watch the run up when he comes in, folks. Genuine Twinkle Toe vibes. Not the best start though. And yeah, it's going to be no ball. That's going to go down as buys, which is horrid. Nuts. Free hit to come for 007 himself. Watch the Twinkle Toes. Watch this. Look.
It just throws me back to a bowler that used to bowl over in Cyprus called Faisal Mia. I wonder if some of our viewers remember him. This one is going to grab a couple of runs over here. So yeah, it was actually given a no ball in the end. I thought it just caught the pitch along the way, but it didn't. It was signaled no ball. Another thing worth looking at is the clock over here. I mean, it's around 11 minutes, and well, they're running out of time.
It's rapid. That clock has gone very quickly. Here's Twinkle Toes again.
Up in the air, could be a chance to get a wicket. Oh, well, he just never got into a good position to take that catch. And they'll grab a couple of runs.
Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, that's not the best again. But Ati's had a horrid time. But when your hands aren't even together, now listen, I don't have a coaching qualification, but I can tell you that ain't right. That's not even a crocodile attempt. You can't even call that a crocodile attempt. No. That's a cymbals.
It's a pipe. That's what basically
cymbals. That's what that is.
Just goes straight down.
They get 2 runs without even getting outside the 30-yard circle. It's pretty impressive. Good running though. Good positive running as well.
To go down the ground once again, and they did change the fielder out at long off a couple of overs ago, and we can just see Robin Sharma is able to deal with that a little bit better than his teammate who was in that position earlier.
Massively in 2 minds there, whether to go for the catch or not. He kind of still didn't really know what he was doing even as it came down. Ended up doing the job though.
Oh, we just stayed a touch low. Stayed quite low. I think the first one that's really caused Danikola by surprise.
It cuts him up a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. It does skid through. That is one thing to sort of mention, is that this pitch has got a couple of interesting spots. So do keep an eye on it. Definitely an interesting one.
As we struck away over long on, and it's going to go for a 6. Well, he held the post for quite a while outside the boundary rope, but Alan Magdalenic just watched that one sail over his head.
Yeah, well, the pitch doesn't come into the equation when you don't use it. And that's going to be, that's not exactly what you like to see. So 6 runs, Danny Kuller closing in on a very, very well-made personal half-century mark.
Yeah, just beaten by the lack of pace over there. End of the 6th over. The Assassins are 96 for 1.
Good to see Cricket Mania in the chat. Good to have you here. And yeah, good to Shohag as well. Yeah, 96 for 1 then. So they're just behind, well, pretty much exactly at 16s. Of course, expected to get up to a pretty decent total here. You know, you're looking at probably a 130, 140-ish at the moment. Just whether or not they can keep the momentum. But look at those extras, by the way, already 20. It's going to be tricky.
Yeah, those extras are one of the main reasons they're really struggling with their over rate at the moment. As things stand, it'd be very hard to see this Warrior side avoid giving up penalty runs. Well, he was just about to bowl with his cap on, and he realized that he should have given it to the umpire. But here we go. Start of the 7th over. Oh, wow, that one practically rolling along the carpet. As he mentioned, yeah, a couple of odd spots on this pitch, and he certainly hit one of them. Oh, there was nothing the batter could have done about that. If that was, well, aimed at the stumps, he would most certainly have been bowled.
That's why you got to make the most of this pitch. You know, use it to your advantage. Yes, it's going to be tricky to bat on, but as a bowler, you've got to use it.
That's another one that's just stayed rather low. It just comes off the toe end of the bat. It seems a few demons in this pitch have been exposed these last 4 or 5 deliveries.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to tune into any of the Croatia Spain stuff a couple of weeks ago? Because that was watching the likes of Adil Raja and Atif Mahmood bowl on this pitch was scary. It was very scary, and credit to some of the Croatian batters for dealing with it.
Looks to go shorter here, and that one's going to be cut away behind point. It's just going to slow up a little bit on the outfield along the way. And they should scamper back quite comfortably for the 2nd run. Yeah, that series, though, I mean, it was quite a drubbing, wasn't it, for Croatia going up against Spain. A convincing victory for the Spanish cricket team, who certainly are going to be heading into the ECC with some great form. This one has worked away towards long on, and oh, wow. That was a very odd fielding effort. I mean, really shouldn't have gone for it with his feet, and he ends up making it really challenging for himself. I think he ends up getting quite lucky that this hasn't clocked him along the way. Just have a look at that. Goes to side foot it, ends up not too far from his face, and it goes over the boundary rope, so they bring up their 100th.
That's what's not to do, to be quite frank.
Now, once again, just giving a bit too much width, and that's going to go away for another boundary. So Danikola, who of course brought up his 2nd career 50, he will follow it up with another 4.
Yeah, nice boundary. Slashes this one away over the top of the offside. 4 more. And you've got to feel that they have to find a way of getting this man out. Of course, the skipper plays for the national side as well. Got to look to get him early, but they haven't. And he's kicked on to, what's that, 57 now, just the 24 deliveries.
Looks to bang this one in short. Just going to have a look at this side on. I'm just wondering whether the height is okay on this. Ooh, that's tight. That's tight. I think it could be wide.
It is.
Don't really see it scraping into the helmet along the way.
Yeah, that is wide. Just got up on him, didn't it? He's a smaller of the top 3. You got Babu and Sadadevi, who are very tall lads. Danny Kuller, not quite as tall. So still a ball to go then in this 7th. Already 108 up on the board now.
This is played out towards square leg, and did that have enough to go over the rope? It certainly did. Danikola ends the over with a 6. Massive over, 18 runs off it. And the flow of runs continues.
Yeah, the onslaught is just going and going and going. And at the moment, the quietest over was the fourth, and that was 11. It's not been great. Look at that, folks. Just over a fortnight to go until the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship gets underway. Of course, the Challenger division, where Croatia will be involved in that one. So that's why we can mention that we do have ECIs and ECIWs at the weekend next week. But of course, the ECIs, the men's ECIs, will be taking part on the Saturday as they then travel on the Sunday.
This is going to go out towards mid-wicket, and oh, wow, he's put that one down, just went at it with hard hands. You got to have nice and soft hands if you want to take one of those catches, and, well, he looked to attack the ball. And watch, yep, a little bit of crocodile about that as well.
Yeah, it just runs into it, doesn't really set himself. Not the best, really. They're really trying to rush through these overs. They've got to get a move on here.
Looks to go big, and it's going to go over the fielder. That's going to be a 6 there for Sathi Devi. Waited for that, rocked back, and pumped it over cow corner.
Yeah, just hit me bowling, really. It is like bowling machine deliveries. They just sit up, not really pushing it through for any sort of zippy pace. He's got to try and get a response here. Come back to live action.
Oh, it's another one that's just stayed rather low, and there was no way that Sathi Devi could have got bat on ball on that.
You can see he's been told he's got to rush through this over. Almost not really bothered about the runs, just try and get through it as quick as possible.
Oh, he gets bottom hand coming off the bat over there. Once again goes out to the fielder at mid-wicket. That's Aman Kumar, who's been a very busy man in that position.
Yeah, it's not all gone his way, though, unfortunately. And of course, put a couple down. 007. The name's Khadka, Ankit Khadka. Can he pick up a wicket? 2 balls to go in his spell.
Oh, that's a poor delivery. That is a poor delivery. A full toss just on the pads, and that's going to be helped away. Hits the scorer's tent as well. Huge 6 there.
Yeah, not the best delivery, is it, realistically? That's been the downfall for this Warriors side. They've just sort of been bowling Gundy ball after Gundy ball. And these two not going to miss out. Danny Killer now moves to 69.
Yeah, so another 31 runs needed for him to get to that milestone. Don't want to jinx anything here, but if they continue bowling this way, it could be on for Danikula.
Yeah, it could be. Oh.
I think getting a single on that ball would have certainly helped him achieve that milestone. Would have meant he'd keep strike heading into the penultimate over. Oh, it was a good effort there by the bowler, and he takes a tumble as well. Now let's keep an eye on the clock over here. They should have about 2.5 minutes to bowl this penultimate over. It's going to be a squeeze. It really is going to be. It's going to be Naren Chandra who's going to come in to bowl this over. Went for 11 in his first. High up in the air. Doesn't have the distance on it. And yes, it does. It most certainly does. That goes away for a 6. Great shot. And every time they hit a boundary, that's going to be valuable time coming off the clock as well.
Yeah, I think they've almost given up on it here. They're not exactly rushing. No one seems too pressed to try and get through this here. So probably are going to succumb to a penalty, you'd imagine. 6 runs to start.
Goes big once more. Goes big once more. Back-to-back 6s to start out this over. Some sensational hitting here by Sathi Devi.
Yeah, again, it just sits up, though. And he just has to get the elevation on it. No worry about the power. He knows he's got the strength behind him. And he gets enough on it. 6 more again. What's the response?
Oh, much better ball there by Chandra. Much, much better ball. Yeah, that's some good fielding. I've got to say, Robin Sharma's in a fairly decent job at long off. I think some of his teammates have really struggled in the field, and he certainly got the basics right most of the time.
Well, you can be called upon again here, Nish. Oh, I imagine it would have been classic commentator's curse if he would have spilled that. They've gone to the spin here, haven't they? And it's going to. I think it might get them through this over, you know. I think it might work. They've got 2 balls to go. As long as they're legal, they should be okay.
Looks to go for a big heave over mid-wicket, and it's a swing and a miss.
This is where, as a batter, you'd sort of think, okay, I'm going to take my time. Not really. He just rocks back and goes again. Last ball coming up.
Outside edge, and does it have enough to go towards the boundary? Not quite. And oh, could be a chance for a run out. It isn't the most convincing appeal, but the big thing worth noting is they've managed to get the over in time. I mean, at one point, when you thought they had no chance of bowling these overs in time, yep, you seem convinced that he's probably out here.
Yep, bats up in the air, doesn't slide it in, and that is going to be a wicket. So there you go. There's confirmation of it. As the celebrations start to rumble through, that'll be the end of Sati Devi, so they won't come back for the second. They will get one, though, so it will mean that they'll get to 144 for 2 with an over to go. I think that also, not only do they just sneak in, I think the wicket also does help them in that respect as well. But yeah, they went to the spin, didn't they, of Chandra. Yes, it was a little bit expensive, but they get through.
Yeah, so the scorecard hasn't quite been updated, but as you mentioned, it's going to be 144 for 2 at the end of 9 overs very shortly. Yeah, Narayan Chandra doing a stellar job in the end to get that 9th over in. Good move by the skipper as well, Abhishek Awasthi, to get Narayan Chandra to bowl that penultimate over. I mean, obviously he's got that short run up, and he can just get through that over very quickly, and well, that's certainly what he did, bowling that penultimate over in, well, less than 2.5 minutes. It's going to be Abhishek Awasthi, the captain himself, coming into bowl the final over. Oh, that's just clipped the leg stump along the way. So the captain gets a wicket off his very first ball. Took plenty of pace off that delivery, and Balage was already halfway through his shot when the ball went past him. Stayed low as well, so that was a bit of a nightmare for the batter. Yeah, so he's going to be trudging back towards the dugout. And of course, that's not Balage who has been dismissed. It's Jawahar Danikula. He has been dismissed after making 70 runs of 29 deliveries. We'll just see the scorecard update very soon. And yep, it will be Danikula who's out.
Yeah, just kisses that leg stump, does it? And, well, that's a win because now they've got 2 fresh batters out of the crease, both yet to face a delivery. So, you know, realistically, now they're looking like they could try and restrict them to maybe less than 150 here. It's going to be a tough chase no matter what, but you just never know. Kadian in at 5.
Looks to pull this one away, and it goes towards the fielder at square leg. That's just going to be the 1 run.
Yeah, again, just a single won't hurt this Warriors side. You can see there, though, that Supercomputer's only got them at 2% from here on in. It's going to be a tough ask, no matter where they end up. Of course, got to deal with the right hand, left hand now. Balage yet to have faced a delivery.
Got him. It's another wicket there for Awasthi. That's another one that's just stayed rather low, and well, we thought Balage might be out earlier. He's certainly out over here. This time he departs for a golden duck. Yeah, it's another one that's just stayed really low and struck the leg stump.
Yeah, barely gets above the knee roll. And, well, there's a bit of confusion whether or not the last wicket was. But this definitely is a very early morning. A good morning to Mr. Derek, who, of course, out here. Early use. You can see he's made his way over to Croatia. Another one bites the dust, though. And this is a good little spell, this, for the Warriors. Good little fight back. That's 3 wickets in 4 deliveries. As the Assassins find themselves 145 for 4.
Oh, it's Katzin outside edge along the way. Goes past the fielder at short third. It's going to go away for, well, it looked like it was going to go for a boundary. It does kind of throw you off a little bit here in Croatia at times, doesn't it? And it slows up along the outfield, and it's going to be a couple of runs.
They're going to keep going here. Can they get to that 150? That's what they're trying to scratch here at the moment. 2 balls left. A boundary would get them over that 150 line. Can he hold his nerve? Awasthi, the headband assassin.
Yes, it's going down the leg side.
Oh, no. Why
he's going to have a shot at the stumps, and this is going to end up costing his side some more runs. You could immediately, you just started saying, oh, no, as soon as he decided to go for that attempt.
It's just no point. No one backing you up short. They're going to easily get a single. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Just a lack of sense, really, there. Definitely
There's
going
no
down the
reason to
leg.
go for this throw. Absolutely no reason to have a shot at the stumps over here.
Gets Kadian on strike now. With the ball to go then. 148 on the board.
He's going to work this one away. Kadian hits it straight towards the fielder at square leg. And it's going to be a single to end the over. So it's the quietest over of the innings. Only 5 runs come off it in the end. The only over in single digits over the course of this innings. But the Assassins will still end up with a really strong total on the board here. They put up 149 runs, largely thanks to a fine innings by their skipper, Jawahar Danikula, who made 70 runs, and he got there with just 29 balls faced. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Naushad Babu opened the batting alongside Danikula, and the two of them had a great opening stand of 73 runs. They really set up a great platform for their son. We saw some good power hitting by the two of them. Naushad Babu making 23 runs of just 12 deliveries, struck 3 boundaries over the course of his innings. At times they were helped by some rather ordinary fielding by the Zagreb Warriors, who put down 3 catches over the course of this innings. And full credit to the Assassins for punishing them for these mistakes they made. There's a look at Charlie Hunt, one of the best takes you're going to see by a commentator. Cool as you like. No problem for him there as well. And, well, maybe he should have been out there fielding for the Zagreb Warriors. Could have given them a few tips. And we'll just have a look at this once again. That was the run out to get rid of Naushad Babu. Good side foot there by Kasi Raja. And we're just going to witness some of the sixes we saw over the course of this inning. We saw 10 Maximos during this ECS. That was the kind of average we were seeing over in the series we had in Budapest. We're not accustomed to seeing this many sixes here in Croatia, but this Assassin side, they're a very strong team. They're the defending champs after all. And they'll be looking to make a big impression here on day 2. Didn't quite get to see them at their best yesterday because of the fact that a number of games were abandoned. So really, we only got to see them in full flow in one match. Here's a look at that final over. Great bowling by the skipper at the end. Abhishek Awasthi picking up a couple of wickets on balls that's just stayed a little bit too low and clipped the leg stump along the way. We're now going to have a look at the scorecard of this innings. And as you can see, well, Jawahar Danikula top scoring with 70 runs of 29 deliveries. Naushad Babu making 23 of 12. How do you put it? Sunny Devi with a nice little cameo of 30 of 16 balls. Yugesh Balagi coming in that final over, departing for a golden duck. And then Kudian and Satyan not really able to do much in that final over. We'll turn our attention to the bowling card here. And, well, everybody was just a touch too expensive when you look at that bowling card. Abhishek Awasthi, I think, is the only one who'll be quite impressed with his bowling figures. 2 for 4 in the solo over. He bowled some great work there. My Zagreb Warriors skipper Awasthi. I think extra is going to be a big concern for them. 22 runs given up off extras during the course of that innings. So we're now here, halfway through match 6, and as we can see, the Zagreb Assassins have set a target of 150 for the Warriors. We'll have a short break, and we'll be back for live action. That's the second innings is coming up in 5 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. And of course, the Assassins put up a great total on the board. 150 is the target they've set for the Warriors. So it's going to be a big challenge for this Warriors side in the second innings. Let's see how they fare. Of course, once again, it's a good chance to dive back into the chat and say a very good morning to Paul Kempin, who's joining as well. I can see you've got the blue spanner now, Paul Kempin, so welcome to the Moderator Club. Have to say, well deserved. And well, you just saw the bonus point equation over there. I think, well, if anybody's going to pick up a bonus point over here, you'd expect it to be the Zagreb Assassins. Hard to see the Warriors doing this in 7 overs or less. Anyway, we're set for the start of the over. Got a slip in place as well. Love this attacking move here. Yeah, although you gotta say the slip is not as wide as you typically would see a slip. Here we go. First ball. This is just pushed towards mid-off, and they will pick up a single off the first ball. So Singh is off the mark on his very first delivery. Oh, that's a nice delivery there by Danikola. Skipper, of course, Good ball there, coming off that fantastic innings where he managed to make 70 runs. This is just brilliantly fielded off his own bowling there by Danikola, diving to the right and saving his side some runs. So, yeah, good bowling to start off here by Danikola. I love this, full and straight. And Magdalenic is just struggling to get him away in these first couple of balls. Is there something there? I thought I heard a nick, and yep, that's going to be confirmed by the umpire. And they lose their first wicket here, the Warriors. And he went for a big swing, and yeah, you could just hear the nick along the way. And that's going to be a wicket. An early wicket will fall. Yeah, backing away, looking to make some room. You can see some clear deviation there as the ball strikes his top edge along the way. And he will depart. So Magdalenic is gone for a duck. It's a 3-baller for him. And a great start here for Danikola. Superb performance by the captain in that first innings. Batted incredibly, made 70 runs. And now he managed to get a wicket in this very first over as well. It's been a dream performance by him so far this match. And it's going to be struck towards mid-off, and that is going to be a single. So they'll pick up a run here. Both Kumar and Singh are off the mark, and well, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them. They have to reconstruct after losing that early wicket. Hit towards mid-on. And just the 1 run once again. Had a shy at the stumps, but well, he did have all 3 stumps to aim at there. As we come to the end of the first over, and the Zagreb Warriors find themselves 3 for 1. A great start here for the Assassins. We've got to say, they'll be looking for all 4 points in this match. Keep in mind, if they just keep them under that 10 and over mark, they should pick up 4 points in this game. So here's a quick reminder of the golden ball counter. So it's been 41 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket. Now, of course, we got it over in Austria. And an absolute thriller of a match in which Graz Cricket Academy came out on top. And well, what a magical run they had, managing to make it to the final. But eventually they came up like short against Cricketer CC. Struck towards mid-off, and another shy at the stumps there, and that's been missed. And the keeper's done incredibly well to make sure that doesn't get away for byes. A superb bit of work by him. There was a fielder backing up. It got past him, but the keeper put in a great dive to ensure it didn't get past him. Top bit of work. Huge swing and a miss there by Kumar. Just playing the wrong line in the end. Needs to get a little bit closer to the pitch of the ball. That's another swing and a miss, but that's just going to go past the keeper and, well, the fielder in deep third. For a moment, I just wondered if he was just going to slide right past the ball. I mean, we've seen that before, haven't we? Where we've seen a fielder slip and slide along the playing field and just, I'll see the ball go past him. Luckily for him, he did manage to get a hand on that. Of course, a good chance to welcome back Charlie Hunt into the commentary box. Yeah, great start here for the Assassins.
Yeah, it is. It really is. They're just proving to be that level above. There is a reason why. They, of course, were in the ECL and were the representatives. Yeah, the old slip inside, the eye of your mind. And, of course, the old Oasis reference there. Pretty topical at the moment. Yeah, these are good signs, though, for Singh.
Yeah, looking to just Work that one away towards the leg side, stepping across, and yeah, this is just great tight bowling here by the Assassins, not giving anything away, hitting their lines and lengths really well.
Yeah, of course. Got to remember that they of course represented Croatia back in February and March.
End of the second over. The Warriors are 5 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad over from Singh at all, is it? Just the 2 runs coming off it by the way of a single and a bye. So 1 run against him. Will be pretty content with his efforts at the moment. But yeah, you just do feel that at the moment you can see that the sides, Ljubljana, of course, looking to try and get that win, the ECS victory that they've been looking for. Sokol, of course, no results for them, and that's why it's just tricky for them, because they have to capitalise on any opportunities that they get when it comes to the point situation. It looks as if the Warriors are going to struggle in this one. So they're also, it's almost a very early must-win, considering that you kind of feel that in all reality, although just day 2 in this tournament, that considering these 2 sides playing again, it's going to be tricky.
That one is going to be a wide.
This is Lamsau who comes on, just getting his line just completely wrong first up.
Just inside the tram line over there. Yeah, just inside the tram line. Yeah, very quiet start here for the Warriors. They need to get a move on. Another swing and a miss there. And Lumsel, yeah, no real foot movement by him. You can see that ball just getting a little bit of movement away as well.
Just got glue on the bottom of his shoes, isn't he? Doesn't look like he can really move. And early signs suggest this is going to be tricky. Yeah, I did mention it briefly, and I said you kind of have to take it with a pinch of salt. But yeah, the Assassins got 131 for 4 back in match 27 last year. The Warriors could only scamper to 39 for 6 off their 10. So that just shows you how tricky it was for them there. However, signs and shots like these will certainly help. This is a lovely pickup from Kumar and gets his first boundary nicely.
Yeah, it's a lowish full toss. He works that one away towards mid-wicket for 4 runs and a boundary at last. The first boundary we have seen over the course of this innings, and we're halfway through the 3rd over.
Yeah, it just shows you. That's just the difference, isn't it, in all reality, that they kind of were thinking that, at this point there were already 4 or 5 boundaries scored in the previous innings.
Just catches an outside edge along the way, goes towards 3rd, and it's just going to be the 1 run.
Completely different conditions at the moment here, isn't it? Compared to yesterday, it really is entirely different. And the weather, just again, it's kind of chopping and changing, but it's always been pretty consistent that Thursday onwards is going to be looking pretty dull.
We're getting plenty of bounce over there. I mean, we've seen quite a few balls stay rather low. That's the first one that's really shot up off the surface.
Yeah, it has a tendency. There's a spot. If you really get on it, it will rise through. I mean, there were a couple of yesterday in that last game I remember watching on. It was very, very lively. And for a keeper, it's almost a worst nightmare. Seren Das behind the stumps. It's a genuine nightmare. Last ball coming up potentially of this power play.
Oh, just gets that one away towards fine leg, stepped across, and it's just going to trickle over the rope and go away for a 4. So boundaries at last. Didn't see too many boundaries over the course of this innings, and we've seen a couple this over.
Yeah, so a decent way to finish for Warriors, but still not realistically the best of power plays. There'll be 15 for 1 at the end of 3. Dave's saying, have the brothers run out of money? You kind of would. I'd argue that. That was one of the rumours, of course, talking about the Oasis, the Gallagher's brothers. Anyway, moving on, you can see, just not quite updated yet, but yeah, 15 for 1 is where we are. 3 and 2 coming off the first 2 overs is never ideal, and that's just down to the very good opening overs of Singh and Danny Kulla. Here, though, they've got, and I think that what the difference will be as well is you'll see the extras column be completely different. I think that'll be key. Yes, they did get early lateral movement, did the Warriors, but they weren't able to control it. That was the key issue.
Yeah, so for someone like me who's, as you know, not the most musically inclined, what exactly is it with the Gallagher brothers? Couldn't Noel just go to Man City and ask them for a bit of money?
Liam just clearly wasn't a fan of Noel at the end of it. That's going to be a wide. Liam wasn't a fan, and then Noel, I think they ended up splitting up, and then they've clearly run out of money. They're not making enough money solo, so now they're going to do a world tour for a couple of weeks and then probably fall out in between that anyway, and back they go again. So all good fun. All is fair in love and war, supposedly.
Yeah, I did hear a bit about Oasis coming back together again, but didn't really know too much in terms of details regarding that Outahut. Well, draw, swing and a miss here from Kumar.
Yeah, it's just a money grab, realistically. That's all it is. And by the time that world tour comes around, the likelihood of them falling out anyway is pretty high. So it probably won't even happen realistically. But the demand for tickets is absurd. It's ridiculous.
That's going to be a wide.
We had twinkle toes in the first one, but look at this, the old shuffle. The old two feet shuffle from from Altut, but not quite working. Another wide.
We've seen some interesting run-ups, haven't we, so far today? I mean, obviously, you mentioned twinkle toes, and yeah, watch that little shuffle over there. I mean, he might as well just start his run-up at the end of that pitch. No reason to have it that long. Oh, well. Has he gone for a run-out attempt over here? Let's just have a look at this from camera 3. Oh,
he's gone.
Could be gone.
He's
now,
gone.
Has the umpire declared the ball dead over here? That's the question mark.
This is the question. I think he's gone here, folks. I think this is going to be the end of Aman Kumar. Umpires are waiting. Has it been called dead is the question. Just by going off what we're seeing here, I think there is a conversation between Stefan Gooch and the on-field umpires just to whether or not that was called dead. So if the ball's alive, he's gone. Hang on just a moment here. What's going on? You can see Mr. Stubbs there on your screen. There's a conversation going on over the old walkies. And the question is whether or not it was called dead. I don't think it was, you look at the timing-wise. He's already released it by this point because we're all looking at it in slow-mo. I think that's gone.
Yeah.
I don't think that's dead.
I don't recall the umpire calling it dead before.
And I'm also, this is coming from a Brit, by the way. This is coming from an Englishman. Yeah, it is out. And it probably should be and is. And there you go. The news comes through. And that will be the end of, as I said, Aman Kumar. And that's just lazy from the batter. Really is. Made no effort to get back. Was not really paying attention. Good work behind the stumps from Saran Das, though. Listen, the game's the game. That's all you've got to do. And don't hate the player. Hate the game. As the Warriors will fall to 17 for 2 now.
Yeah, well, gotta say, he was really struggling during his time out in the middle, so maybe this was not going to be too bad an outcome for the Zagreb Warriors. They probably need a new batter out in the middle, someone who can maybe strike a few boundaries. But yeah, Saran Das gets the stumping in there. Yeah, it officially goes down as a stumping, not a run out.
Yeah,
that's worth it, keeping in mind. Oh, well, that was a bit of a nothing shot. Really hard to describe that one. Kind of falling away, never really in any kind of balance. Let's have a look at this one again. Well, his feet are going one way and his head's going the other way.
Yeah, he's always put his back out. I mean, watch this here. Looks like an octopus. He's got limbs everywhere. But Artie, this is. Oh, yeah, this isn't looking promising, unfortunately, for the Warriors. Just going off of what we've seen the first 2 deliveries there. Not looking the most positive at the moment. So you're not really much of a music guy, are you, to be fair?
I mean, I think you know this based on the music quiz he had back in Bulgaria.
Oh, gosh, how could I forget?
Gotta say, I think I was on a roll just when there were like a few songs from back when I was doing my A-levels that I could recall, but other than that, I was pretty blank for most of the songs.
Yeah, I'll give you that then. Yeah, you were very good from sort of 2013 onwards. Anything
late 2010s, I'd say. So
yeah,
like 15 to 17,
onwards,
18, yeah.
Anything before that, no chance. Not a clue. There was a run-out chance there, by the way. Wasn't going to come to anything, though. This is very, very, well, uneventful at the moment. Well, they're going to take another shot at the stumps. And, well, there could be a run out here. He's only got one stump to aim at. Doesn't take it. Somehow, not much going on, but there also is a lot going on.
No, the Zagreb Warriors, I mean, it's just absolute chaos for them out in the middle right now. They can't seem to get anything right. It's been really difficult for them, hasn't it? I think at this stage, I think you'd have to say the Assassins certainly look set to pick up all 4 points from this game. As, of course, the win predictor has the Warriors' chances down to just 1%. And well, that's probably being pretty generous as well at this stage. And have a look here at the worm for these two sides. So as you can see, the Warriors well below that blue line. And that blue line is what they need to go at to pick up a point from this game. So looks like the Warriors are really going to struggle. I mean, the way they're going, it'll be pretty tough for them to even get to 60 or 70.
Yeah, you just can't see really anyone coming in and giving it a go, which is the issue, realistically. You've got Bosniak, who, of course, can hold the bat, don't get me wrong, but it's whether or not it clicks. And, of course, got Awasti as well, the skipper. And you've got the likes of Kadka Sharma, Chandra Furikai, and Karan Raja. So it's going to be tricky. But coming into bowl is Anin Satyan.
It's going to be a Y there. Satyan just kind of falling away a little bit as he delivered that ball.
Just didn't follow through. Didn't have the confidence. Wasn't sure if his feet were going to stick, which is fair enough. So 20 come up. Of course, the extras column is already at 10s though, which isn't ideal from the Assassin's point of view.
That one just staying rather low, and he just completely missed the line. They got Jeffrey Mobbs in the chat saying he's had a very busy morning, claiming he watched every game, NFL game from the weekend, and then the Monday night game as well. Yeah, Jeffrey, did you actually sit through and watch every single game on Sunday? I'm rather curious.
No, I don't get all that American football nonsense. Another swing and a miss.
Yeah, it doesn't get close.
What is it on ESPN, on one of the networks? It's 12 hours of
Red Zone, yes.
Yeah, uninterrupted football, something like that. Anyway,
yeah, that's his name. Oh goodness me! No, I love Red Zone. Absolutely love Red Zone. That's whenever I got some free time on a Sunday, I love to listen to old Chris Hansen's. I'm going to try to do that. 7 hours of commercial-free football.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. I mean, listen, they don't know anything about the ECN. Come and do that. See if you can do that for 14 hours a day. That's my point to them. Jeff's just asking if we actually worked out what happened yesterday. No, we didn't. I didn't really go over it. So the flight from Alicante to Frankfurt was delayed by an hour. And the layover that we had in Frankfurt was an hour. So by the time we landed, by the time we pulled up to the gate, eventually got off. I think we got off the plane at 5 to 10. And the gate where the flight to Zagreb was on the other side of the airport, and the gate closed as we landed, basically. So we had no chance. So we ended up having to stay in a hotel and wait for a flight the next day, and then got here at about 4-ish yesterday, and it was just a nightmare, absolute nightmare. But we're here now, so that's all that matters.
Now looks to go big over here and over the field right long on. That's going to go for a 6. So where does that come from? I haven't seen a big shot like that in a while.
That's a nice shot, lovely pickup in the slot though. From Satyan, the bowler. Yeah, just sort of in the area, and swings hard. 6 runs, and yeah, finally a Maximo in this innings. It's the first one. He's just had the 1-4 before this though. Needs a response now. Satyan goes around the wicket here.
Looks to go for that Yorker length delivery over here, Satyan. And that's just going to be a single. Yeah, just 1 ball left until the halfway stage of the innings, and the rate which the Warriors are going at, well, you'd expect them to get to about 56 or 57, which, well, that's not barely going to be halfway there to even get to that 105 mark. That's a full toss once again, and he's not quite able to get that one away. Are they going to push for a second? No, they won't. It's just going to be the 1 run. So the Warriors find themselves 29 for 2 halfway through this inning. So at this rate, They'll be at 58 at the end of this innings, but simply isn't good enough. We'll have a look at the groups here for the ECC. So, of course, the Challenger Division is now just 13 days away. The host nation, Croatia, will see them on Monday, the 23rd of September. They've got a tough task in that group. I think you've got to say Estonia and the Isle of Man will be big favorites. Of course, we've got some Estonian representation here amongst our crew. Stefan Gooch will be over there involved for the Estonian side. They'll be very confident about their chances to get out of that group after the big summer they've had.
Yeah, of course, top 2 of each group will then go on to the playoffs from the 30th of September. So I think you're looking at that. I think realistically, Estonia and Isle of Man probably the top 2 favourites. I think Group 2, I reckon you're probably going to be looking at the Czech side and probably Luxembourg. I think they're my dark horse for me. I think they'll probably just pit the likes of Cyprus. You're probably not going to like me for saying that, but yeah, I think it's going to be a great first couple of weeks in that Challenger division. Certainly is. Bit of left arm off spin.
Yeah, I think Czechia, looking at them, I'd have them as one of the big favorites to potentially go on and earn that promotion to make it to the Premier Division. I mean, with the quality they have, they could very easily be a Premier Division team.
You've got to look at the, I think they're just going through a bit of a transitional period. I think that's just the issue for them. You know, you look at the qualifiers, they pushed Spain to a run. Spain in a T20I qualifier pushed them to a point, which was pretty outstanding, to be fair. So credit to them. I know they were disappointing to go on the wrong side of it. But good start this, though, for Kadian. Bit of left arm offie.
So just work that one away towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be a single. Oh, well, just wondered for a second if there was a chance to pick up any extra runs.
Yeah, they've got to try and sort of capitalise, haven't they? 74 off 28 for a point now. Well, I say try and capitalise. He tries to get funky. He's going to run himself out in the end anyway. This is suicidal from Barati. It really is. Tries to go for the old reverse Malachi, but then just sort of doesn't really know where it is. Sets off, and it's barely got away from the crease. And that, unfortunately, is not going to be the best way to go. So Barati will have to fall. What's going on here? I think they're maybe just trying to see who's gone here. I don't know why. Just maybe, yeah, I think there we go. It is confirmed that Barati will go. But yeah, just seeing if they cross there. They're nowhere near crossing. There was never an issue in that respect. So another one will fall, though. And this will be 31 for 3. Yeah, you can just see the reverse Malachi was never going to work. He could barely get off the square to start with, unfortunately. So 31 for 3 here. And wicket to fall again. Well, this one lofted up in the air. Could be 2 in 2 here. Yeah, and will be very well held out in the deep. He's got the sunnies on. And, well, they were certainly used in full effect. So a golden quacker as this is Robin Sharma will go. And oh dear, it's just not working for the Warriors at the moment. And things just starting to sort of crumble beneath them, really. This really isn't the best of efforts. So there's Derek. Good morning to you again. He's been pretty busy this morning. A couple of times he's been out there. But yeah, not the best of shot selections early on here, I'm afraid. And that one is going to be another wicket to fall. And, well, of course, it would be a team hat-trick. It wouldn't actually be a hat-trick because, of course, it was down as a run-out. But we can certainly look at them now. I don't mind the idea. Team hat-trick, maybe. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Well, Singh's been absolutely clarted by Kadian. And, well, he's down at the moment. I think he's just a bit shocked as to being mounted by Kadian, is Singh. He looks okay, though. I think he's fine. I think there's a bit of a giggle. Let's watch this back here. Ends up trying to ride him like a horse. Watch this. It was an attempt at a catch that was definitely there to be taken. Gets put down and didn't realise we were watching the old Olympic judo going on there at some point. Oh dear, glad to see that they're okay. Don't take the run as well, mostly because he couldn't get up and take the single. Good over this though from Kadian. Just gone for the 1 run and a bye. He's picked up. There's been 2 wickets in the over as well. Good to see that Singh's up and okay. So a ball to go in this 6th over. And again, the Warriors lackluster with the bat so far. 31 for 4. This is a nice shot. We'll get away in through the infield. We'll run away. They'll turn and come back for the second. Oh, it's at the wrong end. They get back eventually. So it'll be 2 to finish. And at the end of the 6th over, the score 33 for 4.
Yeah, as you can see, that required to pick up a point is up to 18, which is, well, in all honesty, going to be very hard for this Zagreb Warriors side to attain. We'll have a look at the scorecard here, and as you can see, it's been a real tough slog for most of their batters, really struggling to get any runs. As you can see, no strike rate north of run a ball, which, well, you're not going to win too many T10 games if you're batting at that kind of a rate.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy, realistically. As he said, 18, pretty much the point of no return, in all fairness. I think you can kind of apply that here. What's going on here? Something's being brought out, I think, for Singh after after his issue with Caddy. Oh dear, Yeah, he's just maybe having a bit of a moment. Yeah, I think his back's just playing up. Just get the old freeze spray out. The old magic spray. That's all you can do. That's all you can do at this point. You can see that, just saying, yep, you've done your job off your pop. Thank you very much. So, for the Warriors, again, tricky, hasn't it? It's not really clicked for them in this this game. Of course, got to remember that they finished bottom of the table. They are going into this none and 14, essentially none and 15 after yesterday, and yet to pick up a victory in that time. So it's going to be tricky.
Towards mid-wicket, just the one run over there. And there's Nepali coming on to bowl here for the Assassins. So I think, yeah, if you're the Zagreb Assassins, it's probably a chance to give a few other bowlers a chance to roll their arm. That's a nice ball there. Just gets that one right up there. Yeah, for you, I guess, they're going up against the side. Well, let's face it, they're really struggling with the bat in hand. And, you know, it's a good opportunity to give a few other bowlers a chance to get some European cricket overs under their belt.
Yeah, none of 14 last year. And of course, just a 1-0 result for them. That's going to be a wide ball. But yeah, they just have not really clicked over the Warriors, and it's showing once again here that it's not working for them at the moment. They've got to try and, is it a personnel issue, or is it just, unfortunately, just not clicking? It's one of those.
Well, it's just going to get some movement away. And yes, once again, they've been playing the wrong line. Looking to try to hit everything towards the leg side and not getting anywhere near that.
It's just a, just one-dimensional, isn't it? Just trying to swing into the onside. He's going 12 or 15 in a T10. Not good enough. Oh, and again. But watch his positioning here. I reckon from that side on view is the best thing you'll see. Watch his head at the point of impact here. Honestly, watch where his head ends up here. Away with the fairies. It's just not where it needs to be. You're not going to get anything away in that respect.
It's nice seeing movement away here in Nepali, but yeah, I mean, going to your point,
just seeing, watch his foot movement here. Comes down the track. His first movement is away on the leg side. That is, as a coach, it's a coach's worst nightmare. They'll always say that you have to be, your first movement has to be down towards the ball. It can't be away. And everything else just moves away, and then your head, you lose shape. Everything goes wrong.
That was going to be a wide. Yeah, I think just got everything so wrong so far. This Zagreb Warriors side. You can just see there's a huge gulf in class between these two teams. A huge swing and a miss, and well, make plenty of comments about his head position on that final delivery as well. End of the 7th over. We'll have a look at their upcoming match between the Warriors and Zagreb Sokol. So Zagreb Sokol, both their matches yesterday were abandoned, so let's see how they do in this game. They'll be going up against this Warriors side, who we expect will be heading into that game with no wins under their belt. So should be an interesting game. As again, Sokol have won the toss in that game and decided to have a bat first.
Yeah, they're going to try and bat that this Warriors side out of the game. Pretty much the exact replica of what we've seen in this one. So looking forward to that one. That one coming up in around about 35 minutes time.
One is just played away towards third. Doesn't have enough to get to the boundary rope. Not quite. It's just going to slow down. And they will pick up a couple of runs. But yeah, just have a look at this shot once again. You know, it goes back to the same comment you were making. I mean, it's kind of going away to where the leg side, his head position was all wrong. And then well, he just about managed to get enough bat on that, though.
Yeah, it's never ideal when you're moving at the point of impact. It's got to be still. Swing and a miss. They're all sort of joining up now. Of course, Zagreb, where we're here for the next 2 weeks, known as two cities in one, often described as having two distinct different parts, the historic upper town, Gornji Grad, and the more modern lower town, Donji Grad. The upper town, of course, has the cobbled streets and the historic buildings, whilst the lower town boasts a more contemporary urban layout.
Lowish full toss hit towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel as if they just have the power at the moment. Yeah, you can see he's up to 26 and over at this point. It's just not realistically going to happen, I'm afraid. Tough for the Warriors, and you've got to say credit to them for coming out and giving it a go again up against a very strong Assassin side. Yeah, and as you said, Nish at the top, they're reigning champs for a reason. They're got a good side. They're strong in all departments. It's just the difference. Really is just the difference is the skill. It's literally all it is. It's just the skill set.
Always gets a little bit of bat on that. Which means he's not going to sneak onto the stumps. And oh, he's going to have a shot at the stumps here, the keeper. And has he got his man? Well, just have a look at this side on to confirm. Seems like the batter has made his way back safely. Let's have another look at this. Oh, is this another case where the bat hasn't been grounded? Just about managed to get that one back down in time. But yeah, a few of these players do need to work on their fundamentals and really look to slide the bat in.
Yeah, simple basics of cricket. But again, that's what I'm saying. It comes down to the skill to the skill levels, doesn't it? Unfortunately, just don't quite have the quality at the moment to the Warriors. But of course, well, they'll have a few there'll be a few fan favourites, considering they're the underdogs in almost every game, considering they're going to go none and 16 in their last 16 games on the network.
Looks to go big over here, and that's going to be struck out towards long on. And it's going to be a single, so the Warriors are 43 for 4 at the end of 8. Yeah, I mean, Croatia, of course, you just mentioned the fact about Zagreb over there. It really is a absolutely fascinating country. It's also got the world's tiniest village. You got the little village of Hum, nestled in the Istrian Peninsula, that's known as being the smallest town worldwide. It's got just 20 residents. And this enchanting village has, of course, retained its medieval charm. It's got some great ancient fortifications, some really picturesque cobblestone streets. I think, that's the thing about Croatia. It's just got so many different cultural influences, doesn't it? I mean, especially in the Dalmatian coast. I think obviously a Croatian native would be able to go into this in more detail. They've got plenty of Italian influence, and I think if you go a little further east towards Osijek, I believe they have a bit more Hungarian influence. And I think you've seen all these different cultures that have influenced this country and made it so unique.
Yeah, is it your first time in Croatia?
Yeah, it's my first time in this country.
Me too. So, not very much looking forward to exploring a little bit when I get a chance. Oh, wow. First ball for Kadka. He's trying to play what I would call a scoop, but I don't really know if that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, hard to describe that stroke there. We'll take a look at this. Yeah, trying to just maybe scoop that one over fine leg, but doesn't quite get anywhere near it. Yeah, I've had plenty of Croatian classmates back in uni, so heard plenty about this country, and it's great to finally be here.
Yeah, it was on the radar, and I know it's on the radar for different reasons, but yeah, looking forward to it, I have to say. Going to be an exciting 2 weeks, and then yeah, some ECI and some ECIW, of course, at the end of the end of the ECS, which will be good. I believe the ECIs are Croatia and Slovenia, both of course playing in the Challenger Division Group A. Oh dear, stays low. Keeper has to wear it. And then of course I believe we've got the Czech women's visiting and playing against the Croatian women's side. So looking forward to that one, of course. And yeah, some of the Croatian, of course, will be previously those involved in the first ever ECSW. It was good to see some of the Serbian side out in the Valletta Cup a couple of weeks ago as well. So yeah, plenty of action to come over the next couple of weeks.
Once again, he's trying to attempt that shot, looking to create some kind of a ramp, but I mean, even if he gets bad on this, it's not going to go away for any runs. Have a look at this.
It's just
a nothing shot.
It's only going to pop up realistically more than anything.
Yeah, of course that men's series we have coming up in our final weekend of this fortnight of cricket here in Croatia is a rematch of the series we had last year. Of course, that time the tourists Slovenia came out on top against Croatia, winning the 4-match series 3-1. So yeah, the hosts will be looking to get back and beat Slovenia this time around and defend their home turf.
No, I think it's essentially a warm-up for the next few days, isn't it? Considering they'll play all their games on the Saturday, and then go straight travel to Cartama on the Sunday, and probably playing Monday, I'd imagine.
Yeah, take some pace off that ball there, Danikol, and yeah, Katka, he's having a really difficult time, isn't he? Faces 6 dot balls in that over. Believe it ends up being a maiden, so a maiden over here for Danikola as the Warriors, well, as you can see, nowhere near picking up a point in this game, and it looks like they're heading for a crushing defeat. Yeah, I mean, of course, as you mentioned, it's going to be a tune-up for the ECIs, and I think we'll also have a chance to see some of those Slovenian players over the course of these coming couple of weeks. I'm sure a lot of them will be involved in that Ljubljana side, so yeah, they're going to be making the trip down south towards Zagreb, and well, it looks like a batter is going to get retired over here. I'm just going to confirm the identity of the batter, but if I had to guess, yeah, it's going to be Katka.
It's Twinkle Toes himself. Twinkle Toes goes for none off of 7 after playing 6 outrageous ramp shots and not working. So he'll go, and yeah, that'll be 43 for 7 then.
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, Katka got a chance to face 6 balls, but that's going to be his time up. So Sati Devi coming into ball the final over. Just 5 deliveries left until the Assassins pick up their second victory of this series. Played out towards cover, and it's just going to be the 1 run over here. So, of course, the Zagreb Assassins looking to go back-to-back. I think based on first impressions, I mean, they still look really, really strong, and I think it's really hard to take them off favorite status so far for this series.
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it?
Of course, still plenty more sides to come. We haven't seen Ljubljana yet. They're certainly going to be a side who you'd imagine will be right up there in contention. They've been to every final in this European cricket series, and then you also look at the likes of Zagreb Sokol, who will get a chance to look at in the upcoming match. But yeah, you just feel that this Assassin side probably not the best barometer for some of these bigger teams, and the Assassins look like it's going to be another difficult tournament for them based on early impressions. So
the Warriors, yeah.
Beg your pardon, the Warriors, yep.
Oh, missed stumping. Don't worry, it won't be the first time we both do that, trust me. Yeah, that's a missed stumping though, and just a little bit falling a little bit asleep there as Sarandas just comes up a bit too early. But again, it's good bowling from Sati Devi. It really is. He's putting it on the spot.
This one's going to go up in the air. Can they get a wicket up the last ball of the innings? No, they won't. Just lands between 3 fielders, and that is going to be the end of this match as the Warriors are defeated. The Assassins win this by 103 runs. That's almost a test match margin in a T10 game. An absolutely enormous victory for the defending champs here. And, well, a lot of thinking to do for the Zagreb Warriors. They don't have too long until their upcoming match, which is in just 25 minutes' time. against Zagreb Sokol, a side who, of course, finished third during last year's group stages. And they were, of course, eventually knocked out in the qualifier by Ljubljana. They'll be looking to make amends and do better during this year's European Cricket Series. As you can see, they've won the toss and decided to have a bat first, so they're going to be looking to put a big total on the board, something in that 130 to 150 range, similar to what we saw from the Assassins, and really look to bat the Warriors out in the first innings. We'll now have a look at the highlights of our upcoming innings, and, well, should say our previous innings. Sandeep Singh top scored with 14 runs of 20 deliveries, and in all honesty, it was an absolute slog for this Warriors side who struggled to make runs over the course of this innings. Nobody with a strike rate above a run a ball. It was hard going.
Yeah, it certainly was. Tricky to come back from it as well. They've got to try again, but that was kind of the tone setter. Aman Kumar just sort of caught wondering. That was the one Maximo that, of course, came off the bat of Sandeep Singh. But nevertheless, unfortunately, it was a reverse Malachi attempt that was the downfall of the likes of Bharati. Just wasn't really paying attention. But again, that just kind of told you all you needed to know realistically for this side. It was 2-2 though, as Robin Sharma was trying to go for the big sort of champagne moment, but unfortunately just picked out the fielder. But of course, this one was a bit of a funny moment. But glad to see that Singh's okay. There was a bit of a coming together. It was a drop chance, though, to be fair, in all honesty, that the likes of Sunil Kadian probably would have hoped to have taken. But then, of course, there was a retirement, and there was a little bit of lackluster stuff from the Warriors, and it does mean that they have been destroyed by the Assassins by 103 runs in this tournament, which is going to be tricky for the Warriors to come back from. We have a look, you can see there you go, confirmation that Singh is your top scorer of 14 off 20, but again, not a good strike rate. None off 3, 6 for 9, 3 off 8 from Bharati wasn't good, and then none for 6 for Anki Khadka. Not impressive whatsoever.
Yeah, it was hard going, really was hard going for this Zagreb Warriors side. They struggled throughout the course of this inning, giving up 150 runs in the first innings, and we remember all the extras they bowled over the course of that innings. They were very sloppy in the field as well. Not too many positives with the bat in hand either, so that's going to be a tough one for the Zagreb Warriors. They've only got 20 minutes to turn things around, just get themselves back up and go up against what's going to be a tough game against a really strong Zagreb Sokol side. So the Assassins have beaten the Warriors by 103 runs, a convincing victory for the defending champs.
Yeah, so it'll be a 20-minute turnaround as we'll return in 20 minutes, as we will see Sokol taking on the Warriors in match 7 coming up soon. Pleasure to have your company, pleasure to be alongside Nishay Butt here. You're listening to myself, Charlie Hunt, as you're watching the European Cricket Series Croatia here on the European Cricket Network.
Więc. Więc.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Zagreb here in Croatia for match 6 then of this European Cricket Series here in Croatia. It is, of course, Zagreb Sokol. They take on the Warriors in this one. Of course, Sokol, the 2021 champions a couple of years ago, so they're certainly going to be looking to maybe try and replicate some of the form that they would have found in this tournament a good couple of years ago. Of course, in a completely different location, that tournament, so that certainly could be a reason as to why they've maybe not been as successful in previous years, but of course, they'll be looking to maybe replicate that form back in 2021. They come up, of course, a struggling Warriors side, it has to be said. They, of course, conceded a fair few amount of extras in that first game this morning, so let's see if they can go one better. Let's go out to the middle. Stefan Gooch has got the two captains for the coin toss.
Warriors to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
We're going to bat first.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All the best. Have a good game.
Thank you.
Zagreb Sokol have won the toss and they're having a bat.
News from the toss then. Sokol, the skipper, going to go ahead and bat first in this one. I think that's probably the right choice. They saw early on that, yes, there was some early movement from the Warriors opening bowlers, but they know that there will be extras on offer, and I think they also know that the catching and the fielding was a bit woeful from that Warriors side, so they're going to look to pile on the runs and bat essentially the Warriors out of this game. The Warriors will, of course, be looking to try and get some points on the board. Of course, they did, of course, succumb to the weather yesterday. So, of course, that just now means that those teams that are involved yesterday and today's a massive day for them, because with the weather, they really did miss out on getting some points realistically on the board. Of course, they do share them 2 and 2 in the games that had no results, but that just means that they've got to really capitalise on any opportunities gifted to them here. So it's going to be an interesting one. Let's go over to Nishay Butt, who's standing by as Sokol win the toss. They'll bat first.
Here we go. It's time for our second match of the day between Zagreb Sokol and the Warriors. Of course, the Warriors coming off a big defeat in the previous game against the Assassin, beaten by 103 runs. That was quite a drubbing for them. They never even came close to picking up a single point in that match. So looking forward to this second game. Let's see if the Warriors can put on a better show in this game. Of course, it will start off for them with the ball in hand. We saw them really struggle with their bowling in that previous game, giving up 22 runs of extras, and their fielding was subpar as well, to put it kindly. They made plenty of mistakes in the field. We saw them put down a number of catches. So let's see if they can do a better job in our upcoming match. For Sokol, of course, they're going to be heading into this game as big favorites. Zagreb Sokol, of course, they're a side who've been involved in the ECS Croatian cricket scene since all the way back in the first edition of the tournament we had here. They've consistently been really good performers, and of course they won the first ever edition that took place in this country back in 2021. Of course, back then the European Cricket Series was held in Split. They beat Ljubljana in a dramatic final by just 5 runs, and since then they've done quite well. During the group stages, they've been always up there in the top 3 teams, but haven't been able to make it back to the final since then. Of course, they lost to Ljubljana during last year's qualifier when they would have felt that they were just one step away from making it back to the final. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between Zagreb Sokol and the Warriors, of course. For Sokol, well, they only were involved in a couple of matches yesterday. Both of them were washed out and abandoned, so we really didn't get a chance to get a good look at this side. Meanwhile, for the Zagreb Warriors, of course, they're now down to 2 defeats in this ECS, a couple of big defeats as well. We'll have a look at the win predictor, and as we can see, Zagreb Sokol heading in, rightfully so, as 81% favorites. Yeah, so Zagreb Sokol, of course, both the games they were involved in yesterday were abandoned without a chance for them to bat. I think they bowled 5.3 overs against the Assassins, and they really struggled with the ball in hand, gave up 76 runs during those 5.5 overs. Here we go. First time we get to see Sokol with the bat in hand. Oh, it's a poor delivery. Really poor delivery to start off. Gets that one badly wrong. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Sharma, he's got plenty of swing this morning. We could see how much he was getting the ball to move back in during the very first over he bowled today. Oh, just another one that's just going down the leg side, and he just needs to find a way to control that. He really does. He's just pushed a few too many wide down the leg side over the course of the overs he's bowled so far today. Yeah, a little bit too short with his length there as well. At least we could look to get it right up there. There we go. Let's see if Robin Sharma can get it right over here. Now looks to play this with a straight bat, and it goes towards mid-off, and a little scamper across really quickly here for a single. A good chance to welcome Charlie Hunt back into the commentary box. Yeah, Sharma, we've of course had a good look at him this morning. He gets plenty of swing, but yeah, once again, he's just pushing a few too many down the leg side.
Yeah, I mentioned at the top of of this game. I said it's great to see that they can get the early movement, but it just depends if they can control it. That is not one that they can control there. This has come out completely wrong for Sharma. There's no other way of putting it, and it just doesn't release right. Let's watch this again. Oh dear, just completely gets it wrong. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing that Petar Bosniak behind the stumps could do.
The extras, of course, was a big concern for the Warriors during the first match of the day. They gave up 22 runs of extras, so that's a department they will certainly need to improve on. I think if you're the Warriors, it's just a few basic things you need to focus on.
That's a good delivery. Asking the question. Umpire unmoved. I'd love to have another look at this one. Again, it's the inward movement that works really well. Let's have a look here. Oh, it's a question, I guess, of whether it's doing too much, but he steps well across. And certainly, in my opinion, not too much going away from that. I don't know. It's a tough one. There is, of course, an element of doubt probably in there just because he stepped in front and across. Oh, and again, a shorter ball. Probably going to be too high. I think this is probably going to be a wide. Yeah, it will be. Have another look, though. But once again, extras already creeping in, as you said.
Yeah, extras were a big issue for Robin Sharma. And yeah, just going back to that LBW, when that's tight, that's really tight. I think my initial thought was it was probably doing too much. But then when you look at the replay, you realize that it's actually very, very close. And yeah, tough decision there for the umpire. But probably say that he's just about got that one right.
And again, angling down the leg side, but too straight. Just turn around the corner. Work to do for Mohamed Rifad. And I think he's done just enough. And it's a good long chase down there. But does it successfully will just be two. Very good chase in the end. To get the old dive in. I think he's okay, though.
Yeah, should be okay. I do see enough grass between the boundary rope and his shoe. But yeah, I think those are the little things for the Zagreb Warriors. They just need to focus on the fundamentals. I mean, keep those extras to under 15. I mean, that they could start with that as a target. Keep those extras to under 15 and just field a lot better than what they did in the opening match.
All about taking chances again as well if they come their way. Another swing and a miss, though, from Manzoor, who's just looking a little bit out of touch here, potentially. But yeah, I think, you know, as you always say, just do the basics and the rest will come. The rest will follow. That's what they have to work on, doing those basics and executing them to the highest level that they possibly can. And although it's a little bit frustrated with the way that he's just gone, but yeah, good to see Monica in the chat. Good morning to you. At the moment, though, 10 off the first over with a ball to go potentially. Oh, and it's an inside tickle, and it somehow doesn't clatter onto the stumps. It was a fine inside edge from Manzoor, but he will get away with it. He'll get a single. Not far away from the stumps whatsoever. That'll be the close of the first over as the likes of Zagreb Sokol are 11 without loss.
Now we'll look at the groups for the ECCW, and of course, got the Challenger Division, the Premier Division, just similar format to what we see for the men. Of course, over the Challenger Division, you can see Spain, who certainly will go in as big favorites. Of course, they played Austria over this past weekend, and it was a great performance for the Spanish women. They really came out on top there against Austria. So yeah, that series is very interesting. Of course, both those sides getting a feel of each other before they see each other again in December.
I think, of course, we'll see the Czech Republic side as well at the back end of this week. Jersey, of course, are going to be a good side, and I had a really good chance to catch up with Christina Goff of Germany. Very talented player, was playing for the MCC in the Valletta Cup, and she's saying that everyone in Germany is really looking forward to it. Haven't really played too much T10 cricket, has the women's side out in Germany, so they're relishing and looking forward to the chance that they're going to get. So yeah, it's going to be another good couple of weeks of cricket, of course, to finish off the season. That will very quickly come around. This one carved away, uppercut over the offside, and gets a boot out, I think, here, and does well. And I think he does just enough. They come back for the 2.
And they just about managed to make it back for a couple of runs. I think we might have a few students who've come in to watch a little bit of cricket. Of course, it's 10:30 local time. Maybe got a few people just filtering out after their first lectures and thought they might just pop by and watch some of the cricket. I believe we're not too far from a university faculty.
Yeah, it's not too far away at all. That's going to be probably a wide. It is. And Bodniak just looking a little bit. Yeah, I don't miss it. I have to say, I don't miss the lectures. Not missing it at all. Not missing it whatsoever. It's weird though. First year, it's being so young, so lucky. First year without any education for a long time, ever since I can remember. So it's weird. It's a weird feeling. It's a better delivery. Does sneak this one in. Does very well this time around. Does Raja. Just sneaks it in by quite a fair distance, in fairness. It's actually a perfect Yorker. Perfect wide Yorker. Very tough to get away.
We got the faculty of kinesiology not too far from here for the University of Zagreb, so we got a few of it.
Really nice shot over the leg side, and this will be a boundary. 4 runs for Mansour, who just flicks this one off the hips, really. And again, it's all about the timing here. The flick of the wrists. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot.
Yeah, I love this. Beautiful shot. Just steps across and helps it away towards square legs. Some really nice batting over here. Yeah, I believe we've got a rugby ground as well right next to us, don't we? So, yeah, clearly a lot of sports on in this area.
Oh, wow.
Goes shorter. That was sharp, wasn't it? Nasty bouncer. He just gets a little bit of bat or maybe glove on that one.
Yeah, he gets something on this. Let's see where this comes off. This lifts out of nowhere. Comes off the shoulder, I think, of Mansour. You'll see here, yeah, it just comes off the top of the arms. That's why it's given us leg byes. That is where the pitch can very, very easily misbehave. And it does have a tendency to do so. So it's just something that, well, as a bowling, you've got to try and utilise to its full effect. Shot. Nicely played through cover. Work to do. Doesn't get through mid-off. Excellently fielded by Badati. He's got a bit of a redemption. Oh, dear. He's done a bit of damage here, has Raja. I think he just comes off the edge of the pitch. He's not happy. He's very uncomfortable. What happened here? I think it's not on the edge of the pitch. I think he just lands on it wrong. I think he's in a bit of trouble here. What happens here? There's no real sign or obvious. Maybe just was there contact with the batter here? Let's have a look on the follow through. It might have been on the bat. It looks as if Mansour pulls that bat away. He's not comfortable at all. He's a very unhappy chap at the moment. Yeah, Mansour looks quite concerned as well. And the old freeze spray is going to be utilised once again. The old magic spray is going to be called upon here. He's up and about it. It'll be okay. He did not look happy for a minute, did he?
Yeah, I'd expect that Kasi Raja will just try to get through this last ball, the second over, and then I wouldn't be surprised if Anit Kakta, the 12th man, will be coming on to replace him right after he gets through this ball, although he seems to have shaken it off fairly well. Yeah, we'll keep an eye if the 12th man does come on to replace him after he's able to get through this final ball of the over.
It's been a good one, isn't it? With just the boundary coming off it, realistically. And finishes well, does finish superbly well at the end. And that is going to be the end of the second. Going at 10s, going nicely here are Sokol. They are 20 for 2 after 2. 20 for none, sorry, after 2 even. First day, always happens. There you go, you can have a look at the teams that, of course, we're yet to see. Of course, we had the Chiefs yesterday, and of course, yet to have Afyon Karahisar, Belgrade, Ljubljana, and Sir Oliver Split. So good, they gave him a knighthood, it seems. Yeah, looking forward to seeing those 4 sides as well. And yeah, I think there'll be some different names in that Afyon Karahisar side to what we saw in Bulgaria.
Yeah, they clearly had a lot of young talent, so I'd like to see some of those younger players, of course, get an opportunity to impress here in Croatia. And yeah, just to give an update, he is staying on the field here, so yeah, credit to Kasi Raja for soldiering on.
Well, this is Robin Sharma, a bit of an inside tickle on this one, off the pad. Probably be a run, and it is going to be a run. Yeah, of course, good morning to our umpires out on the field of this one, Paul Stubbs and Velko Popovic, and Dhananjay Singh is our third umps. Of course, Stefan Gooch, tournament referee for the 2 weeks. But yeah, of course, Gucci will be taking, he's on the same flight as Croatia, going to Cartmere on that Sunday. Of course, he'll be joining up with his Estonian teammates on that Sunday.
Yeah, big tournament coming up for all these sides. Of course, both Estonia and Croatia in the same group. We, of course, showed you the groups for the ECC earlier in this broadcast, and we will have them back up very shortly. Manzur going at a run at ball 11.
Yeah, not being the most rapid of starts. Again, another tentative push. Just looks a little bit uncomfortable at the top here. Just, as I said, looks a bit rusty, it seems.
Yeah, Sharma, I mean, when he gets the ball to just pitch outside the off stump, he's such a wonderful bowler. I think the issue with him is just controlling that swing, controlling his line. I mean, if you look at the overs he's bowled so far today, this is his 4th over of the day. I mean, he gives up most of his runs because of extras. And that's a real shame for a bowler who, gets so much swing and movement.
I would love to see the likes of Bosniak just stand a little bit up. It's not carrying through to him. I know it's tricky as a keeper. I know Alec Davison-Soler struggled when he was here with Spain a couple of weeks ago. It is tricky. But of course, just got to get up a little bit more. It's not carrying through, though. I think he's taken everything on the 2nd attempt. Yeah, good afternoon to Robocop as well, watching, or says he's from South Africa, but he lives in London. Pulled firmly, and this one is up and away, and 6 runs gets over the head of the fielder, as that one will go towards the boundary and over the top. 6 runs, and it's a Maximo to get us underway. First one of the of this fixture.
Oh, he needed that. He really did need that. Sagar Manzoor has just been a little too slow throughout his innings, and Robin Sharma just dropping that one a bit too short. Set up for him nicely. Pulls that away for a 6 over mid-wicket.
Needs a response, doesn't he? Doesn't really get it this time. Over backward a square. Boundary yet again. So 6 and 4. Manzoor hungry for more. And this one you can just see just angles too far down the leg side. And that's just where that in-swinging movement, as you called not too long ago, Nish, that when he gets it right, it's so tricky to get away, but it's so easy to get away when he gets it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And it worked away well behind a square leg. Goes away for 4 runs. So back-to-back boundaries here for Manzoor. Last ball of the power play coming up.
And does get it right. Could be a chance. Oh, it's a great attempt from Alan Magdalenic, but it just doesn't carry. But you've got to say credit where credit's due. He did give it a go, and it would have been a good wicket to get because he looks as if he's just hitting some strides here, but that'll be the close of the 3rd and at the end of the power play. Zagreb Sokol, 33 without loss.
Yeah, A for effort there. Didn't quite carry to him, did it in the end. 13 runs coming off that over. It's an improved performance, you have to say, by the Zagreb Warriors in this power play. Of course, they gave up almost 50 runs in the power play earlier this morning against the Assassins. So they're bowling a lot better, still struggling a little bit in that extras department. Robin Sharma in particular having a few issues with his wides, but overall you have to say this game hanging finally in the balance at the end of the power play. Sokol probably not going at the run rate they'd like, but they've also not lost any wickets. And of course, credit to the Warriors, they've not let this Sokol side get away from them.
Well, he's going to return here is Kasi Raja. This is a full toss, but doesn't really get capitalised upon. Just sort of has to check himself, in all fairness. But we'll get a single for his troubles. Yeah, of course, Manzoor, seen time and time again, played in the ECL last year. Of course, has played, made his T20 international debut this cup just a few weeks ago against Spain. Could score a 38 against a strong Spanish side, to be fair. So he can certainly hold a bat. As for Hashmi, hasn't really been called upon yet. Could be 2 here. They won't take the second. But in all fairness, yeah, Manzoor, as I said, had a good year. He scored 250 runs on the network last year alone. So get up there. Got a high score of 39 not out in T10.
A very good morning to Jules Udipers joining us from Tunisia, of course, out there for his honeymoon. How's it going, Jules? Love to hear more from you.
Again, sweeping, goes down on one knee, but down the leg side. So once more, just hasn't really found the right rhythm here. Not a bad delivery. Still angling down the leg side. Does it essentially a spoiler wide. It would have been a close one there.
Yeah, the impact you can see just outside the leg stump over there. Yeah, Manzoor has faced 18 deliveries, made just 23 runs. He needs to get a move on. Really does.
Short and launched into the onside. Has he got enough power as he has height? Yes, he has. 6 more again. It's not the first time he's gone there. The first time was so good. He had to do it twice. And the second time was even better. 6 more yet again.
Yeah, a couple of 6s hit through that region. He's a good puller of the ball. Can't afford to drop it short to him. Really looked the ball quite full when you're going up against him. You can just catch a glimpse of Ravi Panchal and Maz as they're just making their way.
Keshi, actually. I think that's Neil Kesh, I think it was. He's bringing
Neil Kesh, yes.
Bringing us some hot drinks, I think. Don't really need it. It's 20 degrees. It's quite a nice temperature at the moment.
Yeah, really cool weather after the last few ECS we've had where
it's actually quite nice, isn't it?
35 degrees plus.
It is actually quite nice, and kind of the idea of having a bit of some cooler temperatures is not a bad one at all. Of course, we want the rain to stay away, but certainly looking forward to. Yeah, I think we have got some. If I look at it, we've got some cold mornings coming up. 9 on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday is where we start off with. That's cold. That's going to be the coldest I've done in a while. Oh, short ball. What's this come off? Does this come off the back of the bat, or if this has come off the back of the lid here? Ah, there we go. Thank you, sir. Marzi. Oh, look at that. Thank you very much, sir. No, I won't take any sugar. My body's a temple. Thank you very much. End of the over score is 43 without loss after 4. And here at the moment, though, it is very much looking as if the Warriors are going to probably struggle yet again here. Of course, you haven't won it on the European Cricket Network in a good few years. Of course, none in 16 now at the moment. And
well, looking at what was just ordered for me, and I'm not sure if this is a drink, having a look at it, it's quite solid.
It's not really a hot chocolate, is it, really? It's more of a
melted chocolate.
Yeah, I know what it is. This is interesting. It tastes nice, though. Anyway, back to the cricket. And yeah, you kind of do feel that, as I said, that Sokol very happy after that power play, and after the 4-over mark now, they'll be pretty content in being just above 10s, going just shy of 11s, in fact. This is going to be Sajid Khan. Comes in for his first involvement in the tournament. Starts off with some nice looking spin. Just gets nailed away for 1 to start. Yeah, I don't know how to tackle this. This is very thick. Interesting.
Yeah, it's almost like been given a bit of a dessert.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? Bit of leg spin here. And tucks him up. Very well bowled. Can just be turned and nurdled for a single. That's the thing. I think the difference for me is kind of what I've worked out over the last few months. Is dot balls and extras. That's the difference. If you can keep the dot balls down, the boundaries will come at some point. But if you can keep the dot balls down, then that's going to be a win. And then it comes to the bowling side, it's all about the extras. That's where the difference is. Oh, and again, tries to take it on downtown. There's nobody there, in fact. We'll get 4. And well, the field very, very wide at long on. And that's not ideal. So 4 runs for Rashid Hashimi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think going to that point you make, I mean, the dot ball percentage for me is just one of the most important statistics in both T10 and T20 cricket, and always something worth monitoring. Oh, great ball there by Khan. Incredible comeback delivery. Got the length absolutely spot on here. Just have a look at that right between the feet.
There's nothing he could do to get away from that one. Comes down the track. And again, misses out realistically. An early call of 2. They should get there. If they wanted to, they maybe could have pushed a third, but they'll just angle on through for a couple.
Yeah, of course, Khan played during last year's European Cricket Series, although back then he was a member of Sir Oliver's split, and bowled superbly in the 13 overs he bowled. Very tight bowling, and the Khan mirrored of just under 9, and picked up 4 wickets as well. This is struck out towards cover, and it's going to pierce the gap and go away for 4 runs. Could the 2 fielders have done a little bit better there?
Let's have another look here. It really does split the fielders almost perfectly. Pinpoint precision from Hashmi. So we'll get another boundary to finish the over. And unfortunately just couldn't quite get there, could the fielders. And a warm welcome into the commentary box here. A huge shout out to our partners, Parimatch, of course, as we'll take a little bit of a break here. I think it's the first tournament in a while where they're not bothered about drinks at 5. It's about to be the first one in a long time.
Yeah, actually, even in Austria at times we didn't quite have drinks, but I think as it got a bit hotter over the second week, they did start to get some drinks break here. But yeah, this is the coolest European Cricket Series we've had in a while. I mean, it's been a hot summer here on ECN and in general across Europe, and we've had plenty of games in that sort of 35 to 40 degrees Celsius range. So it's nice to come to a place where it's a little bit cooler. Ideal cricket conditions right now.
Pretty much a perfect day for cricket. No clouds in the sky. The sun's out. And currently 22 degrees, which is really nice at the moment. So very much enjoying it at this point.
Oh, that is just off the pitch there by Magdalenic. Gets that one badly wrong. It's going to be a no ball. And he got a gentle breeze as well, which is so nice for the bowlers. I think whenever we've had a little bit of wind over these last couple of months, always been these strong gusts, which never really helped the bowlers. I think, gentle breezes are just ideal.
Oh dear, no, this one is just a pretty poor delivery. Magdalenic just not quite getting that one right. Well, in fact, that's off the of course, the no ball off the first ball and then the wide, so the free hit carries over. Oh, and another wide, and does get through him, but he recovers, does Bosniak.
Yeah, it's a second over compensation for him. Bowled one wide on the offside, then pushed one down the leg side, then tried to correct that and ends up going wide down the offside as well. Just needs to get it right here, Magdalenic.
Nope. And another one. And he's got the yips here, isn't he? Can't get out of it. This is tough.
Very difficult here for Magdalenic. Needs to get a legal ball in. Oh dear, that's another wide. So it's not quite able to get his line right. And of course, keep in mind, it's still a free hit because the first ball he bowled was off the pitch, so it was a no ball. And
oh no.
Still not able to get a legal ball in.
What's this about? Nish has got a new shirt arriving. What's this?
Just a shake of the head for me. That's all I'm going to say.
What? Come on. You kiss me out here. Oh, that's another no-y, but it'll be another one. Oh dear, Magdalenic just needs someone to come and talk to him here. He's just got the yips. He's just not following through here. Come on, power of the chat, folks. Oh, it's gonna be another wide, or is it? Oh, he's not called it.
No, I debuted enough new shirts in Rome and Austria.
Did you?
I don't think I need to bring in any more shirts than that.
Have you brought them with you this time?
Yes, I have.
Nice. Okay, you saving them for when you're on the intros, are you? There we go. There's the legal delivery. And gets this one right. We got there in the end. You can see Terry in the chat as well. Yeah, well, I'm not on Friday, so I miss out on a Peacock Friday. This one is 6 runs into the scorer's tent, and that's on the old crossbar challenge. That'll be 6 more, and this over just, well, unfortunately, it's not quite going the best of ways at the moment.
Yeah, let's just have a look at the height on this one, and well, maybe just dipping below the waist there. That one's really tight, really is. Struggling. I mean, this over is just taking an age. I mean, we still haven't seen, or at least I should say, yeah, just the 3 legal deliveries so far this over. It's been a real slog, hasn't it? For
Starting to think that we should have been given some milk with this. It's just chocolate. Oh, and again goes for it and gets it. It's going to be a couple of bounces, I think. 4 runs it will be. And the over's gone for 17 off just the 4 legal deliveries. This is ugly.
Yeah, let's have a look at this once again. Yeah, just dropping that one way too short. Pulled away towards square leg, towards that stronger together banner. And that goes away for 4 runs. Yeah, this has been a miserable over so far for Magdalenic.
That's fine, though. Oh, they're going to get a bye. It's just the woes continue. This is his career best now for Manzoor, by the way, on the network. Yeah, I'm not sure on this hot chocolate. I'm not sure if I'm a fan.
Yeah, I haven't had
It's weird.
haven't tried it just yet, but yeah, when it was weird, came over, it did feel more like melted chocolate rather than hot chocolate. This one's going up in the air and yeah, just over the boundary rope, just about. Gets that one away for a 6.
What is this field though, Nish? They've got no long on, sorry. They've got a very wide, pretty much mid-wicket. Then they've got a deep mid-wicket at cow corner, and there's no one at long on. Long on even, I don't get it. Anyway, it's a horrible over. It ends up going for what's that? For 24. It's 79 without loss after 6. And Hashmi now has got involved in the action as well now. He's 20 off just the 10.
Yeah, it was funny, wasn't it? I mean, they had just the 4 fielders outside the ring during that over.
That's a good delivery. That one spins back in from Khan. Dave says, Charlie, lend Nish your Peacock Friday shirt. No. It's mine. Oh, and again, well bowled. Just drop this into the offside. I did tell you in Bulgaria that I think you've got to up your Peacock game. Because I reckon 3 or 4 weeks ago, you would have said that the shirt you're wearing now is a Peacock shirt. But it ain't. That's not a Peacock shirt.
No, this isn't a Peacock shirt.
It's not a Peacock shirt. But you wore something very similar on a Peacock shirt, on a Peacock Friday. Went, yeah, this is my Peacock shirt because it's got 3 different colours. That's got 3 different colours. Arguably 4. Well,
no, this is just black. Oh, well, goes black and grey different.
Goes into out, we'll get just a single. Yeah, you've got your blue, then you've got your black and your grey, and then there's a bit of white in there as well. Peacock.
No, I think I often say that Corey and I have pretty similar views on Peacock Friday. I think Wayne's talked about them a few times.
Although I have to say, I did see good delivery, really good stuff. This lovely leg spin bowling from Khan. Gets it in the spot where it just bounces and does a bit of everything. Gets the bat down, does Mansoor. I saw a photo, I think it was in Rome, of Rico's, was it an ice cream shirt or something? That's borderline too much for me. that's a bit too much. Another dot though. Another good over this is turning out to be at the moment.
Hey, I had a Hawaiian shirt on that day as well.
Did you? Oh, push the boat out. Why don't you?
Not saying I actually.
Oh, this one is thumped. Going to have to hold your horses. That's going to be 1 bounce for, well, a bit of a loose delivery to finish it, but still a very tidy over nonetheless, as it will end up finishing with a boundary against his name. But a good little spell from Khan for his first involvement. Goes for 18 off his 2 overs. 7 overs down. Sokol are 85 without loss.
Yeah, it may or may not have been photoshopped on the Major Ring comms cam, but at least for the records, at least for the screen, I did have a Hawaiian shirt on. Here's a look at the 2024 calendar. So it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you cricket from so many great countries throughout the course of this year. Of course, it started all the way back in Cyprus on the 17th of January, and this year's European Cricket Series has been quite a ride. We're on our last ECS before the European Cricket Championship, so we're getting closer and closer to our marquee event on the network. Then after Croatia, just a couple more events before we go to our curtain closer over in the ECCW.
Here's the skipper in Abhishek Awasthi to come into the attack. And there's a bit of bat on this. I think it's a very good stop from Bosniak behind the stumps. Yeah, it's crazy to think how quickly this year, there's a slight little tickle on there, isn't it? It's crazy how quick this year's gone. That's the crazy thing. And, you know, you look at all those events and those places we've been to, that doesn't take into account all the different T20 stuff we've done and anything in between. You know, there's been loads of T20I stuff out in the Netherlands, and had stuff in Malta. There's been so much going on. Well, speaking of going on, this one is going up, up and away. Launch 6 more no point putting fielders there because they wouldn't be involved in the game. Lovely shot from Hashmi, beautiful pickup, and Awasti gets taken to the cleaners early on.
Yeah, what a brilliant shot. Absolutely top bit of cricket. Good use of the feet. And he has absolutely crunched that one away for 6 runs. Yeah, it's been quite a year. I mean, we've had so much cricket, so much quality cricket as well. I mean, at one point earlier this summer during, of course, a big bumper weekend you were a part of when...
There's 4 events at one point, I think?
Yeah, 3 events at one point.
3?
Malta, Rome, and then, of course, over in the Netherlands as well.
Was there not something going on in Romania at the same time? Or am I imagining that? I feel like I might be imagining something else. That's the thing, it all blends into one. That's the thing. The last 6 months have all just blended into one day. That's the worst part. Manzoor just 4 shy of a first ever half century on the network, by the way. And it's not going to get it here, but this is well fielded. Get a quick single, though. Good running to come through that time around. Brings Hashmi back on strike. It's been a really good opening partnership, this. Worth the 93 at the moment. Again, Warriors just slightly struggling time-wise. They probably should be okay. But nevertheless, once more, just with the timings, I've always struggled this morning. And this one up and over the top on the offside. It's eventually well fielded. I think that's going to be Sajid Khan out there. So it will just be a single, and that's a pretty good result for this Warriors side.
That's a really good shot. Really is a great stroke. And in the end, he's quite unlucky that it's not gone away for a boundary. Somehow managed to pick out the fielder in the deep. Good fielding as well. You've got to say, it's been an improved effort by the Warriors in the field compared to what we saw in the first match.
Still had a few loose deliveries, of course, that over from Magdalena. This one up in the air. Is it going to fall safely? Yes. He's only going to get 1. But again, Mansour gets dropped on 47, and that's not what you like to see. But to be fair, the fielder just didn't really look like he had much of a chance. Didn't look like he had too much of a clue, really.
Yeah, right when I praised their fielding, you just see a big error from them right there. He just never got in the right position, Mohamed Rifad. You can just see that. Yeah, the ball ending up behind him. So, yeah, disappointing effort there from the Warriors' point of view. Zagreb Sokol find themselves 95 for no loss with a couple of overs left in this inning. So a little bit of a dilemma here for the skipper. Who does he turn to?
So what's this
for
about?
These last
Hang
couple
on a
of
second.
overs.
I'm going to stop you there. I want to hear about this. And so Corey was against the photoshopping of a Peacock shirt, was he?
No. This is in general about Corey's views on Peacock Friday.
Hang on a second. Up in the air. Has he got enough on this one? Yes, he does. 6 runs and a glorious half century for Manzoor. It's his first on the European Cricket Network, and it's been a great one to witness as he's played a beautiful, beautiful innings here. Pretty much only gave away 1 chance, and that was just 3 runs ago. But an excellent way to bring up your first ever half century on the network.
The over-pitch delivery there, and Awasti gets punished for it. Straight down the ground, straight back to live action. We're going to have a back-to-back 6s here by Manzoor. So he celebrates bringing up his half century with another 6. Another terrific stroke by him. Just over-pitching it a little bit here, Awasti. And he's getting punished for it. Beg your pardon, this is Naren Chandra.
Yeah, Chandra just, of course, he's got the task of having to bowl the 9th over relatively quickly. They've kind of slightly pushed for time, but now the clock will start going again.
Yeah, of course, that's what Naren Chandra had to do in the last match as well when he came in and bowled that 9th over. And
it's a horrible
under
task.
2.5 minutes.
You basically, they don't, at that point in the last game, a little bit different this time, but that last game they were sort of saying, don't care what you're doing, let's just get these over done. And I think they're going to probably have to put a 20-second addition on here because Mansour just taking a bit of time there, trying to play the game maybe. Of course, the 100 up off the last 2 6s. Looks to go again, but drags this into the onside. Fielder a little bit slow to react, Aman Kumar. But again, just get a single. Yeah, so it looks about a 130 score here maybe. What's that, 9 deliveries to go. They'd love a wicket though with the Warriors. Well, this could be one here maybe. Chance. And there you go. And well, you call for it and you will receive. And that will be the end of Hashmi, who goes for 28. Excellent catch, though, to be fair, by Sandeep Singh over his shoulder. Not an easy catch whatsoever. But the outside edge flies away, but not enough. And that will be the end of a very, very positive opening stand worth 108. It's 108 for 1.
Oh, look at the way he was spinning and pirouetting around but going to that ball. You never thought he was actually going to catch that, but somehow he ends up in the right position and holds on to that catch. Wow. I mean, if we can actually catch the lead up to that brilliant take, I think we'll really see that. It didn't seem particularly convincing when he was getting underneath that ball. I mean, must have done a 360-degree spin on the spot before he actually got to it. Let's have a look at it there. Yep, somehow manages to end up in the right position and takes that catch.
Well, it's going to be a dead ball, but yeah, so next batter will come out to the crease here. This is Hossein, of course. So keep Hossein. That's going to be a wide ball. And Chandra just getting pushed off here at the moment. The Warriors, again, tough time for them. Of course, pick up a wicket, but still the runs flowing and the extras column is growing. This is going to be slapped down the ground, and this is, again, just going to be one. Brings Mansour back on strike. I mean, this man was, what was he, a runnable 11, wasn't he, at one point? And he's now raced and motored along to 61 off 38. Yes, dropped on 47, but nevertheless, he's hit some really nice shots. Last ball potentially of the over will be, and will be a dot ball. Just have a look here. There's quite a lot of movement. Back foot was away. The bat was up and down. Let's see, just to confirm. Let's have a look. It's up, and it stays down in the end. So it'll be a dot ball to finish, and an interesting over. Goes for 15, but does pick up the wicket. And at the end of the ninth, with an over to go, it's 110 for 1.
You'll have a look at the bowling card over here, and you'd expect Owasthi to bowl this final over. The captain did a stellar job bowling the final over in the previous match as well. Gave up just 4 runs when he came on to bowl in the 10th. Yeah, I think it's been a slightly better bowling performance, you have to say, by the Zagreb Warriors based on what we saw in the first match. This one is struck out towards long on. I think at times they've also been helped a little bit by Zagreb's so-called batting. They haven't quite had that same aggressive approach that we saw.
Just don't think they've hit the same amount of boundaries.
Yeah,
that's literally it. It's, you know, that's the difference. They've just not found the middle of the bat as often as the Assassins did. Lastly, of course, the skipper taking this last over. Less than 120 is a win for the Warriors. And again, it's just going to be flat batted and swatted. They're not pushing it easy. They're just going to take a single.
Yeah, so Mansour, of course, I mean, he started off pretty slow, didn't he? It was batting on 11 of 13 deliveries, and I think based on the kind of conventional thinking for T10 cricket, you'd probably retire him when he's going at that kind of strike rate. But
you'd be looking at it.
You know, credit to him. You know, he rallied really well. He managed to accelerate quite a bit, and he finds himself on 62 of 40. Just take a look at this. Yeah, extra bit of bounce on that ball.
Yeah, good little over this, though, so far. Of course, in this one, of course, we know that the Assassins will then take on Sokol. That could be an interesting one. Big toss in that one, the next game, isn't it? I think if Sokol can maybe try and restrict Assassins with the ball, maybe. Oh, swing and a miss. They are going to have to take on the single, and he's going to be gone. And the old underarm throw from Bosniak works. It's not the first time we've seen him get a wicket in that method so far, but a very good innings will come to an end. He gets run out, does Mansour, but a very, very good bit of work from him. 62 off 40 to be quite fair, and that's an excellent bit of work from the keeper to hold his nerve, and that is going to be another wicket that falls. 112 for 2.
Yeah, so that's going to be the end of what has been a really fine innings. He will end up on 62. Nice work there by Sagar Mansour. We'll take another look at this run-out. Yeah, that one just staying a little bit low. We saw one absolutely take off on the previous ball, and yeah, nice bit of work there. Good throw by the keeper. Sokol lose their second wicket, so a new batter will be out in the middle.
Yeah, just 2 balls to face now. So it'll still be Hossein on strike, or it should be. No, in fact, it won't be, of course. It was at that striker's end. So it will be Osama who's on strike. He's got 2 balls to deal with here. Need to get up to at least 115 here, have to be. You know, going at the rate they were looking at a 130, 140 score. They've got to be getting up towards as close to 120 as they can here. Have to be minimum. You know, 2 fours gets them there. Osama is going to have one thing on his mind here. And it's in the slot, takes it on and gets it. 6 runs. And that's a glorious way to start off with. Evasive action being taken in the dugouts. But that one has been hit beautifully out of the middle.
Yeah, smacked away for 6 runs. Yeah, an incredible strike there. Firm hit. It is, of course, Haidar Usama who is on strike, who Managed to hit that one away for a 6.
Last ball then coming up at the of the innings. Oh, it's going to be a dot to finish. It's a good little comeback from Awasti, who actually only goes for 8 runs off the last over, which is mightily impressive. And they don't get to that 120. They fall just too short. Do Sokol. They'll get to 118 for 2. And listen, credit where credit is due. We were very harsh on the Warriors early on this morning, and rightfully so, because it wasn't the best from them. But considering in there was a 24-run over, they've done very, very well to restrict them here. At 1.95 without loss after the 8th, and then to restrict them to just 118 for 2 off their 10 is a very, very impressive effort from this Warriors side.
Yeah, good comeback by this Warriors side, considering what we saw earlier this morning. We'll have a look at the highlights of this inning. Sagar Manzoor opened the batting alongside Rashid Hamzi, and the two of them had a 108-run opening partnership, a century stand to open things in match number 2 of our second day of action here in Croatia. Sagar Manzoor top scoring with 62 runs, 40 deliveries, struck 9 boundaries over the course of his innings. Of course, a pretty slow start to his innings, batting on 11 runs of 13 deliveries, but he really sped up and shifted up the gears as the innings progressed. We saw some really good strokes struck by him and Hamzi, 7 sixes between the two of them. Rashid Hamzi would depart, having made 28 runs, 16 deliveries. Naren Chandra would get his wicket, a good catch by Sandeep Singh to get rid of him. We'll just have a look at it right there. As you can see, spinning on the spot a number of times, but somehow ending up underneath it and holding on to that catch. Let's look at the final over. Good bowling once again right at the end by Abhishek Awasthi. He's bowled the final over superbly over the course of this second day of action. We, of course, saw him bowl the final over earlier today against the Zagreb Assassins. He did a stellar job over there as well. We'll now have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, Sagar Manzoor, the top scorer with 62 runs, 40 deliveries. And then, of course, Rashid Hamzi making 28 runs of 16 deliveries as well. Haidar Usama hitting a 6 in the 2 balls he faced right at the end of the innings. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures for the Zagreb Warriors. After a slightly better bowling performance by them in this second match of the day, I think still some work needed in the extras department. They ended up giving 20 runs of extras, which isn't too much better than what we saw this morning when they gave up 22. You can see some good bowling performance in there by the likes of Kasi Rajesh, Sajid Khan. I thought Awasthi bowled superbly as well. Not only the Chandra considering the situation, he came in as well. I don't think it's too bad. They ended up giving up just 15 runs off that over, especially after getting clubbed for 2 sixes off his first 2 balls. The Zagreb Warriors need 119 runs in the second innings to pick up their first win of this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and well, big challenge up ahead for the Warriors. They got to chase a target of 119. Let's see how they fare. Of course, earlier today we saw them really struggle to get to 150. They ended up losing that match by 103 runs. Here's a look at the bonus point equations. Of course, they're able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, which is probably not going to happen. They will pick up a bonus point, but if they are restricted to 82 or less, then they'll lose the sole point they currently hold as well. So, I mean, looking at this Warrior side, of course, Zagreb Sokol will fancy their chances of getting all 4 points out of this game, especially looking at that performance we saw from this Zagreb Warriors side in the first match of the day, when they ended up posting just 46 runs on the board. So, yeah, big challenge up ahead for the Assassins and the Warriors. For a chance to say a very good morning once again to everyone joining us in the chat. Got Peter van der Steen in as well. Get to see a little bit of positivity by you, Peter. Just praising a few things about Croatia. Yeah, I have to say it's haven't had a chance to see it much, but based on first impressions, certainly is a very beautiful country, and I'm looking forward to get to know this country a lot more over these next couple of weeks. Yeah, so many great cities here in Croatia, of course. Some of you guys mentioning Dubrovnik, but we've also got Split and, of course, Osijek out as well, a lot closer towards Hungary. This one is just pushed towards cover, and that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, I had a chance to work with a great crew from Osijek back in a European cricket series in Cyprus 3 years ago, and I really got to learn a lot about Croatia and its history and geography from them. Really is a fascinating country at the epicenter of so much here in the Balkans. Played away, and they should be able to pick up a run. Now they're going to push for a second, and they're going to run hard, and yeah, they're just about able to make it back in time. So they're going to have to take these kind of risks. The Zagreb Warriors are going to have to look to run hard between the wickets. I mean, this is a side who do struggle with hitting boundaries, so they're going to have to find a way to make runs through their running. Let's have a look at this once again. Yeah, puts a dive in over there and just about manages to make it back in time. Yes, we got a comment over here. We do not have bigger boundaries here than in Austria. It's 50-meter boundaries. That is the standard across all of the European cricket series. Yeah, I think at times it just feels bigger because of the standard in batting. I mean, the standard in batting between here and Austria. There's obviously a massive gulf between the two countries in that department. So yeah, no, it might feel like the boundaries are bigger, but they certainly aren't. It's 50-meter boundaries, just as we see everywhere in the European cricket series. Big swing and a miss there by Singh. A good chance to welcome back Charlie Hunt into the commentary box. Yeah, big challenge up ahead for the Zagreb Warriors.
Yeah, it is. Not really changing too much at the moment in terms of the top order. You know, Singh 14 off 20 in that last game, not ideal. So they'll be hoping and asking him to get off to a bit more of a quicker start, maybe. I'm interested to see what this this unit is, though, of Sokol bowling-wise. That's a swing and a miss. And once again, I wonder if we can have another look at this here, because Singh, again, comes down the track and his first movement is away. It's the leg side. Steps across, but then goes away. It's just not going to work. It's too many moving parts. Never going to work, I'm afraid. Nish has done his homework, by the way. I'm just telling you now. I'm not going to spoil it, but he's done his homework. Listen, he's got about half the Amazon rainforest sat in front of him. So carved away, bit of an outside edge. Work to do for the fielder down at third. Does well, though. Good bit of fielding. Good arm as well.
Yeah, it was just an interesting comment here by David Skinner saying that if you visit Croatia, don't worry about the cities. You really need to look to go and visit some of the islands or the coast. Of course, got 42 matches since we last had a golden ball. But yeah, I mean, Croatia, of course, its Adriatic coastline is really, really famous. You know, it's quite a uniquely shaped country, isn't it? I mean, it stretches out over 1,100 miles. It's got so many pristine beaches and some charming ancient towns, as well as a myriad of islands to explore. I believe there's 1,244 islands in the Croatian archipelago, so really are so many wonderful places to visit along the Croatian coastline. And the thing is, only 48 of those islands are actually inhabited, so most of them are completely untouched and they're to be explored by nature enthusiasts.
This is going to be Chabe to bowl the second, and this one gets up out of nowhere, starts with a dot. Yeah, I love my UNESCO heritage site facts. Croatia has got several, including the cities of Dubrovnik and Split, are UNESCO heritage sites, and it's I'm going to have to try and read this. The Plitvice, that's probably not right, Plitvice Lakes National Park. There you go, something like that. Anyway, you know the invention of the first modern ballpoint pen was invented by Croatian inventor Slavoljub Edward Pinkala, apparently. Maybe. Well, this has gone high in the air. Good luck. If he catches this, I quit. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, he doesn't catch it. Goes for 6. That goes for 6, I think. That's going to go for 6. He's taken it, but it goes for 6. I almost lost my job.
He almost did. I was just worried for you for a minute. And
oh, he did so well. Oh, what could have been? What could have been? But it ends up being 6. It was an excellent effort from Hashmi behind the stumps. He's covered pretty much 45 meters there in not very long at all. And takes the catch, but it just goes over and it'll be 6 runs. Oh, well, I almost walked off the set then. Watch this here. He did so well, but just the momentum and couldn't flick it away. Oh, so close, but yet so far.
No, so really, really unlucky. I mean, he's actually done the hard bit, hasn't he? He's managed to cover all that ground, get there, and somehow manages to hold on to that catch. But as you mentioned, he has momentum just carrying him over the boundary rope. It's been signal of 6 there. That is now confirmed by the umpire. Yeah, what an effort. What an incredible effort by Rashid Hashmi.
Oh, now this one is going to get slapped down the ground. There's got to be a single there, though. No backing up from Sharma at the non-strikers. So another dot ball to add to the collection. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody tuning in. To Mitchell, good to see you. Hope you're well from New Zealand. Still, though, here at the moment. 6, not probably. They need a few more, do the Warriors. Bowling's too good. Bowling is too quick for him at the moment. Might have just clipped the share on the way through, but another dot. You have to say, packing for these 2 weeks was not easy. Because we sat in sort of, at some point it's going to be about 25 degrees later on. And that's hot. That's warm. Right, but then we're not getting above 13 degrees on Friday. So how does that work? You've got to pack for everything. I have to say I made the most of my my allowance on the way through. And again over the top, but there is a fielder out there for that exact reason. It's well watched and well fielded in the end by Suresh Shanmugam out there.
Yeah, it really was a challenge, and of course even the conditions at the ground itself probably require you to have a certain kind of clothing as well. So yeah, it wasn't easy to pack for this series. I think when I saw the weather forecast, I was a little taken aback. I thought it'd be a lot warmer here than expected. Also didn't expect it to rain as much as it's predicted to.
And again, back of a length, really good delivery. Heavy length from Chabi, and only gives away 7 runs off the over. 10 without loss after the second over. Yeah, I was not expecting the weather to be as dire as what it looks. You can have a look at the points at the moment. Of course, Assassins, 2 no results, but 2 wins so far as well. Of course, got the victory over the Chiefs in that 5th game yesterday. So certainly a positive start for them, of course, in their defence of this European Cricket Series trophy. So, of course, the likes of... Thing is, though, you look at, as I said, Wednesday, sort of Thursday, Friday onwards, the likes of Afyon Karahisar and Belgrade and Ljubljana and Sorova Split, it's going to be tough for them because it is going to be a very, very nervy time when it comes to the weather side of things.
Yeah, it's going to be just such a dilemma for the captains when they're going out there making the decisions during the coin toss as well. It's going to cause a lot of batters and bowlers to second guess themselves as well. This one just gets away from Rashid Hashmi. They're going to get some runs off buys. It really is going to make things very challenging for those sides. Are of course coming from outside Zagreb, Ljubljana, of course coming in from Slovenia. Like Afia and Karasar from Turkey and Split. Of course, another city here in Croatia.
Yeah, David's saying it was consistently 30 degrees until a few days ago. Well, I know Alistair is this one. This has got him in the chest, I think. Yeah, he's going to rub that one and hope he's okay. Yeah, Alistair was here sort of setting up over the weekend, and it was consistently 29, 30 degrees. And then all of a sudden, we've just come and it looks as if it's going to completely drop. I mean, again, you always have to take it with a pinch of salt, but yeah, Thursday, lowest of 11, highs of 21. Friday, lows of 9, highs of 13, and wet. Saturday, dry, but again, cold. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, wet. So it's going to very much be touch and go. This is Robin Sharma, just going to bit of freeze spray here, I think. It's been heavily used this morning, isn't it? I'd almost be wearing a chest guard on this pitch. I really would. It's so unpredictable. You take as much, mind you, that would be on the wrong side, but it's so unpredictable. You've just got to almost back yourself and just commit to it, really.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of the pitch over in Bulgaria, doesn't it? I mean, that one though was a little slower and lower than this pitch.
I don't think that one
here
was as vicious as this one. Yeah. I mean, you watch some, when you get some quick bowlers, some of the, I think Vinny said it on air when he was here doing the international stuff, was, it's scary to see some very, very quick bowlers. Probably the quickest this pitch has seen on it. It was pretty daunting stuff. Swing and a miss from Sharma, who is yet to get off the mark, by the way.
Yeah, Sharma still on 0. Of course, we saw him bowl fairly well in the first innings. He's a lovely bowler, gets plenty of in-swing, but still struggling to get any runs. And yeah, the way the Zagreb Warriors are going here to start out this innings, once again, it looks like it's going to be a challenge for them to even get a point out of this game, just not going at the rate they need to.
Oh, and again, it's the same trigger movement and the same shot that it just is not working. You cannot play the same shot to every delivery. Back of a length, and he's just trying to swing from the hip. It's not working at the moment. And he's saying, it's getting up. Okay, it might have got up a little bit, but still, the shot's not there. The shot isn't there. The head's not in the right position.
Yeah, he really needs to look to play this one on the offside. Just get to the pitch of the ball.
Either that or just stop keeping the strike. Well, this is a top edge, and this one is probably going to be taken. And will be eventually. So it's going to be a 5-ball duck, in fact, for Sharma. And that's going to be a disappointing way to go. He cops one on the chest, and this one was a skyer. And the keeper behind the stumps, Rashid Hashmi, made no mistake. It slightly got away from him, but I have to say I've been very impressed with him behind the stumps thus far. But it's a long old duck for the likes of Sharma. He goes, and the Warriors lose their first wicket, 11 for 1.
Yeah, so he does depart over here. Had a miserable time at the crease. And he will depart for a duck. We'll take a look at that once again. Top edge, high up in the air. And a fairly simple catch for Rashid Hashmi, who, of course, almost took a blinder earlier in this innings. The Zagreb Warriors find themselves 11 for 1. Yeah, Darren Surratt talking about the weather over in Vienna and how hot it was. Yeah, it really was a surprise. It really was. It was barren. It was dry. That really quickened up the outfield as well. I think anything that pierced the inner ring over in Vienna would go away for 4 runs.
Kumar in at 3. And asking the question. Umpire unmoved, but a very good over from Plakalam. And he goes for the bye and the wicket. At the end of 3, it's a disappointing power play again for the Warriors. 11 for 1.
Have a look at the power play over here. Really struggling, aren't they? I mean, run rate of under 4. You don't expect to see that in this format of the game. I think 11 runs, you'd expect that from to be getting that many out of an over at the bare minimum. That's been tough. Really has been tough going here for this Zagreb Warriors side. And once again, it looks like they're going to struggle to even get a point out of this match. Very good morning to Helix, who is joining us in the chat. Great to see you again. David talking about what a hot summer they've had in Zagreb, claiming that it's been over 35 degrees Celsius for much of this summer, but they have had quite a few storms and a bit of rain that has just stopped the grass from burning up. Yeah, I think for most of at least Southern Europe, where I'm based in, they don't tend to get much rain at all during the summer, and summer droughts can be a huge, huge issue. Lowish full toss, and this is played away for 4 runs. Good shot there by Singh. Goes for the Yorker there, Shanmugam, doesn't miss it by much. And it's just a really, really good shot here by Singh.
Yeah, another one that it's played away nicely. It would be a sigh of relief, but yeah, still already this is unfortunately not at the rate that's required. Just a 5% chance at the moment here for the Warriors, which is very, very tricky indeed. 104 at 41 at the moment. So he'll come back in here, Will Shamanagan, and this one not far away at all. And they will think of taking a single, but they won't get there in the end. As I think there's a bit of bad onto the pad here, but again, Singh, a runnable pace, not good enough. Let's see here. Yeah, it might not have been bat, but even if it was just off the pad, it was already from the leg side, so not really working too much. Bit of a slow start to the morning for the Warriors, isn't it? Not really come out of the block straight away, and this one stays low, and it's a keeper's nightmare, realistically, this, but Hashmi does well. It is a wide ball. Yeah, this is an ankle breaker. Is it a wide? I think that touches the line. The line belongs to the bowler now.
Yeah, it certainly does. That one just looks like it may have kissed the line along the way, but of course the umpire's got the best perspective from right behind the stumps. I think it is worth keeping in mind that the camera angle we're looking at.
Well, this one is lofted up in the air, but nowhere near the middle. And that's Haider Osama, who's down at long, pretty wide, long off.
Yeah, just going back to that point, I think, I mean, keep in mind this camera is about 60 meters from where the umpire is, and, sometimes the perspective does matter. Things can look a little bit different on camera compared to what the umpire is seeing from right behind the stump, so I think, perspective does matter quite a bit.
Were you involved in the old super sweep, the sweepstake for the ECC?
No, I wasn't.
I think you were. You've got a team. I
do?
Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't think I was, but I do have a team as well. So you don't know who yours is?
No, I have no idea.
Awesome. We're going to get your live reaction live on air. Inside edge onto the pad. So, Nish, in this sweepstake, your team, let me find it. Hang on a second. I did have it, but I've lost it. Where are you? That's not you. Where are you? I've lost your name. You were here. I think.
So does this sweepstake just involve all members of our crew?
No, it's viewers, fans, crew, everything. I'm trying to find your name. I did have it, but I've lost it. And I don't want to say it and get it wrong. Where are you? Give me a minute. Let me find you. I can't. See, I didn't know. I'll tell you who I have. I know who I've got. I've got Norway, which I'm not too upset about. This one is up in the air, but gets through. And this will be a boundary again to finish. I think this might be 4. They just want to double check if this has gone all the way or not. We'll have to double check, but nevertheless, it's another boundary. Now, welcome boundaries. This one gets away. Aman Kumar hits this firmly. And that's going to be a boundary to finish. And at the end of the 4th over, the score 21 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. I still can't find you. I'm trying my best here.
Yeah, Norway.
Here we go. Here we go. Ready?
Let's go.
Finland. Finland of Group C of the Premier Division. And if I'm being totally honest with you, Finland my favourite to get relegated from the Premiership, if I'm being honest with you.
I actually had a chance to see Finland last year when they went over to Roma. I mean, obviously, Amjad Sher, such a key player for them. I mean, Amjad Sher, the wild thing. I mean, he is so entertaining to watch, isn't he? I think looking at Finland, you'd have to say their bowling is probably their strength. I think at times, I mean, I don't know how much things have changed for them over these last few months.
Nicholas Salonen is pretty key for them as well.
Yeah, he certainly is as well. Really good player. I think looking at them, you'd have to say that they're certainly a side who maybe at times T10 cricket probably doesn't suit them as well as they like. They can't quite go at the strike rates they need to at this level, but they do have a number of batters who are technically very proper.
This one up in the air, could be another chance here, and he's not going to put this down, so it's going to be another catch. As this is Osama with his second delivery, takes a wicket, and it's Singh who again goes for less than a runner ball here. And it's just not working for the Warriors. They've got to start to look to change things up because, well, the saying is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it's broke. It's shattered into a million pieces at the moment for the Warriors. They haven't picked up a victory in 16 fixtures on the network. It looks as if they're going to stare down to a 17th defeat in a row. Another one bites the dust, 21 for 2. Corey definitely did this. He's definitely rigged this. You got England. You got the England 11. Who else has got who? Dave B's got Ireland. That's a good call. That's a good one to have. Who else have we got here? I'm trying to have a look. Jules got Estonia. Shrug got Bulgaria. Okay. Monaco got Serbia. This is fun. Okay. Oh, shock. The Premier League cricket show got England. Shock. There's a surprise. I'm telling you. Let's get some integrity on this sweepstake. That's what I want to know. I got Norway. I'm pretty happy with Norway. I'll take that. Yeah. Phil G, Turkey. Danny Hudacek got Croatia. There you go. Good fun. Love a sweepstake. Love a sweepstake. Anyway, Magdalenic did score some runs yesterday. Can he get a few here? Well, he's going to try to. Has he got enough on this one? No, he hasn't. It's an excellent catch down at deep third. And that's going to be 2 in 2. And Osama is going to be on with a chance of a hat-trick here. It's a golden quacker for Magdalenic. As this one, just the top edge, flies away. And it's 2 in 2. And this is a great grab. And you can see they're all waiting in suspense. But it's a superb catch down out there in the deep.
Yeah, extra bit of bounce there. Just catches the top edge along the way. Really well taken out at deep third as Golden Derek comes waddling out. Sorry sight for any batter. Another wicket falls for this Zagreb Warriors side who find themselves 21 for 3.
Yeah, I wonder if we get a chance to have a look here at the hat-tricks, of course. We've had a fair few, up to 29 now. Of course, we did have 3 in Italy. We had a couple in Bulgaria. Are we going to see the first one then? As it is going to be, of course, Haidar Osama up against Bosniak here. The Croatian native. How on a hat-trick? Oh, never mind. That's got to be one of the worst hat-trick balls I've ever seen.
Yeah, certainly up there, isn't it? I mean, gets that one very badly wrong. Hey, I mean, we haven't seen obviously, we're only in our second day here in Croatia. We haven't seen a hat-trick by a Croatian earlier this year. Jared Newton, of course, picking up a hat-trick over in the ECL.
Doesn't he talk about it? Doesn't he mention it, at length? Of course, part of the crew here these 2 weeks, not playing. Oh, this one spoiled, probably a wide. He steps well inside of it. Yeah, sweepstake. There you go.
I would say, the one thing about Group C, though, it is a pretty interesting group, the one Finland are in. I think a lot of very evenly matched teams there. I mean, it goes without saying, Spain, of course, are the big favorites. But then, I mean, you maybe would fancy Finland's chances against a team like Malta, who, have had a difficult summer. I mean, they have a few issues over in Malta, of course. Cyprus picking up a win against them earlier this summer.
You go off how they performed in the... Sorry, I've just seen some names that are on this sweepstake. It's a joke. So you've got Magic Spray Mary is in the sweepstake. The Empanada Shop is in the sweepstake. Oh, dear. Good fun. How many people? 123 in the end. Short ball. It's going to be another wide. It's probably going to be a no ball, in fact. It's probably the one for the over. There we go. Yeah, right decision made. AJ Jaswal got Denmark. There you go. Could see some of the Whitlocks in there as well. Yeah, Corey got England. Interesting. Well, at the moment, Osama 2 for 3. It's kind of spoiling a bad over. What's been a very good over with these extras at the moment. And that's a better delivery. But again, Bosniak just not really clued up here. He's just stepping inside of it every time. It's not working.
Yeah, just backing away. Isn't particularly still as the ball goes past him. Yeah, It's been difficult, hasn't it? It's been a difficult day for the Zagreb Warriors, in particular with a bat in hand.
Potentially the last ball of the over will be, and does hit this away nicely. Will probably keep the strike. Direct hit would have been gone for all money, but he gets back, does Kumar. That'll be the close of the 5th, and the score at the halfway stage, very lackluster, is 25 for 3 at the end of the 5th over. We can welcome you into the comms box here, and well, it's a bit of a warm comm box here at the moment, which is not something I thought I'd be saying over these 2 weeks.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think temperature's up to 25 degrees Celsius right now, which, funny enough, might be the warmest it will be in Croatia over these couple of weeks. We expect it to get quite cold. I mean, you, of course, mentioned the figures earlier in the broadcast. I think a maximum of 14 or 16, you mentioned?
Something crazy,
over this weekend, which is, yes, not something you'd expect during September here on the Adriatic coast, as we are halfway through this inning. The Zagreb Warriors going along at a very similar rate to the one we saw from them in the first match. Of course, they ended up making just 46 runs in their opening game against the Zagreb Assassins, and as things stand, they look like they're going to end up with something very similar in this second game. So, yeah, I gotta say, hard to find positives for them with the bat in hand. I mean, you could maybe... We found a few for them with their bowling, for sure. I know there were a few people in the chat who thought we were being a bit
disagreed. Shock.
But I think with their batting, though, it's just a lot to work on. I think the simple thing for them is they should just look to get bat on ball, play normal cricketing shot, try to get singles. You know, can you at least get 6 runs off and over with the bat in hand? And with all the extras you're getting, that's another 4 or 5 runs. So you can go at about 10 and over just like that. Look to get bat on ball. Try to get 6 or 7 runs with your own batting in each over, and then you might be able to go at a run rate of somewhere between 10 to 11.
Yeah, you want to be getting up to 100, don't you, really? That's going to be a while. It could have been stumped there, but they did appeal. It's been... never mind. It was because it was a free hit, of course, off the no ball. Apologies. It's all too much going on for me. It's the heat. It's getting up there now. That's another wide. A free hit to come again. Ahmed just can't find his line of length at the moment here.
No, I mean, speaking of dealing with the heat, I mean, of course, you did an incredible job over in Malta,
Oh,
where you were obviously solo for all those games. And well, what would the temperatures get up to over there?
that was pretty nuts. That's nuts. That's got through everything. This is going to run away. Under, Iba. It's well stopped in the end by Vasu Pulapanti. Yeah, that was hot. That was really hot. It was muggy. It was humid. I think it was like, at one point, I think the highest we had was 91% humidity. Oh. It was just nuts. And the thing is, as well, we had so many players come off because they were so dehydrated. It was just one of those things. But yeah, no, that was hot. I have to say, I'm looking forward to going back there in October when it won't be as hot. Gotta say. Oh, a genuine leave from Kumar.
Yeah, Malta in October is always really nice. I think it's one of the nicer tours
Perfect
during the year. The
timing.
weather's perfect.
Yeah.
I think we're usually quite lucky and always based in a very nice part of the country as well.
Oh, this one is up and away. Again, just not really out of the middle. Will just be one. In the first game tomorrow. Of course, they do take on the Chiefs later on as well. They've got a long old day of the Warriors. They've got 3 games today as well. This one will run away, and again, work to do, but does well. But yeah, the Chiefs will take on the Warriors in the last game of the day. And, oh, sorry, not the last game of the day. I apologise. I got that one a bit wrong. But plenty of cricket still to come, of course, today. Just the second game, this at the moment. And again, another one that lifts off. And they think about it. Yes, no, maybe. Non-strikers then would have been on. Bosniak wasn't really too certain on that one.
Yeah, but I mean, a ball like that, I mean, get on the back foot. If you just punch that towards cover, you know, you might be able to get a run or two.
Oh, this one's come off the helmet, I think. Again, going to have to be a little bit of a concussion test here just to make sure. I tell you what, there was one yesterday. There was a fielder that got clobbered by the way. And glad to see that he pretty much made an instant recovery. Yeah, there is just going to be a test to make sure that everyone's okay. End of the over, 31 for 3 after 6. And I'll tell you what, the chat's in fine form today. Off and away on one.
Yeah, plenty of engagement today in the chat. A wide range of topics being discussed. It's yeah, certainly is good to have you all over here and helping us just get through these games, and certainly is very interesting to listen to what you have to say. I should say to read what you have to say.
Yeah, good to see Darren in the chat. Watching from the UK, just outside of Southampton. I wonder if that means you're a Saints fan, Darren. Interesting. Looks as if they're going to go to the likes of Sakib Hossein. Came out at 3, didn't have the best of times with the bat. And starts nicely with the ball, starts with a dot. Would just like to see the keepers stand up a little bit here. They're just a little bit deep for me. It's not carrying, but then then the thing is you're kind of banking on the one that picks up and lifts off, I guess. 52 off 23 for a point now, and it's starting to increase, which is the concern. Warriors looking like they might go pointless to start us off this morning. And again, comes off the pads, and this is what I'm saying. He's got to be standing up, not standing up to the stumps, but he's got to be further up. Oh, the direct hit is a good one, but they don't get any runs for it. So they get a bye. Go on.
I got a comment here by Helix saying that he tends to avoid going to Europe during the summer because of a lack of air conditioning.
Well, where are you going?
Yeah, that's my point. I think certainly
most European countries have AC because it is AC, because it is Europe.
Yeah.
I mean,
think
saying
it's just a few homes in Northern Europe might not have it, but yeah, most of Europe, I mean, certainly in hotels or malls, you'll have it.
Yeah, Estonia didn't have AC in the aircon, but it wasn't that drastic. The one here isn't great, aircon-wise. But yeah, you don't really need it, to be honest. It's not that hot when we were there. Carved away, and this will get over the infield and race away. 4 runs, a welcome boundary. And that one will certainly be good to add to the highlights reel for the batter in Kumar. Darren, a Villa fan. Even worse. Even worse.
I mean, a big year for them, of course, back in Europe for, I believe, the first time since the 80s. So, yeah, obviously going to be playing in that newly formatted Champions League, which I'm still not quite sure how the format works.
I like it.
No, me too. It's interesting. It certainly makes things more exciting.
I think it's great. It's different. Oh, slower short delivery. And again, not equal to it, Kumar. So still can't get it away. Again, you can see there they're struggling for time a little bit here, the Sokol side. I want to say happy National Day in Gibraltar. Of course, place I've spent a lot of time with on the network, and it's definitely a favourite place of many. Another short delivery that he misses out on. I wish everyone a happy National Gibraltar Day. You been to Gibraltar?
No, I've never been to Gibraltar.
Gibraltar's great. If you get offered the night series at the start of the year, do it. It's class. It's a good gig.
It doesn't get really windy though.
It's windy, wet, and cold, but it's good fun. But it's good fun, and there's one of the best restaurants when you stay there. It's so good. One of the best steak places you'll ever go to. Up in the air. Good luck. Oh, makes no mistake. That's a great catch. It really is from Aman. He's a tall man, is Aman Maheshwari, but he makes no mistake as the skipper. Another one will bite the dust. It's Kumar, who again goes once more. Another batter comes and goes for the Warriors and goes at less than run a ball. Just watch how much ground he has to make up here. You can see him on the left of your screens here, folks. Not walking in, not quite doing the basics, but nevertheless gets a good reaction time, covers a good bit of ground. He's a tall man. Thank you very much for coming. 36 for 4 now, down after 7.
Yeah, the batter just a little bit late on that shot, and he ends up popping it up for the fielder at mid-on. Well taken there by Maheshwari. He's got those big, long strides. He's able to cover quite a bit of ground fairly comfortably, and then he holds on to the catch. Another one falls here for the Zagreb Warriors to find themselves 36 for 4. And yeah, once again, looking like they're even going to struggle to get to 50, much like the first match.
Yeah, it does feel that way, that they are going to really struggle here, doesn't it? Can't see them really getting going here. And, of course, they have got a break in the third game, but they return for the fourth game of the day. But it's just, again, it's lackluster. It's a shame. It is a shame. They're not, they're giving it a go. Credit where credit's due. This is Bulipanti, and this one barely gets above his ankles. This is, of course, what's coming up in that 8th game of the European Cricket Series. The Assassins take on Sokol, both qualifiers of the final stages last year. So looking forward to seeing how both those sides go about it. That, of course, coming up in around about half an hour's time. Might be a slight delay on that one, potentially. We'll have to keep an eye on it. But, yeah, this one just getting through again. Bosniak now 2 off 11, and now it is getting to the point where do you start to retire him? I think you have to here. I think you've got to say, look, let's drag you in. Let's get someone else out there. Might get 1 or 2 out of the screws. Never mind. Don't need to retire him because he's bowled. And Bulipanti will pick up a wicket. Bosniak, he had a good day behind the stumps. Unfortunately, couldn't quite continue with the bat. He's a well-liked character in these parts. He's always a happy chap, but he won't be happy about this one as his off peg is absolutely castled. It's going to be another wicket that falls. 5 down now, 36 for 5.
Yeah, to be fair, he's done by a really good ball over there. I mean, that one just angling in, strains a little bit, and clatters onto his off stump. It was a tough time for Peter Bosniak, I think. Just needs to focus on being a little more still when he's at the crease. Probably a few too many moving parts for him, and then just never quite gets his head in the right position for most of the balls he faces. But yeah, as he spends more time out in the middle and get some more practice in the nets as well, I'm sure he's going to continue to improve as a batter. And the Warriors find themselves 36 for 5. Yeah, interesting movie comment here by Martin J. Hurst saying that The Warriors is a great film. I think I've seen that film if we're talking about the same movie. Is this the one about the Maori soldiers over in New Zealand? If that's the film, then maybe it's a different one. Yeah, I just had a note right in my ear. So,
oh dear. See, you can't. Nothing gets past him. Nothing gets past Andis behind on the old hot seat at the moment. Very rarely anything gets past him. Anyway, Khan is in at 7.
Oh no, I've seen this one. Yeah, so I was confusing the films.
This is clobbered away. They'll get 1. Go on then. What were you confused?
Yeah, this is the one about street gangs. I remember, and yes, they basically. I believe it's about a street gang who have to fight their way back to their home turf in New York City. So yeah, I've seen this one. I think I might have seen it earlier this year or last year at some point.
Outside edge, genuine outside edge off the shoulder of the bat. This is the skipper, Awasti, who gets a dot to start. Was your flight direct yesterday?
Yes.
Lucky you. Well, not lucky because you've delayed, but lucky you.
Yeah, that was actually one of the reasons why it was really tough for me to get a Sunday flight. So.
Oh well.
What a ball!
Well, you say what a ball, but this is the one that misbehaves. This is pretty much bounced halfway up the wicket, and it's barely got above the ankles of the skipper and Awasti. Watch this one here. Oh, it's horrible. It's not great to watch. It's really, as a batter, you sort of wince at this one. It's a batter's nightmare, but a bowler's paradise. And it's going to be the 6th wicket to fall as Awasti goes for a couple of ball duck. And it's going to be 37 for 6 here.
Yeah, that one just staying really low, and Derek coming out to waddle once again. Another wicket falls.
2 Derricks.
Oh, 2 Derricks. That curses the batter who's coming in as well.
Yeah, surely. You can see that. It's not a pretty sight. 37 for 6. Well, it's for none off 2. But watch this here. Just does not get up. Hits a dead spot. Barely gets, does it, halfway up the shin. And it should have really been up at least above his knees. Anyway, next batter to come out then. It's going to be Raja. But he won't be on strike because it's the end of the over. It is 37 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, the film I was thinking of earlier was Once Were Warriors. That one is about a family descended from Maori warriors. But yeah, in terms of flights, it's really tough to get flights from Cyprus to here. So no direct flights over the weekend. The only one was yesterday. I mean, if you want to fly from Cyprus to Croatia, if I had taken one of the flights yesterday, it would have taken me about 23 hours to get here.
What was the route? If you would have taken that one.
Oh, it was one of these weird Google Flights things where you're going through like 3 different airports or something.
Good fun. Bit of
strange
sightseeing.
like that.
See some airports. Start of the 9th. And starts with a dot ball. Yeah, I have to say that the Yeah, the flights at the moment, just around Europe in summer, are always tricky. Always tricky. Another one that gets through him. Good little start to the over this from Shanmugam. Got to say, one of the best things to come out of the chat this year has to be John Heasom finally getting on the chat. That's got to be one of the best moments. Has to be, because in all fairness, there was a good few months and a couple of years where he couldn't get in. That's another one that's going to be bowled, as the stumps are getting castled time and time again. Khan this time will go. And it's now 37 for 7, and this is, well, the collapse of all collapses, realistically, for the Warriors.
Yeah, they got a chance. It could get skittled here and bowled out. It goes for the big shot and ends up completely missing that ball. It crashes onto his off stump. So, well, this could get painful. They could even get the wooden spoon of getting bowled out over here. Yeah, Sajid Khan departs, having scored just 1 run. Well, it looks like things could get from bad to worse for this Zagreb Warriors side.
Yeah, it really does feel that they could be running out. Well, they ran out of steam about 4 overs ago, but Rifad in at 9. And again, they're doing the right thing here, Zagreb Sokol. They are targeting the stumps. It's the best way to bowl a side out. Very rare that you do see teams get bowled out, though, in 10 overs, isn't it? Very rare.
Yeah, it's very rare, and Zagreb Warriors might face that dishonor right here.
Raja yet to face a delivery. It's a dot ball, his first one. Good over, though, this from Shanmugam so far.
He's bowled really tightly, hasn't he? Given up just 1 run so far this over. I mean, just have a look at these last couple of overs. The last 11 deliveries brought 3 wickets and just 2 runs.
Yeah, it's nuts. And he spoils a wide. He steps inside it. Dot ball to finish. Very good over. Goes for a wicket and a run, does Sudesh. And at the end of the 9th, with an over to go, it is 38 for 7.
Yeah, so the last 15 balls, if I just expand this a little further, we've seen 2 runs and just 4 wickets. Has been quite a collapse by this Zagreb Warriors side right at the end. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here, and just incredible reading from a Zagreb Sokol perspective. They have been absolutely dominant against this Warriors side. So just 6 balls left in this innings. It looks like the Warriors are heading for another absolutely enormous defeat, and once again, it's going to be tough for them to crack that 50 mark. So 2 scores below 50 to start things off. Yeah, that's not the way you'd want to open your Tuesday if you are the Zagreb Warriors.
Not whatsoever. This one is up in the air, could be a chance, and is taken. Have to say, credit to Sokol. They've been very good, and they've taken their catches. They've bowled full and straight, and Osama picks up another 3 for him now. And it's 38 for 8 here, as unfortunately that's going to be the end of Griffard, who goes for 1.
Well, let's see if they can grab another couple of wickets here. And of course, you got 5 deliveries left. Mohammad Rifad will depart, having scored 1 run. We'll take a look at the highlight of this wicket once again. Yeah, just slices that one up in the air. You can see he's got absolutely no balance when he plays that shot. Stumbles over, and then yeah, just wasn't in the ideal position, was he? Chandra coming in at number 10.
Oh, outside edge.
Oh, he got a glove onto that one.
Yeah, unfortunately that one. He kind of tried to do the old jump man pose here. He watched this here. He didn't need to. He could have gone with 2 hands, but he just gets that one completely wrong. So that one, that could have been for at least for Osama, and probably should have been. But Chandra will get a life on. Well, nothing.
He's got 4 deliveries. Still has a chance to get a fifer.
Short ball up in the air. Well played, though, by Raja. Just pushed into the offside. Will probably just be 1, and will be. Good arm into the keeper's end from the fielder out there in the deep.
Yeah, he likes talking about how he once wanted to get a flight from Cork over to Bristol, and
good luck.
He had a layover in Amsterdam. Was that one of those KLM flights by any chance? I do know they operate quite a bit around there. I believe it's called a KLM City Hopper or something along those lines.
Oh, another short ball. Got to go full here. It's where it has to be. Just the 2 remaining deliveries here. And yeah, the Warriors, it's a pretty simple fix for them, really. It's just not working. You know, there's in almost every department. Okay, the bowling wasn't too bad. They did well to restrict them to probably 30 less than what they could have got to. But yeah, I still feel that, you know, not even getting to the 50 mark is not quite, it's not good enough realistically. Does go Fuller, and this almost gets through everything, and it does in fact. That will be some buys. It'll be 4 buys in fact. And again, another version of the pitch misbehaving.
Yeah, just a few demons in this pitch that we've seen over the course of this match. This one just getting away from the keeper. Yeah, I think looking at this Zagreb Warriors side, they do remind you quite a bit of Pleven, who we saw over in Bulgaria.
Who could forget Pleven?
I think will struggle to get wins over the course of this ECS. So I think for them, really, it has to come down to personal milestones, just simple goals they have to set for themselves.
Yep, last ball, and this is taken off. It's a great take behind the stumps. He's done superbly well, but that will be the end of it. It'll be 44 for 8 is what the Warriors will finish. It's been a very tricky morning for them. As you said, not quite waking up on the right side of the bed on this Tuesday morning, as they will be defeated by 74 runs, in fact, by Zagreb Sokol. Of course, Sokol will return. They take on the Assassins. That's coming up in, well, not too long at all. Probably around about 20 minutes' time. As, yeah, the Assassins take on Sokol. So Sokol get their first win of the tournament. Congratulations to them. But they, of course, will take on a very, very strong Assassins side in, yeah, as I said, 20 minutes' time. You can see no changes for the Assassins side. Babu and Danny Kula at the top. It will be the Assassins that bat first in that one, so they're going to have some work to do. Let's have a look at the highlights then, and it was a tricky start for the Warriors, realistically. You kind of felt that as soon as there were issues that it's going to be tricky to come back from it. And, of course, it was a pretty interesting first couple of balls. But nevertheless, credit to Sokol. I thought their fielding and their bowling was pretty elite. This one, though, he covered 45 metres to get there. Took the catch. Momentum took him over the rope. And, well, my job was spared by the keeper in Hashmi. But he had, he had a really good day behind the stumps again in this one. He was able to take the high catches when offered to him. That was a nice shot, though, to be fair, by Sandeep Singh. But again, most batters, if they got into, well, some form of runs, a couple or more than a few, it was often at very much more than a runner ball. Or less than a runner ball, in fact.
Yeah, they really struggled with their strike rate, didn't they? I think, again, just for this Zagreb Warriors side, they have to look to keep things simple. Just try to get bat on ball. I mean, if they can go with a strike rate of 100, you add in all the extras you're going to receive as well, that should be enough to at least get to something between that 80 to 110 range, depending, of course, on the opposition you're going up against. So really, the plan needs to be simple for them. Can we go at a run of ball? Can we at least play some decent cricketing shots, run hard between the wickets? At the moment, though, I think everyone's going for glory, and they just don't quite have the ability to play the big shots they're attempting. And it's just been very, very sorry for the Zagreb Assassins side to start things off. Restricted to under 50 in both of their opening matches of this second day of action here in Croatia. In the end, Zagreb Sokol pick up an impressive victory against this Warriors side. They're heading into a big match against the Zagreb Assassins. Of course, both these sides were in the top 3 during last year's European Cricket Series, so it should be an exciting match. And before we move on to that, we'll have a look at the scorecard for our innings that just concluded.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there, once again, 15 off 17 for Sandeep Singh. And realistically, not enough. Magdalenic going for none, as did Sharma. None for Swati as well. And in all reality, the bowlers, though, were pretty effective. 3 for Osama, 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. 1 for 4 for Hossein as well off his single over. But yeah, no real surprise that Osama probably is the pick of the bowlers in that one there that time around. And in all fairness, you can see that the confirmation there of a 74-run victory in this one. It's going to be very, very tricky for the Warriors. They will return later this afternoon, but Sokol, they come back against the Assassins. That's in 15 minutes time. Looking forward to returning for that one. We'll be back very, very soon as you're watching the European Cricket Series here in Croatia with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Nishai Butt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
Tagad aizgāja. Es dzirdu. Jā.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Howdy folks, welcome back to Zagreb here in Croatia, where we're ready for the third game of the day. Of course, a little bit different to yesterday. We are getting right through the fixtures, which is always good to see. This one is going to be an interesting one, as it's going to be the Assassins who take on Sokol in this one. Both these two sides did qualify for the final stages last year, but of course in their head-to-head fixtures, it was two thumping victories for the Assassins over this Sokol side. Of course, some different personnel in both teams, so that's certainly something to look out for. But in theory, you feel that the Assassins will very much be favourites going into this one. They've got a strong batting lineup. Their bowlers are very handy as well, and in the field they're pretty confident as well. As for Sokol, of course, they probably felt that they probably left maybe 20-30 runs out there when they put their 118 on against the Warriors, so there certainly is improvements for them to make. Let's go ahead and have a look a little bit earlier as the two captains are out in the middle with Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Zagreb Sokol the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
Gonna bat first.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Zagreb Assassins have won the toss and they're having a bat.
There you go then, news from the toss. The skipper for the Assassins winning the toss and batting first in this one. Not really a surprise. They're going to look to do the exact same in this game as what they did in the first fixture of the day, of course, where the Assassins just piled on runs. That's what they want to do. They want to get runs on, and they want to try and restrict the opposing side and keep them to under what they need to, of course, to get that bonus point. As I said at the top of the day, bonus points are going to be big in, of course, of today and tomorrow, because we do think we're going to get 10 games out of a possible 10. It's after that where the questions will start to come in. So getting the bonus points are going to be crucial for teams looking to get into, of course, the top half of the table and cement their place, of course, going into the final bit of action towards the latter stages next week. Looking forward to this one, third game of the day, of course. It's going to be an exciting one. Nish, over to you. The news from the toss here in match number 8. The Assassins will bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. So looking forward to our third match of the day, going between two sides who were in the top 3 during last year's European Cricket Series. Had a couple of one-sided games to start things off. Of course, both these sides thoroughly outclassed the Warriors in the first 2 matches of the day. So let's see how things go in this game. Should be a lot more exciting, a lot closer as well. As you can see, the Assassins have won the toss and decided to have a bat first. And of course, the Assassins put up 150 runs on the board in the first match of the day. So let's see how they fare against Zagreb Sokol. Of course, their skipper Jawahar Danikula was superb in match 6 when he managed to score 70 runs of just 29 deliveries. So as we're heading into this game with some great form. Of course, got Naushad Babu as well, who we know is a very powerful hitter. Saw him play in a number of European Cricket Series over the course of this year, so he's certainly going to be a key batter for this Zagreb Assassins side. Meanwhile, for Sokol, of course, they saw a big score from Sagar Manzoor in the last match. He made 62. He was a little bit slow to start off the innings, was on 10 of 13, but he just started to speed up as the innings progressed, and in the end he played a fine knock, which helped his side pick up a win, an all-important win, as they, of course, would get all 4 points out of that match. We'll have a look at the win predictor, and as you can see, the Zagreb Assassins are 76% favorites heading into this match against the Zagreb Sokol. Of course, the defending champs, they have been terrific to start off their campaign. Although the Sokol side, well, they're no slouches, of course. Keep in mind they won the first ever European Cricket Series here in Croatia back in 2021. And their side have been very consistent over the last few years. They're always in the top 3 here in Croatia. And last year, of course, they missed out on the final in a dramatic 7-over bash against Ljubljana when they were defeated very narrowly with a ball to spare. So this Zagreb Sokol side, they're not one to underestimate. They've certainly shown that they are more than capable of handling themselves in these tournaments. There we go, first ball. And that's just pushed away towards square leg, and they're gonna push hard for a second run here, and they'll be able to make it back in time. And yeah, great running here. And they're able to get this second run because they get the fundamentals spot on. Good early call. They ran the first run really hard, and that made sure that they had enough time to come back for a second run. And a lot of teams, they're just getting one run out of that shot, but because they played this so well, they're able to get the second run. So excellent running between the wickets. And they're pushed away for a single. I got Jeffrey Maguire joining us from Northern Ireland. Great to have you in the chat. A bit of width on offer. This is cut away beautifully by Danikola. It goes all the way for a 6. What an incredible shot here. Short, wide, and it got the treatment. Now this is top bit of batting. Just gets his hands underneath that one and plays it away beautifully. Great bit of shot making there by Danikola. Pulled away for 6 runs. Another incredible strike by Danikola. You just can't afford to bowl short to him. I mean, if you dig it in short, he just rocks back and plays these wonderful shots. Already seen he's a great cutter of the ball, and now you're going to see what a great puller he is as well. It's wonderful with these back foot strokes. And he's managed to get that one away for a 6 as well. And we can see quite a bit of debate right now between the captain and the umpire. Sakib Hussain is just going to have a word with Abhilash Barakal. I'm begging pardon, I should say, between the bowler and Sakib. Skipper Aman Maheshwari, well, he's nowhere to be seen at the moment. Can't quite tell you where he's located. Certainly not popping up on our screens. You can just see Haider Osama also going to have a quick word with the bowler. Now, wide down the leg side, is getting that one badly wrong there. You can tell he's going for that leg stump Yorker, but he's ended up missing it by quite a bit. One stays really low. Yeah, very unlucky there for the batter. As we've seen a very uneven bounce on this surface. We've seen a few that have just shot up off the surface and a number that have just stayed extremely low. I'm going to scamper across and get a single over here. So 17 runs off the first over. Really good start for the Zagreb Assassins. So as a quick reminder, they've got 13 days to go until the start of the European Cricket Championship. And right at the end of this wonderful fortnight of cricket here in Croatia, we'll be heading over to Kardama for the start of the biggest festival in European cricket, our marquee event on the European Cricket Network. So we're looking forward to that one. Yeah, gonna be great, isn't it, this year? Bigger and better than ever before. Obviously, the big innovation of bringing in the challenger in the Premier Division just makes it that much more exciting. Once again, Danikula so strong on the back foot. You can't afford to pull your length back to this guy. You need to be right up there. Your length needs to be nice and full against a batter like him. He's just so strong on the back foot, so strong against anything where you just drop your length back a little bit. Goes rock back and just hit those gorgeous strokes. Danikula off to a flying start once again. Oh, lovely. That is a terrific delivery there by Usama, and that's where he needs to be bowling. He's in the channel, gets a little bit of movement as well. And it's these kind of balls that are likely to draw an outside edge. Just going a little bit too far down the leg side, but could be a chance to catch it. It's going to be tough, and yeah, it's always really challenging to take a catch when you're facing the boundary rope. Let's have another look at this. He's got his back to the batter, and he's just trying to track the trajectory of that ball. It's always going to be so tough to take one of those catches. Now shouts to catch it over towards fine leg, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. A great stroke there. A terrific stroke. Let's have one more look at this. A lovely wristy stroke. Away it goes towards fine leg for another 4. Yeah, so the sun just starting to creep into the ice cube. We're in that part of the day when they just start to get a little bit concerned about a few devices overheating. The weather that's been forecast over these next couple of weeks here in Croatia, you wouldn't expect devices overheating to be too much of an issue for much of this tournament. But the next couple of days are forecast as being rather warm. Well, has that caught some pad along the way? It most certainly has. And that's going to go away for 4 runs. It's actually come off bat, mind you. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, just gets a little bit of bat on that. Certainly would have been an LBW appeal if he had any pad on it. Good wristy stroke there. Helped away towards fine leg. It's 4 runs to end the over. 16 coming off that Haider Usama over. Great start here with Zagreb Assassins. Have a look at the standings here. Both these sides undefeated so far in this European Cricket Series. Of course, Zagreb Sokol were had a couple of games washed out during yesterday's play. Meanwhile, the Zagreb Assassins have managed to win a couple of games to start out this ECS. Of course, keep in mind, these two sides did get half of the first innings in yesterday. The Zagreb Assassins were 76 for no loss at the end of 5.3 overs, which does suggest they would have gone on to make a pretty big total. So they would have been very disappointed when the rain came in, as they found themselves in a strong position. Naushad Babu is on 32 of 20. Jawahar Danikula on 36 of 14 deliveries. Let's pick up a single as we're into the final over of the power play. Yeah, Dave making a point that the cube is just starting to become the microwave again. Didn't expect to see much of that here in Croatia when we saw the weather forecast, but yeah, sun's starting to creep in. Few of the devices just looking for shelter from the sun. Yeah, gets the line badly wrong over there. look at this. Yeah, just straying with his line. Gets that length absolutely spot on there. Perfect Yorker length delivery. Yeah, nice comeback after bowling a few wide. So, of course, well, many people, at least a few years ago, would never have thought the words Croatia and cricket go together. I mean, there were certainly two words that were strangers to each other, much as the willow and leather once were here in Europe. But the ECN has done a terrific job, as well as a lot of the local federations, of bringing cricket to these countries where they once wouldn't have known too much about the sport. And of course now they're at the point where they are broadcasting cricket matches. So the first mention of the game of cricket here in this beautiful country of Croatia comes all the way back in the 19th century, when British naval officer Captain William Hoste and his troops were stationed on the little Croatian island of Vis, spelled V-I-S. Big swing and a miss there, just playing the wrong line. And of course, you just thought that playing a bit of cricket on the island during their spare time would be a good means of relaxing and maintaining morale for the troops. Of course, after his men left the island, the game of cricket was still left along with them, sadly. And it was not for almost another 2 centuries that we would see the spirit of cricket rekindled in this gorgeous Balkan nation. And yeah, top bit of bowling here by Chalby. Getting the lengths absolutely spot on here. Brilliant Yorker length deliveries. I think the bowler's just been thrown off by the fact that the sun has suddenly just reappeared. I think, he just suddenly saw the clouds come up, and, we did have quite a bit of shade for just a split second, and all of a sudden the sun starts to shine again. So I think that's what's thrown off Chalby. Ooh, not too far from the stumps in the end. As we come to the end of the power play, and the Assassins find themselves 38 for no loss. So a good over to end the power play after a couple of expensive overs by Parakalam and Haider Usama. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here, and as you can see, that third over was a real standout over. It was. First 2 overs went really well for the Zagreb Assassins, but then I got to give so much credit to Aman Chalby for the way he bowled in the final over of the power play. Worked away really nicely. Good wristy stroke over there. Goes out towards square leg. Got a comment coming in by Sean saying that Aman Chalby certainly is a very decent bowler and that the rest could learn from his line and length. Yeah, absolutely. I think he just kept things very simple. He was focused on his accuracy, which is, I think, something more bowlers should look to do on the network. I think I've seen a number of bowlers on ECM just get a little bit obsessed with their pace. Not saying that's been the case so far in this ECS here in Croatia, just a general comment across the network, and they often focus on pace so much that they sacrifice accuracy for pace, which is just not very smart. This is coming straight into the ice cube, and oh, well, for a moment I thought I had a chance to do a bit of fielding. I just put the long barrier out, trying to get to that ball, and well, extremely unfortunately, it hit the side of the ice cube, and I wasn't quite able to field it. So we saw Charlie with a brilliant one-handed take earlier, and I was down on one knee, put the long barrier out, was ready to field that. but unfortunately just hit the side of the ice cube, and well, I didn't get to show my fielding on camera. Although, I dare say, wouldn't have done as good a job as Charlie did earlier today. Nice bowling here. Really good bowling by Maheshwari. I like these last couple of overs. They've come back well. Aman Maheshwari, love to have a left-arm bowler in this format, I think. You know, left-arm quick bowlers in T10 and also T20 cricket are such incredible weapons to have, especially against right-handed batters, just because they can cramp them for room, especially when they're able to bring the ball back in. Bottom hand coming off the bat handle, but it's still going to go all the way for a 6. So Babu, but just being a little bit slow to start off his innings, going on a run of ball 10, gets that one away for a 6. He just leaves this one in the slot. It's a chance for him to free his arms, and he gets that one away for a 6. Oh, this one's going to go away for 4 as well. Just straying down the leg side over there, Maheshwari. It gets that line slightly wrong, doesn't he? And it's been helped away towards fine leg for 4 runs. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, just gets that away for a boundary. Not the best ball there by Maheshwari. Just spoils what had been a good over with those last couple of deliveries, and it ends up going for 15 runs. Yeah, got a good comment there by Sean, just agreeing with what I said, saying that, yeah, line and length beats pace all day long. Yeah, certainly in this format. I mean, often pace can work to the detriment of the bowler. I mean, those edges just fly faster towards the boundary rope. The faster you bowl it, the faster it goes back towards the boundary. So you often pace on the ball is something batters like to have in this format. Just plays this one away towards third. Yeah, so just continuing the story I was telling earlier about the history of cricket here in Croatia. So, yeah, as I mentioned, the first cricket match, that was played in this country was all the way back at the start of the 19th century by Captain William Host and his soldiers on the Croatian island of Vis. And then, unfortunately, when he left along with his troops, then that was the end of cricket for the time being here in Croatia. And then it took 2 centuries for the spirit of the game to get rekindled. So it's just going to get played away towards mid-wicket, and that's just going to be the 1 run. So yeah, the game would come back to this country during the early to mid-1990s when about 4 million people with Croatian heritage who were living outside of Croatia at that time had a chance to return to their homeland. And that was, of course, when the idea of having a cricket club in Croatia first came to fruition. Of course, the problem was back then for a lot of the founders of the game here in the country was that they didn't really have any proper cricketing equipment. There was a lack of training facilities as well. However, the passion and the love they had for the game was enough to just make them find solutions, and they would start playing cricket. Even though a lot of these players, hadn't even had the opportunity to maybe play as much as they'd like prior to founding the game. They, of course, had the love for the match because, this is beautifully played away. Behind square leg, it's going to go away for 4 runs. Nicely played there by Babu. That ball slightly over pitched, and yeah, Chelby just getting his length slightly wrong, and yeah, Babu has played this one away beautifully. What a terrific shot. Brilliant bit of cricket. That one just races away for 4 runs. That is terrific. Absolutely terrific. But yeah, just going back to that, the passion of the game amongst this small group of enthusiasts was so strong that even though, they were maybe returning or first moving here from cricket-playing nations, I didn't really affect them whatsoever. This one's going to go high up in the air. It's going to be caught out at long on, and that's a wicket. That is going to break this partnership. So Babu, who keep in mind, was at one point on 10 of 10, started to accelerate these last 4 deliveries. He was looking to go for the big shot once again, and he has found the fielder in the deep. So that is going to be a wicket, and one that the Zagreb Sokol side so desperately needed. And they will break what's been an impressive opening stand. So Naushad Babu departs, having made 25 runs of 15 deliveries. A top bit of batting by him. We got 1 ball to go until the end of the 5th over. It's going to be Balage coming out to bat. Yeah, but Balage did a pretty decent job in the previous match. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. It's been a very decent spell by Chauby, hasn't it? He's given up 12 runs in the 11 deliveries he's bowled so far and picked up a wicket. And that will bring a very impressive spell to an end. So he's going to end with an economy rate of 6 for his brilliant 2-over spell. And he picks up a wicket. So some great bit of work here by Chauby, who has just helped drag his side back into the game. As of course, we'll have a quick look here at the groups for the European Cricket Championship. So as you can see, Croatia in there in Group 1. They've got a pretty challenging group, as of course we got a chance to just welcome you into the Ice Cube. And yeah, as you can see, this Croatian side, of course, they will go straight to Karma at the end of this fortnight of cricket here in Zagreb. Of course, we've got 10 days of ECS action, 12 days to be exact, and then a couple of days over to end the ECI. So on the Saturday, our final weekend of European cricket action, we'll of course have some men's cricket. On the Sunday, we'll have women's action, as of course the men's team will travel on Sunday to Karma. Now, it should be interesting, of course, this Croatian side, as you can see, got a big challenge in that group. They'll fancy their chances against the likes of Bulgaria, Turkey, and Slovenia, but I think Estonia and Isle of Man, they're going to be the 2 big favorites in that group. Oh, that one just getting some sharp bounce. And Danikolo is probably glad he can just scamper across to the other end and not have to face a ball like that again. Yeah, of course, Estonia, it's been a big summer for them, hasn't it? Been really successful this summer. Of course, they started off the summer with a big touring victory over in Cyprus. Yeah, sharp bounce just coming off the sticker of the bat over there. Right off the splice of it. Oh, that was close. Really, really close. You can just see a little bit of inside edge there. I need to look at this one more time. How close was this? Oh, yeah. You can tell he was going for that Yorker. Very, very nearly a wicket. Go short and wide. I'm just going to want to check the height on this one. Really need to check the height on this. Let's see. Oh, just... yeah, it just should be fine. It's been given the 1 for the over. Getting plenty of swing back in over here, Hossein. Yeah, thank you very much for the lovely words there. All the best. I really appreciate them. Yeah, so as you can see at the moment, the win predictor has the Assassin's chances up to 70%. So, yeah, let's see if Sokol can get a couple more breakthroughs here and really start to turn things around a little bit and put themselves in a good position. I think one thing that's worth keeping in mind is that scores here in Croatia are generally a lot lower than what we're accustomed to seeing in some of the other countries which we cover cricket in. And of course, I believe the average run rate over the last couple of years here has been about 9.5. This is just played out towards fine leg. And You know, if you look at some of the series we've had recently, I mean, run rates have been up to 13, sometimes even close to 14. That's how rampant the flow of runs has been. And not really the case here in Croatia. I think, of course, that batting performance by the Assassins this morning where they put up 150 runs, I mean, if I had to venture a guess, that's probably going to be up there as one of the highest scores of this ECS. I think they were helped by the fact that they're going up against a pretty subpar Warriors team. But generally speaking, par scores here in Croatia tend to be around 100 to 105. I think based on the trends we've seen on the network where run rates have shot up over the course of this year, I think when some of the better sides play each other here in Croatia, you can put that par score up to 110. When we do have good conditions, of course. I think today we certainly have great playing conditions. The sun's out. It's just the ideal day for cricket. This is going to go up, and it's going to be caught. But it is worth checking the height on this. It is worth checking the height on this because this could be a... It is a terrific catch out at long on. Brilliant bit of work. But we have to check the height on this because this could be a no ball. Here we go. Yeah, that's a no ball. That's a no ball. Oh, really unfortunate for the fielder because he took a brilliant catch. Really did. Have a look at that. Wonderful leaping effort. I mean, that is an extremely challenging catch, but that's going to be a no ball and a free hit. And they're unable to capitalize on the free hit, so that is going to be a dot ball on the free hit. So just 6 runs off that over in the end. And hey, credit to this Zagreb so-called side. They've done a good job of just curtailing this Assassin's run rate over these last couple of overs. Only 13 runs off the last 2 overs, and they also pick up a wicket, so yeah, maybe got a bit of a fight back going on here from Zagreb so-called. Yeah, I think, let's see what a par score is going to be here. I think this is a pretty slow outfield, as most of you have figured out by now. And this pitch has a few demons in it as well. I think, as you can see, it's got fairly uneven bounce, so and then you also, of course, put the quality of batting we have in this country into play as well. Then, you know, it just goes back to that point I made earlier. That par scores are going to be pretty low. But yeah, I think when you've got matches between the better teams, you'd expect it to be somewhere around that 110 range. You know, somewhere like Austria, where we just came from, when the good teams played each other, a par score was 140. Catches an outside edge and goes away for 4 runs. Danikula coming off a brilliant 70 of just 29 deliveries this morning. Got that one away for a 4. Didn't quite direct it where he wanted to. Just catches an outside edge. And it's gone away for 4 runs. So a lucky boundary, but he'll take them however they come. This is going to be go straight to the fielder. A comfortable catch. Well taken. Really well held on to. And Danikula's innings is going to be cut short. Fine knock by him. Once again, it's been a good day for him, hasn't it? And he's just looking to hook this one away, but isn't quite able to time it as sweetly as he liked. Doesn't quite come off the middle of his bat either, and he's just hung that one up for the fielder. That short fine leg, who takes that catch. And Danikula will depart. A good knock by him. 39 runs of 20 deliveries. I could just see exchanging some friendly words with the fielder. Plenty of respect between these two sides. Aman Chaubi, who speaks to him as he makes his way back towards the dugout. So yeah, lots of healthy respect between these sides. And we just saw it there on display. Now, Sathi Devi coming in at number 4. Now, this is a player. This is a man who we know is capable of making some quick runs, and well, they're going to need him here to just help them accelerate after a dip in the run rate over these last couple of overs. Oh, great bowling there. Terrific bowling by Parakalam. It's a good comeback by him, you've got to say. I think his first over was really expensive. Went for 17 runs. Now this over is a chance for him to really just pull that economy rate he has back a bit and improve his figures. Yes, it's played away towards a square leg, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Now it's gone away for a boundary. Yeah, nicely struck straight towards square leg. The square leg umpire getting out of the way. Yeah, Kenneth saying, how can this pitch be difficult? It's a mat pitch. Now look, normally with a mat pitch, you'd expect the bounce to be fairly consistent. But if you go back and have a look at some of the things we've seen, there's a lot of uneven bounce on this surface. There's certain spots on this pitch where the ball's either staying really low or it's just shooting off. I think if you go back and look at the coverage, you can certainly see that is a factor. This one's gone all the way for a 6. So yeah, I mean, obviously I noticed the tone of your words over there. I think, again, just go back, look at the highlights, and I think this is just a theme which, you know, both Charlie and I have been discussing throughout the coverage of this game. It's pretty clear that this pitch has a few demons in it. It certainly does. A lot of these wickets tend to have fairly consistent bounce, but not the case here in Croatia, where just see a few that either shoot off or stay rather low. And then, yeah, of course, the outfield as well can be just a little bit bumpy as well and a little bit slow. Here's a look at the schedule for the ECCW. So, of course, as you can see, it starts off on the 9th of December with the Challenger Division. We just had a chance to see Spain and Austria play each other over the previous weekend. Spain coming out on top in that tour of Vienna. So it's a good chance for those two teams to just get a feel of each other before they face one another in December for the ECCW. We're just coming back in quite a bit. Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, it's equally uneven for all the teams. I mean, that is true. I think, but it is still not the easiest wicket to bat on. It really is a huge challenge. That's going to go up in the air, and is it going to clear the rope? Oh, you bet it will. Goes all the way for a 6. Let's just have a look at the shot once again. It's just slot bowling here, isn't it? He gets a chance to free his arms. He has pumped that one away over cow corner. It's gone for 6 runs. Yeah, I got Sean making a comment over here. I mean, you got areas of concrete under the mat that could be a little bit cracked that create these kind of spots. Yeah, of course. I mean, look, we'll have a word with the curator whenever we can, or of course some of the ground staff here in Croatia. This one's just gone away for 6 runs as well. Yeah, it is a wicket that can produce some uneven bounces. We mentioned a number of times. I think Bulgaria is another wicket that is a bit like that, but I think this one has far more demons than even the pitch over in Bulgaria. I think you look at our last 2 ECS over in Italy and Rome, those were some pretty true wickets. I mean, I just love the wicket over in Italy. It's a nice bouncy surface. I feel like it has something in it for both the batters and the bowlers. I think it's one of the better pitches on the network, and overall, of course, the Roma cricket ground is one of the finer cricket grounds in Europe. I think Austria is certainly a good wicket for people who love to see lots of runs. I mean, that is about as flat as it gets. There really isn't anything in that Austrian wicket for the bowlers. Now looking to go for the wide Yorker over there, Hossein. And he ends up missing. Looks to go big, and that's going to go away for 6 as well. Tremendous shot. Third 6 of this over. And we've seen 18 runs off it already. Still got a ball to come. Yeah, once again, just leaves that one in the slot. And that goes away for a Maximo as well. So, yeah, biggest over we have seen so far this innings. 19 runs off it so far. And we got Steven talking about how much he misses Estonia, where they did see a lot of big scores. Yeah, obviously heard quite a bit about Estonia. Wasn't there to cover that series, but yeah, some incredible scores. I mean, of course, you had both the Cyprus and the Estonia series quite close to each other. I believe the England series was sandwiched in between, so you had that real period where he just had series after series where there were tons of runs being scored. And the other thing with Estonia is just blessed with so many great batters. I mean, you look at that Estonian national team and all the really talented batters they have in that order. Yeah, Estonia is certainly a select country which is blessed with great batters. Not a place where you'd want to be a bowler, for sure. This was David Skinner saying that Zagreb Sokol's home ground would produce more runs on average. So yeah, David, do tell us a little bit more about Zagreb Sokol's ground. Where is it located? How far is it from here? Not quite that easy to find much information about it online, for sure. And how does it compare to this one? Really curious to learn more. A full toss, and that's going to be punished. Pummeled away. Goes over cow corner, and it's gone for a 6. So, yeah, this is the kind of innings that the Zagreb Assassins needed from Balage. They wanted to come out and attack near the end of the innings, and credit to these two. They just got that run rate back up after it was just starting to dip under 11 at the end of the 6th over. Now, a full toss once more. Might want to check the height on this one as well. And it's gone away for back-to-back 6s. A terrific shot there by Balage. Not the best bit of bowling. Well, have a look at the height once more. I mean, he's so far outside his crease, you'd expect it to dip down below his waist, or maybe not. Maybe not. This is worth looking at one more time, and also worth slowing down. He did advance a fair bit outside his crease, but I'm not sure that's going to be dipping below his waist. His popping crease, or maybe it will. Certainly is a very tight one. Hard to tell. Touch and go. The umpires deem it a legal delivery. Just about. There's an immediate call for 2. And they're going to be able to make it back here for a second run. So, nice early call for 2. And they will make it back for the second run. Yeah, let's just have a look at this one more time. I mean, this is a top edge, and you think there's absolutely no way they're going to pinch a second run here, but they somehow do. You got to say they're doing the little things right, aren't they? They're running the first run hard. That certainly helps them to make it back comfortably for the second run. And it's probably just spoiled to wide there by trying to reach out of that one. It's going to be a single, so 16 runs off this over so far. We have the final ball of this over coming up. Hishori just, he's been a little bit expensive today, hasn't he? They'll look to hit this one towards mid-wicket, and that is going to be a single. So a 17-run over in the end. And we've got an over left in this innings. And we'll take a look at the bowling figures here. So does he go back to Haidar Usama for the final over, or do they make a bowling change? I think they're probably going to go with Usama just because of the experience he has. Very talented bowler. somebody's been an important feature here in Croatian cricket. So I think despite the fact he was a little bit expensive in that first over, they're still going to lean with him. Yeah, so David Skinner, of course, giving a few details in the chat about the wicket over in where Zagreb so-called plays. It has much truer balance. It's much more like the artificial wickets everyone is used to. Oh, that one, yeah, just takes a nasty Tortuga bounce before it goes to the keeper, and it's really tough for him to handle. Yeah, interesting you bring up the 2022 ECS. I think if we get a chance, it'd be nice to bring up those run rates again from 2022. Got him. Great bit of bowling. Fantastic delivery. And that is the perfect Yorker there by Usame. Gets a little bit of appreciation from the batter as well. And why not? That was a top delivery. Many a batter would have fallen to that. Absolutely perfect. Yogesh Balage has been done by a beauty. Great innings by him, though. He's certainly done his job, making 36 runs of 16 deliveries. And take a look at this one more time. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful bit of bowling there. Great comeback ball after that minimo right at the start of the over. So there's a look at the Croatia by year run rates. Of course, in 2022, we played it out in Budinek, which is where Zagreb so-called play their cricket. That's their home ground. This one's gone up in the air, and that's going to be a catch. Really well taken. Das will depart for a golden duck. And Usama is now on a hat-trick. And oh, well, it's a chance for him to add his name to that European Cricket Honors Board by picking up a hat-trick. Let's have a look at this one more time. Yeah, really well held onto in the deep. And Haidar Usama, after giving up a minimum on the very first ball this over, has a chance to turn things around by picking up a hat-trick. So Sarnan Das departs without troubling the scores. He's gone for a golden duck as Derek comes waddling out to just greet him as he makes his way towards the dugout. Here we go. Hat-trick ball is going to be coming up. Oh, and that hat-trick ball, it was just a no ball. Well, it could have been a wide as well, but of course a no ball takes precedence. Yeah, they got that one badly wrong. I think I've seen a couple of really poor hat-trick balls today. I think we saw a hat-trick ball earlier that was so wide. It could have been a wide to a left-hander as well when a right-handed batter was facing, and that's another one that's really, really poor. This is really playing out towards square leg and well dealt with. Yeah, David just giving a few comments in the chat. Very insightful, David. Thank you so much for your messages. He's, of course, talking a little bit about what's going on right now at the Zagreb so-called cricket ground. Of course, back in 2022, Belgrade, the tourists came into Croatia and they, of course, won the European Cricket Series. They beat the hosts, Zagreb Sokol, in qualifier 1, and then Zagreb Sokol lost to Ljubljana as well. So it was a bit of a miserable day for the host Zagreb Sokol on finals day. They lost back-to-back matches. Of course, they had 2 bites at the apple to make it to the final because they finished in second place. And they failed on both occasions. 2 defeats for them against a couple of tourist sides in Ljubljana and Belgrade. This one goes away for a 6. Bottom hand just coming off the bat there for Sathi Devi. We've seen that a few times for assassin batters. Yeah, that one goes away for a 6. So you got 1 ball left in this innings. This has been a topsy-turvy final over, hasn't it? We've seen a little bit of everything, a few extras, some wayward deliveries, a couple of wickets as well. Saw a 6. Let's see how things are rounded out. Up in the air. It's got plenty of height on it. Does it have the distance? Oh, it most certainly does. That goes away for a 6. And the Assassins will end up with 137 runs. So a solid batting performance by them. And they put themselves in a really good position. And I think the Assassins will be pretty pleased with this total. And they'll be heading into that second innings as favorites. And it's certainly going to be a tough task, you feel, for Zagreb Sokol. So a good batting performance by this Assassins team. Everybody chipping in with some handy runs. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this inning. So, of course, the batting was opened by Naushad Babu alongside Jawahar Danikula. Babu making 25 of 15, just accelerating near the end of his innings. Keep in mind, he had a run a ball 10. And then, of course, he managed to really accelerate in those last 5 deliveries of his innings. Jawahar Danikula, of course, coming off that brilliant 70 of just 29 deliveries in the opening match of the day, was followed up with 39 runs of 20 deliveries in this innings. He struck 6 boundaries over the course of his innings, 3 4s and 3 6s. Yeah, it's a bit of a thing, isn't it, for this Zagreb Assassins side? I think we see a number of their batters just get their bottom hand to come off the bat handle as they're playing these strokes. This was, of course, the catch to get rid of Naushad Babu. Good catch in the deep by Saqib Hossain. And that would be the end of Babu after he hit some nice boundaries near the end of his innings. Of course, that would mean Yogesh Balage would make his way out to the middle. And boy, did Yogesh Balage bat superbly, making 36 runs of 16 deliveries. It was that big moment where, of course, saw a catch taken in the deep, but it didn't matter as that delivery was a no ball. And he had to struggle a little bit with no balls, didn't they, Zagreb Sokol, over the course of this innings. They bowled a couple of no balls, which is probably too many from their point of view. Sathi Devi would, of course, bat alongside Balage. He would make 23 runs of 8 deliveries. A fine innings by him, striking 3 6s over the course of his innings. And Balage and Sathi Devi really gave their side that acceleration they needed during those last 4 overs to help push them to a strong total. Keep in mind, it just slowed down a little bit during those middle overs. And at one point, it just felt like they might just get to something around 110. But thanks to that acceleration by Balage and Sathi Devi, they end up with 137 runs. Just taking a look at some of the big shots hit right at the end of this innings. Zagreb Assassins, of course, ended up with 137 runs. We'll now have a look at the scorecard for this inning. So Naushad Babu making 25 runs of 15 delivered. Jawahar Danikula following up his 70 earlier today with a 39. Then Balage and Sathi Devi, boy did they bat well in those last 4 overs, getting their side to a great total of 137. Sonam Das would depart for a golden duck, and Haider Usama was, of course, on a hat-trick at one stage, and then he ended up bowling a no-ball on his hat-trick ball. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here, and then Aman Chobi is without a doubt the pick of the bowlers. Great bowling figures for him, 1 for 12. I think a couple of really inopportune no-balls for Zagreb Assassins is something they're going to look back at. So, the mid-match summary is that the Zagreb Assassins have posted a total of 137 runs on the board for Sokol. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello everybody, welcome back to wonderful Zagreb on a sunny Tuesday afternoon. It's a pleasure to have your company with us here on the European Cricket Network as we're up, set and ready to go for this, the second half of this first game. Third game of the day, and of course a first innings total of 137 means it's 95 or less in terms of the bonus point equation. Of course, get that 137 in 7 overs, then it will be 4 points that will go the way of Sokol. Of course, not going to be easy though. They've got a very, very strong assassin side looking to restrict them here. It's going to be a big ask for Sokol to chase this down. Of course, in a country where runs have never really been too easy to come by, it certainly is not going to be an easy contest. They're going to have to face good bowling, especially the likes of Danny Kuller and Sathi Devi as well will probably get a couple of overs, so it's certainly work to do for this Sokol side. They're going to rely on Manzoor coming off the back of a very well made half century in his first game earlier. Here we go. Swing and a miss from Manzoor to start off with, opening with Hashmi. Hashmi, a very, very good youngster here in Croatia, very highly regarded in terms of keeping. He's got a job to do with the ball, with the bat in now, isn't he? He's impressed everyone thus far early on with his glove work. This is an edge and should be gone here. And will be, makes no mistake, well held by Jackson Udhat, and that is the end of Mansoor. So, well, it's quite literally hero to quite frankly zero, as Mansoor will have to go for nothing, goes for zero. It's another duck, and Derek's been a busy man so far today, and it's going to be the first one that goes, and it's going to be none for one, and it's a disastrous start for this Sokol side. Mansoor goes, none off the 2 for him. That's a really, really disappointing way to go. It was a nothing shot, really, just miscued up, and Jackson made no mistake. Very good catch, and well, out comes now the next batter. I think this is Saqib Hossain. It is the white lid. Controversial, some might say. Anywho, big moments these. I think they know that, get a couple of early wickets and it's going to be very, very tricky to chase this down. The man who got quite a lot of a hefty amount of runs in the first game against the Warriors is now gone. So now it's time for someone else to cash in. Hossain, can he be the man to do so? None for one. Hossain in at 3. Good areas to start once again from Danny Kuller. The well-respected defensive shots from Hossain. Doesn't get too much away. Very warm welcome. Good afternoon to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancode, out in India and in the subcontinent, or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Do subscribe if you are watching via YouTube. Get involved in the live chat as well. Short ball, swing and a miss. Another dot ball, starting to add them up here. Yeah, to John, to Paul, to Chris, to Dave, to Helix, and of course to everyone in between. Pleasure to have you with us. Nish taking this innings off, rightfully so. Getting a nice break. Have some scran, some lunch. Another one that's uppish, but over the top. And a bit of work to do as this outfield has dried up since this morning. They come back for 2, and that's excellent running. Hossain had to get the skates on. At least they do get some runs off the first over. Last thing you want as a side chasing a pretty decent total. Last thing you want is to, be worrying about a wicket maiden to start. You can see Hossain was well in to make his ground. Slow, full of delivery, onto the stump straight away. Hossain, very unlucky because he hit that well and there's nobody backs straight on, and gets a little bit away with that one, does the skipper and Danny Kuller. That'll be the close of the first over. The score just 2 for 1 after 1. Yeah, 43 matches since a golden ball. Last one was in Austria. And, of course, before that, it was back here in Croatia, wasn't it? It was the ECSW between the Lavender Lionesses and the Jig Zagreb. Of course, after that, it was a 296 game gap, where there was again one in Cyprus. So, been few and far between. There's not exactly been loads of them this year. Tell you what, there has been loads of though on this year on the network is runs. Here's Singh for the second over. Rolls his finger down the side of the ball and gets a wicket first up. And well, I was praising him earlier, saying Hashmi's going to have to be the man that goes here and goes large, but he doesn't. He goes for a rash shot. His first delivery that he faces gets it entirely wrong, and it's going to be 2 for 2 here for Sokol. They're in all heaps of bother. Leg stump out of the ground. See you later. And that's another one that bites the dust. The revolving door of Sokol wickets continues to flow, and another one goes. First ball up for Rashid Hashmi. Very good with the gloves, not so much with the bat. And I just think that pressure of losing Mansour so early on just forced him to play a bit of a rash shot this time around. So Usama will now come in at number 4. It's do or die really, just 6% here on in from Sokol. Another short delivery, and I think that's just been the difference, isn't it? You look at the likes of the Warriors, for example, who do play again in the next game. They come up against the Chiefs in match 4 of today, match number 9 of this European Cricket Series. I think the difference there is that you know, make the most of this tricky, sticky wicket. You know, does some pretty unfathomable things. Make the most of it as a bowler. Make a batter feel uncomfortable. Wraps him up on the pads. It's a great appeal from square leg. Was never going to be out there. Probably missing 7th or 8th stump in all reality. And it's lovely to see this ground in all its glory in the sunshine. Not too sure how much more we're going to get of this sun over the next 2 weeks, to be quite honest. Oh, another one on the pads. And again, it's a great appeal from square leg. I have to say, there was a couple yesterday in the last game from the Chiefs. Someone was at deep point, or deep backward point, and it was just, I mean, some of the appeals were fantastic. Never out, though, but you never know. If you don't ask, you don't get, I suppose. Oh, dear. Wow, wow, wow. That's the ball is the call, but I mean, this one doesn't get above the ankles. Watch this here. Just dies. Completely dies. It's only whiskers away from leg stump. Well, again running the risk of what could be a wicket maiden here. Oh, and it will be. It's a great over from Singh. Well, all over them like a rash at the moment are the Assassins. Zagreb Sokol are 2 for 2 at the end of the second over. Have a look at the standings. A victory here for the Assassins will put them very much well ahead. Of course, we still haven't seen the likes of Afyonkarahisar, Belgrade, Ljubljana and SOS, Sir Oliver Split. We haven't seen them yet. Sir Oliver Split will play the first 2 games tomorrow morning, though. And one of those fixtures is against the Warriors, so that's certainly a winnable game. So they'll be chomping at the bit to get going in this tournament, especially up against that side. Danny Kuller's going to continue there. I think they're probably going to look to bowl out their openers here, and why wouldn't you? Taking wickets, not conceding many runs. Oh, wow. Well, that's a great stop behind the stumps from Das. Let's watch this one back. This one goes. Look at this. Oh, fingertip save. Really is. Certainly saved at least a couple there, if not 4. Back on the money is Danny Kuller after a loose first up delivery. Gets it right back on where it needs to be. Simple game of cricket at the end of the day. Set him up easily. Oh, and again, another one. And Hussein already chewing up a fair few. One scoring shot was on the offside. It was a 2 that was taken. Oh, and again, just well respected. Oh, they think of a single, but once more, the pressure is starting to build here. Once again, just can't. It's just one-dimensional. It really is. There's no application at this point. It's swinging. It's just swinging from the hip, really, and nothing's connecting. I mean, look at where that front foot is. It's, you know, almost on 8th stump on the leg side. You're not going to get anything away in that respect. Has to be a way of just getting bad on ball. As I said, that's the difference. It's the dot ball percentage. Really is. And again, this time they will try and nurdle a single, and they do. That's positive. A little bit better. They do get run. Do get a run. This time a little bit too full and a little bit too straight. This is clipped away, and this one will go towards the rope. So the first boundary, it's taken a while, but we have got there eventually. It's Osama who gets it away on his 6th delivery. He hasn't scored a run up until that point. It does get it away, but it's still a very, very dominant power play for the Assassins. As at the end of 3 overs, Zagreb Sokol are just 8 for 2 at the end of their 3 overs. You can see that none coming off that second over. It's a killer. We always say that dot balls are like gold dust. Well, 6 of them in a row. Well, that's like hitting the jackpot, really, for a bowling side. Singh is going to bowl out here. They're going to bowl their openers out in the first 4. And instantly concedes a run after bowling a maiden. John saying a match between Sokol and the Warriors would be a good one. The last one was match 7, and it wasn't really, to be quite frank. Another one, it's in the hit me zone, and Osama won't miss out on that. And just a bit of a loose delivery there from Singh, just not quite finding it outside the off. He sat deep in his creases, Osama. Just becomes easier to sort of throw everything at it. 6 runs, nice Maximo. But yeah, they both played in match 7. Sokol got 118 off their 10. Zagreb 44 for 8 off their 10. So it's going to be maybe pretty similar as the Chiefs take on the Warriors in the next game. And then the last game of the day is the Sokol against the Chiefs. Got again here, by the way. That's another Maximo. Osama has finally found the right gear. Something's clicking. I'll tell you what isn't. It's the bowling. It's gone completely pear-shaped. Well, so is the Grizzly. That's been thumped all the way. of a sudden was none off 5 and now is going at a 200 strike rate. Talk about the tale of two tapes. You look at none off 5 and then all of a sudden 16 off 3. Now he's pushed the bowler off his line of length and that's going to be a wide. Well, Singh, this is not the best way to follow up a wicket maiden. And again, leg side. Well done though. Out in the deep by Saganapali. So then just a 2% chance here. And again, I just think Sokol realistically not at the races thus far. This is hit firmly though. This will be 4 runs. It's a good effort by Danny Kuller down at long on, but just never really looked like he was going to get there. And round of the middle for Hossan, to be fair. Still gets a boundary. 4 runs. Need a few more though. Oh dear. Well, this one is, again, superb work by the likes of Das behind the stumps. And if we get another look at this here, but this is just, I mean, the way that that just completely dies and almost rolls through is just unheard of. Watch this again. Oh, it's such a good take. Super bit of work. End of the over. And it will be 27 for 2. At the end of the 4th over. Yeah, David just saying this happened last year too. Sokol players it takes them a while to get used to the pitch. Don't play on it very often. Assassin Warriors play on the switch every week. Of course, very true. Oh, this is up in the air. This could be a chance. Is he going to get there? No. Oh dear. It was a definite chance, as this is Akash Lamsau who's come on to bowl the 5th over. This one just miscued, and I don't really know what to call that attempt at fielding, to be honest. An attempt, it's certainly what it was. Oh, and again, just playing down the wrong line a bit here, Osama. This is just the thing, it's sort of a bit of a one-trick pony, you feel. Unless it's, you know, in that arc where he can hoik it across the deep mid-wicket, he looks a little bit unsettled. This one up in the air yet again. Oh, put down. Oh, that's a rare, very rare sight. To see the likes of Jawahar Danny Kuller put them down in the field is very rare. And this one, it just pops out, and then on the 3rd, 4th attempt, couldn't smother it up. And oh dear, a life for Osama. Oh, completely does him. All ends up here. South should have had a wicket. Previous delivery now just pushing this one through. Yeah, of course, Croatia, you know, has been host to a good few ECSs now. This is the 4th. Thump down the ground, not stopping that. 4 more. That's such a tricky one for any fielder. It's just a nothing height. You know, never going to get there on the catch, and then you kind of, it's even to take it and get your body behind it on the half volley is tricky. Firmly struck. 4 more again for Hossain. You've got to feel for Lamsa though. Should have had a wicket. I think everyone was banking on that being taken. Now he's getting hit down, back past his ears. Another boundary. got him. And again, another one that stays low. There really is. It's such an absolute paradise for a bowler, but it is, well, feels like hell on earth for any batter out there at the moment because you just can't trust the bounce. And another one that gets through. And it's a good way to end the 5th over after a nice little cameo. Hossein will have to go as a little adventure comes to an end. It's 34 for 3 after 5. There will be some drinks being taken on as the heat ramps and rises up at 24, 25 degrees now. And of course, you get to have a look at, the 2024 calendar. And, well, I have to say, it was a pleasure to be at the first one of the year in Cyprus. And made my return in Estonia, did England, then Romania, Bulgaria, now Croatia. And then I will be there in Malta and potentially Spain. So, yeah, looking forward to it, but it's been a great year, hasn't it? And the thing is, that only just scratches the surface of what we've been doing on the network. You take into the account all of the T20 internationals and, for example, we had, the first men's non-European sides with the likes of Canada and the US of A. Of course, we did have Thailand last year, Thailand ladies, against the Netherlands. But it's been great to see new faces and some high-quality faces on the network as well, has to be said. Anyway, start of the 6th. Satyan starts with a dot. So we're going to miss Osama, going back to the old trick really. Goes square on and tries to hoik onto the onside every time almost. Bit of a one-trick pony. Yeah. Paul's saying Zagreb need a few disguised England players to help them. Don't know if they do. Not after that display in the 3.5-day defeat against Sri Lanka. This is 4, by the way. This is hit nicely by Osama. Well timed. Just shows you don't have to try and muscle it. You play your shots, you'll get 4. If you time them well, almost perfectly, and he does exactly that. 4 more. Nice welcome boundary again. Oh dear. You can just see, just trying to bowl a bit too quick there, Satyan. That's just why he drags it. You can see his the angle at the point of release as well is also wrong. It's not where he's traditionally been. Just sort of telltale signs of someone who's just trying to bowl a bit too quick there. Hit firmly, but has he found the man? Yes, he has, and this time the catch isn't put down, so the drop of Usama not too long ago doesn't prove to be too costly. Satyan does get his man. Usama, unfortunately, a nice little cameo, but again, it's probably not going to be anywhere near enough. He does have to make the dreaded walk back to the dugout as the score now falls to 39 for 4 as Usama goes for 24 off the 16th deliveries. It's a long walk back. 2 4s, 2 6s though. Striking at 150. Got to remember he was none off 5 at one point. Let's have another look at the catch here. Pretty simple one really. We did go crocodile style. But as long as you take them. And this is the skipper in Aman Maheshwari, who will come out here and, well, to put it bluntly, he's got to, well, he needs a miracle, realistically. Faces up here with one thought in mind, and that will be runs. Runs and boundaries. That's what it's got to be. Well, hit firmly by the skipper. Oh, and just gets over the fielder. It was close. Agonisingly close for Saga Nepali, who's out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And the boundary rider couldn't stop this one from going over his head. And it's a thumping 6 to start for the likes of Maheshwari, the skipper. He'll take that, certainly will. 6 runs. Been a good over, really, even with the fact that there's been 2 boundaries in the over. Just gone for 11 with the ball to go. We'll stay at 11. Good ball to finish. Dot ball, end of the 6th then. 4 overs to go. Even just for a point, it's looking very, very, very tough. It's 45 for 4 after 6 overs. Here you can see, when you lose both openers for nothing off of 3 deliveries as a whole, you never know what could happen, and we're kind of seeing it here, that just not really having enough batting depth, unfortunately. So then 51 off 24, and Chaube is the new man in. Oh, this again is up in the air. Could be another one here. Oh, that's an excellent catch. That's a really good catch. Make no mistake, this is not an easy catch whatsoever. And Wajrant Singh has taken a superb catch. The bowler made the late decision to leave it to him. It was a very late call, as Lamsar was very much interested. But the old front roll, and it's going to be a, well, to put it bluntly, it's going to be a first bowler again. That's Chaube who goes. And oh dear, Aman. 45 for 5 now for Sokol, and it's pretty much a carbon copy of what happened in this fixture last year. Good catch though, really good catch by Rajwant Singh. Yeah, this game last year, very similar sort of stuff. Zagreb batted for the Assassin, batted first, got to 148, of course got to 138 this time around, and well, Sokol could only muster up 62 as they were all out for 62 in the 10th over. So just very similar feel at the moment. Pilipanti in at 7. Dot ball to start. Through the gap, really good delivery. Lamsau, his tail is certainly up at the moment, but a cloud has just come over the ground. It's not a bad thing. It completely cuts him all ends up, trying to go in to out on a ball that's angling down the leg side. Not the shot to be playing. Oh, this is the shot to play, carved away, but there is a fielder out there bowling exactly to his field. Lamsau, you can't complain at that as a bowler. Pushes away for 1, gets off the mark, but yeah, they have to go at 15s from here on in, and doing that consistently is not easy. Not easy whatsoever. And again, another side that's struggling with the bat. It's only been the Assassins that have looked happy and confident. Oh, and again, up in the air, should be gone. And will be, and that will be the end of Maheshwari. And again, it's just simple really, straight full, make the batter make the mistake, and that's exactly what they do. And the Assassins pick up another, just waiting, and waiting to pounce on a mistake, and Maheshwari, the skipper, will again have to go for just the 6, so 6 and out for him. And it's 6 down now, 6 is all around by the way, 46 for 6. Running the risk of maybe getting skittled and bowled out here. Sokol, disappointing way to go. Nothing shot, just chipped up. Simple catch for the fielder in the ring. Padakalam, mostly known for his bowling. Well, he's going to come in at 8, and they'd love to see him get something out of the screws here. They'd love to just see a bit of a mini fight back, just something to bring a bit of momentum back into their backyard. Been a great over this though. Just one run coming off it with 2 wickets falling. There's a late change in the fielder there. What's happening here? Umpires clearly having some communication. There's still someone that isn't happy with something. There's only a ball to go here until the end of this over. And we could see that Parakalam finds the funny side of it, but his side are in a pretty tricky situation. Oh dear, well it won't finish with a dot ball, but it will certainly finish with maybe 1 if not 2. No, just a single, it'll be a bye. As there's not really too much the Das could do about that one. End of the 7th, the score 47-6. Again, another look at the groups, of course, and yeah, the Group A, very tricky. I mean, the crazy thing is that, you know, Ireland, one of Ireland and Scotland aren't going to be in Championship week in the Premier Division, so one of them's going to have to make the long way back. And well, and of course the Challenger Division. And of course, you know, looking at that Challenger Division, Nish and I spoke about it a little bit earlier. Probably looking, you know, the top 2 will go into the playoffs of each group. Probably looking at, I'd say, the Czech side and Luxembourg in Group 2, and then you're probably looking at maybe Estonia and the Isle of Man. By the way, 5 penalty runs for the batter who came out, just to let you know. Just been portrayed to me. The information just been passed over. Batter took 70 seconds to reach the crease. Here's the official timing. So yeah, I think, you know, it's going to be tough for some teams in that Challenger Division. You know, you kind of look at Turkey's recent history in the T10 game. It's been tough. You know, they struggle at times, but they also, you know, some of those lads that will be returning. You know, they've had some really good memories. You know, circa, you know, ECL 23 with Istanbul KSK, and you know, Film Karahasar didn't quite have the same sort of time at Khartoum this year, but you know, some of the lads that, you know, last year Turkey had an up and down side. Of course, they did concede all those runs against Hungary. Lewis deployed and sort of took him to the cleaners, really. This is spin into the attack, and this one has come, well, so much so. Where's the ball? There it is. We found it eventually. No one really knew where that was. Short ball, and just nurdled down the leg side. So I have to say, chat's been in very good form today. Chat about moles at the moment is always interesting. Just pushed again for a single. And that'll close out a very tidy over from Sati Devi. He's been very good at the back end. And that is going to be the end of the 8th over. The score 52 for 6. Not going to get a bonus, not going to get a point here are the Sokol side. It's tough for Sokol, really is. But again, Assassins just proving as to why they were the heavy favourites going into the game. And also, well, heavy favourites as to why they were heavy favourites for almost the entire tournament, really. Reigning champions for a reason. Nepali is going to take this next over. And what a delivery that is, by the way. He's turned Parakalam into an S. Watch this here. Oh, that's a perler. Doesn't get much better than that in all reality. I mean, considering doesn't look like he's much really thought of as a bowler. Wow. And another delivery that is a swing and a miss from Parakalam. Good movement though, isn't it? You could see a keeper taking a couple of steps back, a couple of steps up as well. Oh, this is up in the air, spliced, not middled at all. Bit of work to do for the likes of Anand Satyan. Helped by, well, I say helped, I'm sure he'll probably argue he was hindered by Danny Kuller, his skipper, trying to offer a hand. Good away swing, love to see it, really do. Nice bit of away movement, keeping it inside the line as well. Up in the air, but away. And chase on the on-watching Warriors. Oh, it's a great effort, a very good effort, but just couldn't quite get there. Could the fielder and the Warriors, well, they don't really look too happy to help, but yeah, Nigel Vincent couldn't quite cut it off. 4 runs, a welcome boundary. Not the most convincing of boundaries, but a boundary nonetheless. And again, struck nicely into the leg side. Well watched as it takes a few Tortugas. End of the 9th. Not a very busy one. Normally say it's all happens in the 9th, but not really too much to write home about in that one. It is 58 for 6 after 9 with an over to go. Of course, next game coming up in 25 minutes' time. It is the Chiefs taking on the Warriors. And well, I can tell you that the Chiefs are batting first. We just unfortunately don't have the lineups for you yet, I'm afraid, folks. But yeah, I can tell you for free that the Chiefs will bat first. So again, the Warriors are going to be having to chase, which is going to be pretty tricky for them. Probably not Craig, if I'm being honest with you, to answer your question. Last over, this is Altut, and this one, well, elegantly played, but it's a great shot for 1. Once again, just the Assassins being too good with the ball. This is up in the air. Has he got enough on this one? Yes, he does. Well, it was a valiant effort, to be fair, from Sanganapali, but he's already about 5 or 6 metres across the line. But still, I like the intent. Well, speaking of intent, nice shot. 6 runs. Swing and a miss, unfortunately, for Parakalam. Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of the batting not being great. It's probably a factor, but I think it's more just the bowling and the fielding. You know, they've taken catches, they've set plans, and it's been pretty effective in all reality for the Assassins. Again, this one just lifts, and this is going to take a bit of work. Oh, excellent stuff. Nigel Vincent, and oh dear, well, there's going to be a run out here, and another unforced error, as that I believe is going to be the end of Pulapanta. We'll have to double check, but it's still, again, just signs of a struggling side. There's an excellent bit of work from Vincent in front of the on-watching crew. You can just see here, it just gets left in no man's land, really, and that is going to be the end of, well, the outgoing batter, who I believe is going to be Pulapante, but you never know. Anyway, I can tell you for definite that the score is now 97 for 7, or 67, sorry, for 7, with 2 balls to go. Was never gonna get that, so it will be the likes of Masu Pulapante. He'll have to go. Looks as if that's Suresh who's come out, but he won't be on strike. Oh, that's another. That is full, that is straight. And it does turn out that cricket's a very, very simple game. You miss, I hit, says that is going to be a wicket for himself. He finally gets one, as it's a pretty rash shot. Out-swinging delivery on the base of off stump, and another one bites the dust. 8 down now, score 67 for 8. I have to say, it's getting to a point for this Assassin side where you're kind of thinking, well, why wouldn't you just, why wouldn't you bowl first and restrict them and then knock it off in 5 overs, guarantee the bonus point off your pop? But there's also another reason, you know, trying to get the bonus point is probably easier for a bowling side than it is a batting side. Two balls to go, 67 for 8. Ahmed. Oh, is this up in the air? Oh, it doesn't carry. Well, now it could be another run out at one end, if not that one, now the other. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, we had a bit of everything, but at the end of the day, nothing happens. No run, no nothing. Just awful running, I'm afraid. No communication, not ideal. Last ball, potentially. And a swing and a miss. And it will be a very, very good victory for the Assassins. A 75-run victory in the end. Another deficit in the 70s, and to be honest, it just comes down to the batting not being good enough, but also bowling and fielding just being too good from the Assassin side, of course. These two will take a break as the Chiefs will take on the Warriors. There you go, confirmation of the lineups. Parisa and Desai coming in. And Sari comes in for the first time for the Zagreb Chiefs as well, so looking forward to seeing how that happens. That one is actually coming up in around about half an hour's time. 35 minutes time is when this one will get underway. Of course, you'll see quarter to the hour. So a bit of an extended break, but we'll certainly be looking forward to that next game. Let's have a look at the highlights then. A lackluster display with the bat. They finished 67 for 8 off their 10 overs. And of course, in comparison to one of the fixtures last year, they do get above the 62, but not by much, only by the 5. So lackluster, to say the least, from this side. Of course, it's not a batter's wicket. There's no two ways about it. It's a bowler's paradise. The outfield isn't too quick. It's, you know, struggling to get it off the middle just simply because it's such a two-pace pitch, and it's also, in reality, a very up and down pitch as well. There are some that stay low. There are some that will really rattle your cage. So you just don't really know how to take it on, and I think that's why, you know, having the home field advantage realistically for me is such a vital component, especially at a toss as well. You know, the Assassins knew that we back ourselves to hit runs on this ground, so why go against it? And again, just run outs. And that was a great catch, though. It really was a superb catch in the end by Singh to take a good catch, and then the skipper just, well, bat turned in his hands, and there wasn't too much more he could do. It was a good attempt by Nigel Vincent, but he couldn't get there, but of course made up for it the second time of asking. This one was 6, though. This was a nicely played shot away onto the leg side. There is Nigel Vincent with a good bit of work, and he also ended up causing a run out due to the bit of fielding. And it's just, yeah, again, not the best example of how to run between the wickets between these two. And of course, there was another one. The very next ball, the two ended up bringing the downfall of not only another wicket, but also 2 wickets in the end. But again, very good spell. But congratulations to the Assassins. They are your winners of match number 8 here between the likes of Sokol and the Assassins here in this one. Have a look at the scorecards there. Osama top score, 24 off 16. Of course, he was none off 5 to start with. But look at that. That's the difference. 6 extras. That's all it is for the Assassins. Whereas the other teams have been giving away 20, if not, well, 15, if not 20 plus. So that is the difference. That's the best way to look at it. And when you bowl well, the batters are always going to struggle on this wicket. Let's have a look at the pick of the bowlers. You can see there 3 for Lamsar, 3 for 8 off his 2 overs, 1 for 8 for Danny Kuller as well. Don't forget there was a maiden for Wajwant. He ended up going for 19 the very next over. A comfortable victory then in this match number 8. The 4th game coming up, though. It's going to be the Chiefs who take on the Warriors. As you can see there, a 75-run victory for the Assassins here in match number 8. We'll be back in half an hour's time then, as you will see match number 9 very, very soon. Pleasure to have your company with myself, Charlan, alongside Nish here in the shape up on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back very, very soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Alrighty folks, welcome back to the beautiful ground here in Zagreb. It is of course the fourth game of the day. It is match number 9 of this European Cricket Series, it is where we will see of course the Chiefs. They will take on the Warriors in this one. In the reverse fixture yesterday, it was the Chiefs that won by the way of DLS. They did look very comfortable in that, in what they did start their chase of the 87 that was set by the Warriors. So I think realistically we're going to look to see the Warriors be very, very much the underdogs going into this one. The Chiefs, of course, we know that they're a pretty decent side going into this. Again, have had topsy-turvy times when it comes to their form in the European Cricket Series over the last couple of years. So very much looking forward to, again, seeing how they can go about things out here in the middle. Speaking of the middle, let's go out to the middle where the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, has got the two captains.
Warriors to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
Okay, batting.
Good luck. All the best. Good luck. Chiefs have won the toss. They're having a bat.
There we go then, news from the toss. The Chiefs are going to go ahead and bat first here. It's what every side has done against the Warriors, and it's worked thus far. 2 wins from 2 from batting first against the Warriors, of course, earlier on today. So it's going to be tough for the Warriors. We know, as I said, they will get early movement with that ball at the top of the inning, so they're going to look to try and replicate that. But it's just unfortunately just not clicked for them with the bat. Of course, didn't get to a score of 50 in that second game, of course, earlier on. So it has been really tricky today for them, and of course just feels as if they just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, to be honest, and they haven't really been able to click. Of course, they will hope that maybe the likes of Magdalenic can maybe get a few runs on the board, potentially, when they look to chase whatever the total is set. Of course, he is coming off the back of a golden duck, so hopefully he can improve a little bit in that respect. Looking forward to this one. Let's go back over to Nishay Bhatt, who's standing by. Nishay, the news from the toss. In this one, the Chiefs, they're going to bat first.
Looking forward to seeing the Chiefs over here, as we're going to get to see them take on the Zagreb Warriors. So the difficult tournament so far for the Zagreb Warriors. Failed to register a win, a couple of bonus point defeats to their name as well this morning, so they're going to have to turn things around. Of course, they did play the Zagreb Chiefs yesterday, and the Zagreb Chiefs came out on top by the Duckworth-Lewis method in what was a rain hit match. So let's see if the Warriors can turn things around this time around. We're just moments away from the first ball. The umpires are making their way out to the middle for this massive match. Of course, Paul Stubbs alongside Dhananjay Singh are going to be umpiring this game. The third umpire is Veliko Popovic, and of course they're led by match referee Stefan Gucci. You had a chance to see during that coin toss video. Yeah, it's going to be a good game. Certainly will be a big game. The Zagreb Warriors will be coming in desperately looking for a win against this Chiefs side, who picked up a victory against the Warriors yesterday. As I mentioned, their sole defeat, of course, came against the Zagreb Assassins when they were defeated by 50 runs. The Assassins posting 115 runs in the first innings, and in response, the Chiefs could muster just 65. The Chiefs are heading in as big favorites, 77% favorites according to this win predictor. So, well, we'll see how they fare. Got a few fans filtering in as well as the day progresses. You can just see a few people coming in, maybe just getting a little bit of a break between lectures, and they just want to watch some of the cricket. So, well, as the days progress, you started to just see some people come over to watch some of these games we have. Yeah. Big couple of weeks of cricket here in Croatia. Of course, got the European Cricket Series. And then at the end of it, in our final weekend here in Croatia, we'll have some international action, as well as Croatia will get set to host Slovenia. And then Croatian women will host Czechia. That one just getting a little bit of away movement. And it's going to be a Wasti bowling over. I thought Wasti's bowled really well today, hasn't he? He's easily been the pick of the bowlers so far for this Zagreb Warriors side. In particular, I think, right at the end during those death overs, he's done a superb job. Just overcompensating there. Pushing one down the leg side. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, as you can see, just pushing one down the leg side over there. Needs to get the line right. He's had a couple of balls to calibrate. Yeah, better. Much better. That one is in the channel. Yeah, good bowling over there. That's where a Wasti really needs to be. Let's have one more look at this delivery. Yeah, perfect. Nice length as well, just climbing up on the batter, making it very challenging for him. No, a full toss. This one's going to be pumped straight to the fielder at long on, who's going to take it after a juggle, but just hold on a second. This could be a no ball for High. Let's just take a look at whether this is a legal delivery. It was a juggling catch out at long on. Oh, this is going to be really close. This is going to be really close. Oh, it might just be sneaking underneath the waist or not. I mean, it's a tough one. It really is. Wouldn't want to be in the third umpire's shoes for this one. He's got a tough decision coming up here. Of course, it's Veljko Popovic who's going to be looking at that. And ultimately, he has decided that it's a no ball. So, oh, no, that is a tight one. Really is. It was a poor delivery, in all honesty, by Abhishek Awasthi. And he had a chance to pick up a wicket off it, but it's been given a no ball. Oh, that one's just staying a little low. So he's unable to capitalize on the free hit here. So, yeah, big moment. I'd love to hear your take on the chat. What would you give that one? I think that was so close. So tough to give that. I mean, the question is it just sneaking below the waist by the time it would pass over the popping crease? Yeah, it was a tough decision and could be a pivotal decision in this match. It really could prove to be the difference between these two teams. I mean, obviously we do know that Ansari is such an important batter for this Chiefs side. Get rid of him early, that makes a huge difference in this game. This one is hit straight towards the fielder at cover, and that's, of course, fielded really well by, I believe that's Vedran Zanko. Got him! No question about that one. That is most certainly out. That's a top bit of bowling. Crashes onto the off stump. And Awasthi will pick up a wicket in this over. Great line and length. Hits the top of the off stump. That's absolutely perfect, isn't it? It's going a little bit wide on the crease. Angles that one in. And it just straightens a touch. The batter was backing away. And he ends up completely missing the line of that ball. Misjudged the pace as well. And it ends up being a wicket. Yeah, Sean saying that, going back to that no ball call, of course, don't want to dwell on it too much, saying that he thought that it would have just gone below the waist by the time it was at the crease. That was certainly my thought as well, Sean. I think that's what I was leaning towards as well, but it's just such a tight call, such a tough call that, you know, you certainly see the other perspective as well. It's one of those where, well, you're glad you're not the one having to make that decision. Back of a length delivery there to end the over. Just moves away a little bit from Mustafa. So a good first over here. Despite the fact that he gave 2 wides and a no ball, he ends up conceding just 5 runs in that over and picks up a wicket as well. Here's a look at the groups for the ECCW, of course. In December, Cardamom will come alive as we have the marquee women's cricket event on ECN to close out our season. As we can see, Spain and Austria, we just saw over this past weekend, will be in that Challenger division. Then over in the Premier division, just look at some of the quality they have. England, Ireland, Scotland, and the Netherlands, and of course Italy as well. I mean, how well have Italy done to be in that Premier division? I mean, big congratulations to Prabhat Eknaligodu, of course, coordinates women's cricket over in Italy. I mean, they have a fantastic setup. They've got some really talented players. You know, they're well coached. And I think that side really is set up for success. Had a chance to see some of them, you know, training in the nets in the build-up to the Meltil Shield, and you know that Italian women's side really is set up for success, and I expect them to continue to grow over the years. It's gone up in the air, and has it gone all the way? It most certainly has. That's going to be a 6 for Gupta. First boundary of this innings. That one just bashed over mid-wicket. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, really nicely done. Just gets underneath that one. And Karthik Gupta is able to elevate it away for 6 runs. Get towards mid-wicket. And oh, wow. Yeah, he's somehow able to stop that. For a second, I was just wondered if that might go on and strike his face or something along the way. I don't think we'll have the time to see a replay. Let's have to return to live action. And that is a wide down the leg side. Maybe we can go back to it now. Stays really low there. Stays very, very low. Goes a little bit short, but it has been popped up. Should be a fairly simple catch, and it most certainly is. So the Warriors pick up a couple of early wickets. They get one right at the end of the second over. Mustafa will end up making just 1 run. Yeah, this wasn't the best delivery. It was short. It was there to be hit. And Mustafa's just a little bit late on that one. It pops up, and it's a comfortable catch. That's going to be the end for Mohammad Mustafa. Sajid Khan gets a catch off his own bowling. Well, they're in all sorts of trouble here, the Zagreb Chiefs. They are 15 for 2. A good chance, of course, to welcome back Charlie Hunt in the commentary box. Well, the Warriors have had a lot of misery today, but these first couple of overs certainly gone well for them.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think the key thing to remember, though, is that the bowling has never been their issue. It's been the batting that's let them down. So, you know, Vajran does add a batting unit to the already pretty short unit, so it does certainly help. But yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky for this Warriors side. Still, though, good start.
Yeah, it could have had a chance maybe for at least half a chance for a run out. If that was a clean collection at mid-wicket, there was Naren Chandra. Just couldn't quite grasp that ball cleanly.
I'll lead 4, you lead 5, because we split 3.
Zanko then. Not a bad first ball of the day. Second one, a little bit of a nip away, but they'll just drop for a single. That's good running, positive from those there in the middle between Kumar and Gupta. Gotta say, though, tricky start for the Chiefs.
Yeah, difficult start here for the Zagreb Chiefs. It's going to be a real challenge for them over these next few overs, having to reconstruct after losing those early wickets.
Oh, another swing and a miss from Gupta. But again, it's just one-dimensional, and that's just the issue. I think it's the pressure of T10, you know, the idea that every ball's got to go towards the boundary. It doesn't. That one does lift off, to be fair, but, you know, you can take your time. You'll get rewarded for good cricket shots more times than not. Line and length. That's all this is at the moment from Zanko, and it's working. It's all it has to be. Stump-to-stump stuff at the moment.
That's exactly what I was about to say as well. I mean, really love the way Zanko's bowling over here. Made this point earlier, but, you know, accuracy is so much more important than pace, and all he's doing here is just walking in and just landing it on the right spot, keeping it extremely simple.
Yep, and could get a wicket, maybe. No, just going to fall in between the two. Naran Chandra couldn't quite pick this up quickly. There could be a run out here. No. Oh, Zanko almost gets taken out, by the way. There is not too much between the knee of Kumar and the head of Zanko. Watch this here. Watch how close this could have been. He goes for the field, and look at this. Oh, it wasn't far away. Does well to pull out at the last second.
Yeah, that could have been a chance for a run out there. Another wicket would be an absolute calamity here for the Zagreb Chiefs.
Oh, and again, this one could be safe. Again, it will be. Riding his luck is Gupta. He's certainly swinging for it, but it isn't working again. And another very tidy over, and a very impressive one from Zanko. Just sort of line and length. Thank you very much for coming. End of the third, end of the power play. The Chiefs just 20 for 2.
Just not able to get any power on any of these shots. They've had no timing whatsoever.
Too early on it.
These
just not really picking the pace from Zanko. It's not quick.
Yeah, they're really struggling to deal with the lack of pace. I think that's just smart there by Vedran Zanko. I think batters of this kind of a level like pace on the ball because they can just react to it, and occasionally the odd edge can go flying away for a boundary as well. Granted, we don't have too many bowlers with a lot of pace here in Croatia. I think, yeah, lack of pace forced these batters to get that timing right and generate their own power is the way to go.
Yeah, big time. Massively. This one
out towards square leg, and they're going to maybe come back here for a second run, and they should make it back very comfortably. So 2 runs there for Gupta. And it's going to be Khan coming into bowl, of course. Sajid Khan bowled that second over, went for 10 runs, and he picked up the wicket. Mohammad Mustafa, good catch off his own bowling.
Oh, this is uppish, but it's going to get over the top. And we'll run away. Andre, about 4 runs. And that one goes towards the ropes. So that's going to be a relief for Gupta as he struggled to find the middle of the bat. Still doesn't find it, but gets enough of it.
Yeah, just about manages to get enough bat on that to help it away for a boundary. Just the second boundary we have seen so far this innings. Need to string together a lot more of those.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Bit of cloud cover has come over us here. It's not on the field at the moment. There's a slight gap. Leg spin. Turn as well for Khan. Yeah, that's one thing to mention. You know, you go back to those internationals that we saw on the network a couple of weeks ago. You know, the likes of Charlie Ramishran and Sebastian Hughes-Pinyan was also getting lots of turn as a left arm offies. You know, it just comes back to the fact that, you know, pace spin will turn if you get it right. Comes down, and it's going to be an attempt here from Bosniak. Now the question is, was the bat down in time? His body language suggests that he thinks he's okay here, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I feel he's gone. That's my initial thought, but well, what do I know? He's managed to just ground his bat in time. Oh, he's managed to get that back down. Yeah, I guess he should have gone with the keeper's reaction over there. I mean, he didn't look as confident as a wicketkeeper typically would after what they believe is a successful stumping.
Keepers are all, being a keeper, you know when you've got someone. 9 times out of 10, you know. And especially when you've got the cameras to assist you, you're often very confident. Bit shorter, pumped over the top on the offside. There is a fielder out there. Stipe Parisa does well to watch this one all the way. I say that there's a bit of cloud cover. It seems as if the cloud cover is not stopping it hitting the cube at the moment. Oh, hang on a second. Where's that back foot, folks? Where is that back foot? Oh, dear. And does it make contact with it, though? That's the question. I don't know if it actually touches it. It might hover over it, but I don't think it actually touches it. And I think for that reason, I think he's got away with it. Or is he not? No, he hasn't. Never mind. 4 runs. Oh, dear. See? You just can't make it up sometimes.
Yeah, it doesn't get away with that one in the end. And, well, 10 runs off this over so far. It's tied for the biggest over so far. I think both of them have been by Khan so far.
And swatted away. A bit of work to do for the field out there in the deep. Really slows up on this outfield though, doesn't it? Really not a quick one at all.
End of the 4th over, 11 runs coming off. This is the most expensive over of the innings. Sajid Khan has been the most expensive bowler so far in this match, of course. He goes for 10 in his first and 11 in his second, as we just have a look here at the worm for this Zagreb Chiefs side. Yeah, going at just under 8 and over. Not quite the rate they would like. As you can see, that expected score at the moment is at 88, which, well, against a side like the Warriors with the batting issues you have, it could be enough.
Yeah.
It certainly could be, but you wouldn't feel too safe with that sort of a score if you're the Zagreb Chiefs.
No, not at all. There's definitely work to do here for the men in blue. Slower delivery from Chandra, and that one is missed out on by Gupta. It was probably in the arc to have been hit. Too wide though, and it's going to be given a wide. You can see the idea there is trying to go full and straight. Well, full and just pushing it outside the off stump really here. He's trying to get him to drive. They probably don't feel that he has got a drive in him. Going off the basis of what we've seen thus far, you could probably argue that's probably fair enough. Is there a snick on this? Well, he's walking. Well, there you go. Well, that's good to see from Gupta. That's really good because Petr Bosniak was certainly up and about for this one. Let's have a look here. I can't really see too much from there. Those little fine edges, you can't see too much. But listen, the umpire wasn't moving. Yeah, you can actually see there's a deviation there. The umpire was not moving. He was unmoved. There was questions and appeals. Umpire shakes his head.
Yeah.
But then eventually the main man in Gupta actually says, no, I did hit it. And that's good to see. And, well, I always like to see moments like that because that's what the game's about. The spirit of the game. And, well, if you hit it and you're caught, you're out. And that's what he says. Yeah, I hit it. I'm gone.
Yeah, you can just see there once again on the replay, the umpire shakes his head, says there's no edge there, but the bowler and keeper are absolutely convinced. And the batter confirms their suspicions. Yeah, good work there by Kartik Gupta. You always love to see that. Doesn't wait for the decision, walks himself. And this one's going to be struck towards point, so Viren is going to get off the mark off his very first ball. Yeah, losing Kartik Gupta, that could prove to be quite a disaster for this Chiefs side. He's the only one who's really been able to get in the runs so far this innings. Granted, Amit Kumar only had a chance to face one ball.
Oh, steps well across this one. Does Bosniak takes a bit of a tumble. Nevertheless, we'll be okay. Wide up, too wide in fact. That's going to be a wide ball. And again, well, the umpire's probably going to have to invoice for some chiropractic. Oh, this one up in the air. Could be a chance. Vedran, no, just pulls out of it. Doesn't really commit to it, which is fair enough, though it was a pretty tricky one, and into that sun, which is exactly where that is.
Yeah, right in the sun, of course, is coming straight into our commentary position as well, which is at times just making it a little bit tough to look out at the field with our naked eye. So having to look at the screen a bit more. This one's being pushed out towards mid-wicket, and oh, he should have done better. He knows he should have done better. You can just tell from his reaction that was Alan Magdalenik, he's had a few moments in the field so far today. This one, he would have thought that it would be a regulation bit of fielding. To be fair, it does sort of pop up, and yeah, it does make it slightly challenging for him, but overall, he'll feel like he should stop that as Derek just comes out for a second and
Derek just saying hello. Derek just saying hello, and well, we would normally say hello at this point, but we're just having a few issues. But yeah, of course, at the moment, at the halfway stage, 40 for 3 after 5 overs. Chiefs, they'll be pretty okay, feeling okay considering where they were. But I tell you what, yeah, the Warriors will know that they probably need to restrict them to around about that 80 mark. Anything more, and it's going to be tricky for them to take on. Looks as if they're going to go to the likes of Nikol Desai. And this is going to be a dot ball to start us off. Had a question from the office, by the way. This is good old Jay. Jay is this is for both of us. He says, what's your favourite local delicacy? And if you haven't had one, then what's your favourite food you've eaten on tour? Question goes to both of us. Now, I have to say, I think I've got a new entrance. That's a Gundy ball, and, well, kicks it away, does Bosniak. They'll get an extra off the wide as well. I've got a very recent entry, and that was last night. Went to a really good Sri Lankan place here in Zagreb. And oh my word, unbelievable. Genuinely unbelievable. Up there with some of the best. I had a nice, what did I think I had, I'm trying to remember what it's called now. Give me a moment, I'll remember it. That's going to be okay. Seemed okay anyway. I ended up having what was Sri Lankan kotu, chicken kotu. You heard of it?
No, I haven't. That sounds very fascinating. Is this place close to our hotel?
It's about a 10-minute taxi. Not too bad. Everything's about a 10-minute taxi from our hotel, to be honest. So yeah, literally, it's stunning. I'm trying to I'll find out the best way to describe what it. Oh, hang on a second. I can't touch my laptop because it's on fire. Never mind. But yeah, Sri Lankan kotu was amazing. Really was nice. And yeah, some of the best food, I reckon. That might be one of the best dishes I've had.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the best food we've had on tour. I've obviously had a chance to go to quite a few places over the last few months.
Oh, this one short, back of a length, and missing out on this one. And this is not a ball that you should be missing out realistically. This has to go to the cleaners. There's no two ways about it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's been a couple of shorter deliveries that they've gotten away with over the course of this innings.
It's a half tracker that should have gone. Now this one's going to be too wide though. He's got away with a few decide, but not this one. No idea then.
No, I'd have to think about it. I'd need a few overs. I think I can't quite say there's something in particular that comes to mind either immediately. Maybe that's I don't know if that says something about my pretty poor palate or what.
One of the two. Well, outside edge should be gone and will be. And the full wide delivery from Desai. He makes the most of the extra delivery that he gets. And I believe that's going to be a catch for Sandeep Singh, who takes that one at the fly slip region. And another one bites the dust. And again, wickets tumbling here for the Chiefs.
Yeah, top edge goes straight to the fielder at short third, and he's held on to that catch really well. Another wicket falls. Amit Kumar departs, having scored just 5 runs. So where are these runs going to come for the Zagreb Chiefs? You really got to wonder as things stand. Well, there's a good chance they could be restricted to something under 70, and the Zagreb Warriors might have a chance to snap what has been a really long losing streak for them.
Yeah, 17 I think is where they're at now in terms of ECS fixtures that they haven't won a game in. Yeah, so that would be a pretty momentous occasion if they were to somehow win this 4th game of the day. It would be very large celebrations, you feel. Yeah, the 10th placement I think might have to get changed here, this cube. It ain't working. It's in the sun. It pretty much completely ruins the point of it. So that's going to be fun. 5 penalty runs, by the way. 5 penalty runs for Power, not getting out there in the 60 seconds. It's the 2nd time we've seen that today, and he's now questioning as to why. Well, that's not ideal.
I think going back to that food question, the first place I'm thinking of that I visited would obviously have to be Rome.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know. I wanted to ask you this. Did you have some really good authentic Italian food?
Oh yeah, I love Italian cuisine. Probably my favorite in the world, and really had a chance to try out some authentic Italian cuisine. I think, particularly when you can get out of the tourist areas, you can get some really nice things.
Some genuine, proper stuff. Well, this is genuinely hit, but as he found the fielder, no, there's nobody back there. That'll be 6 runs. Interesting that they don't have a fielder there again. They've got a very wide mid-off, but they don't. It's just a weird field, if I'm being honest with you. Might be a good chance to have a look at the field, maybe with a wide angle, but it's a weird field nevertheless. But it's 6 more to end the over. 49 for 4 at the end of 6. You can kind of see them there, but it's a strange field. The Warriors have done that a couple of times where they've had pretty much no one straight, but then very wide. It's very strange.
Yeah, it's hard to explain their tactics, isn't it? But to be fair, it's hard to even tell what kind of a plan they have, the way they're bowling. I mean, they're kind of spraying it all over the place, so maybe even the captain doesn't know what to do. But yeah, I think we had on one of my days off over in Rome, I had a chance to go do a bit of exploring with Ravi, and then we had some lunch out on the Rome city center close to the Trevi Fountain, and well, that place was a proper tourist trap. I mean,
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
not at all
massively,
authentic.
massively.
But I think once you were sort of further outside the city,
This
say in a
one.
place like Ostia Antica, where I had a chance to go to, I think from there you could tell. I mean, the food, not only was it cheaper, but it was much better. It was
Yeah.
significantly better because it was further away from the tourist area, sort of more of a residential area. You can see that a lot more locals were over there.
But
And I
as you
significantly
say,
prefer the food over there.
as you say, that's where you get the authenticity comes out. Well, there you go. There's a genuine wicket as Kuma Varayan ends up, and unfortunately, it's just not the best shot again. And well, I said it earlier, the revolving door this time of the Chiefs' wickets just continues to flow, and another one bites the dust, and it's now 5 down with just 51 on the board.
Yeah, he grabs another wicket here. This is just lovely bowling. I love the way Chandra bowls. He keeps his plans so simple, doesn't he? He always bowls nice and full. He gets through his over really quickly as well, which always helps his side in terms of the over rate. And he's going to pick up another wicket here. I mean, this is just very simple bowling. It's full. It's aimed at the middle stump. And against batters of this quality, that's more than enough in terms of a plan. I think now that I've given it a thought, it would probably have to be one of the gelatos I tried in Rome. I think
Really?
there was one place in Rome that's ranked as one of the top 10 in the world,
Well,
and
you
I had a
hope-
chance to try that
You would
out,
hope so, wouldn't you?
and it certainly was great.
This one just pushed away. This is going to Raj. He comes out at number 7. Yeah, you would hope so that there'd be a pretty decent gelato place in Rome, to be fair. You would hope so. Didn't have a good authentic pizza, pasta?
I did actually.
You must have, yeah.
Yeah, in Ostia Antica for sure. I
Yeah?
think
Just gets through mid-wicket. Now, extra cover, bit of cover behind him. No, cut it off for 1. Oh, no, there won't. There'll be buzzers. And come through for an extra. That's poor. And that's just, again, elements of the Warriors game that they've got to improve upon.
yeah, it's these little things for the Warriors that they need to focus on. Just fires that throw in there. It's an errant throw, really is. No other way to describe it.
Come back to live action then with the ball to go here in the 7th over. Could be a wicket. Chance maybe. Is it going to split the field? Yes, it does. Nobody's home. And he'll just get a single. So a bit of a rash shot, but gets away with it, does Pawar. That'll be the end of the 7th then. The score is 55 for 4. And you can see there has been an addition to the upcoming events graphic for you there. The Italian finals, which I would assume would decide who would get to the ECL as representatives for Italy. That, of course, on the 26th and 27th of October. So just at the in the middle of that Malta ECS. And, of course, looking forward to seeing what unfolds there. But, yeah, that's it. That's the rest of the season, and we're done.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, a little addition we also had a few weeks ago in that wonderful weekend of cricket we have over in Greece. Greece and Spain are going to be taking on each other over in the island of Corfu, so that should be quite fun as well. So, yeah, of course, that is the rest of the European cricket calendar. It's really hard to believe we're in the final third of what has been an incredible season.
This year has flown by. This one up in the air again, nobody home. Just a very leg side field, which I do understand, but it's just, it's not working for them, this field, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, the problem is that most of these bowlers are just not accurate enough for the captain to
that's exactly it.
set a plan to them. So I just feel like the skipper, he's in a tough spot. He's kind of caught between two minds. What should he do? Where should he place this field? Yeah, at times I think looking at the way they're bowling, it's hard to decipher a clear plan for many of the bowlers.
To the pad, that'll be a dot ball. But again, that realistically is a Gundy ball that should be taken. Should be, whacked away in the purest cricketing term. It's just a Gundy ball. It's a hit me ball, but not able to catch up to it. And I guess that is kind of what you're asking for, in fairness, when you're never going to get the balls hit away when you've got your middle to lower order in there. I'll say that, and then he pulls off a shot like this. Heads up behind us, by the way. That's a glorious shot, 6 runs, and well, all of a sudden you say, well, sometimes you might struggle to see the lower order hit nice shots away, but this is a glorious shot. Might be one of the shots of the day.
Oh, he's absolutely middled that one and sent that a long, long way. One of the biggest sixes we have seen so far today as well. Now here's our reaction in the commentary box. We just watched that one sail over our heads, and yeah, that one just going well over the tent.
Well, good to know that Comcam is back up. Anywho, Yeah, that one went a long way, and you have to try and find where that one went. Of course, that one into out downtown is not easy. Power 18 off 8 for him. It's a wide ball. Yeah, well left. Easily could have spoiled a wide there.
Yeah, gets that one wrong. He's trying to go for that wider Yorker, but he hasn't quite got it right.
Oh, and again, drags this from well outside the off stump. Oh no, completely runs past it. But Ati, he had his struggles at the start of the day, and well, they're continuing on here. That is poor, and it goes for 4.
I hate to say this, but the only way to describe this is poor cricket all round. That ball's going for a wide. He spoilt the wide, and there should be some regulation fielding and long on, and it's going to go away for a 4. So, yeah, just a shoddy display.
Can you say it's a Tortuga? Maybe. Don't know. This is a no ball, though. And we might have to have another look at this one just to catch up. But, yeah, that one, not the best of deliveries. Just gets a single. Free hit to come, though. No question about that, though. It's definitely a no-eat.
Yeah, huge no ball, well above the waist.
Just need to, well, just find a way here and just keep this momentum going towards them. Free hit and hit firmly. But again, there is a fielder out there. It's Vedranjanko. They come back for 2. That's good running. It wasn't the best, really most attacking fielding. It's a good effort, though. Stopped it going for a 4, I guess. And they come back for the second, though. Let's have a look here just to make sure that I think he's pretty much, yeah, he's comfortably back at the end of the day. Slides his back in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's made his way back in quite comfortably there. Good take by the bowler, though, and a nice throw as well. Yeah, I think the key here really has to be that Pawar has got to face as much of the strike as possible.
Yeah, massively. Oh, genuine bottom edge.
Well, do you take a single over here? Do you take a single over here? I mean,
you can't turn it down in the 8th over.
Yeah.
You can't turn it down, not yet. Not when you're only 5 down. Not yet, too early. End of the 8th, it is 73 for 5.
We'll have a look at this run rate over here. The Zagreb Chiefs, 73 for 5, going with a run rate of 9. That over was a huge over, biggest over so far this innings. 18 runs coming off it. They desperately needed that, didn't they?
Yeah, massively. It's all about now just trying to make the most of it. Humidity's pretty high today. Just wanted to check that. Humidity's up there. That's 60%. Weird weather at the moment, isn't it? This actually feels quite like an English summer's day. I know we're in September now, but the rain, the sort of cloud cover, it's a bit weird. Vedran to come back, and he's going to get clipped into the onside. Bit of work to do, but equal to it this time is Magdalenic. Picked him at the top, said it'd be nice to see him get some runs, wouldn't it? After a struggle this morning, it would be nice to see him get a few away. He got a score in the 20s yesterday, and boy, oh boy, they could be relying on him here if it's around about the 80s or the 90s. Could come down to him in that middle order. Oh, well, watch. That's going to be a wide ball.
Yeah, that's the sort of line you'd want to have. Just try to keep it as wide as possible, as long as it's legal. Just make sure it's outside Power's reach.
You've got to be careful with Bosniak's gloves as well, behind the stumps. Lofted, up, and away, again over our heads. 6 more, yet again. That's gone a long old way, and Power, you're right, now probably has got to start thinking about farming the strike, because he is striking it wonderfully.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Power's been hitting it better than any batter so far for this Chiefs side. He certainly needs to look to farm the strike here. I think, yeah, if I was Govindharaj, I would have potentially considered turning down that single at the end of the 8th over. But no, credit to Govindharaj. He hasn't faced too many dot balls. He's just rotating the strike and getting Power back on strike.
On the pad, nurdle a single.
It's good bowling, really good bowling. I mean, you could just see Power makes that initial movement and he follows the batter so well. Just take a look at this. You can see him advancing. And then he just bowls it right at his feet. Make sure he doesn't have the room to play the shot he desires.
Could see that the Warriors better with their timing as well. You can see still got quite a lot of time to go. Hit firmly, and this one is going to get cut off. Should be eventually. And it is well fielded. Good arm as well, to be fair. They'll come back for another comfortable 2, though. Again, 2s aren't too bad, to be quite honest. Dangerous boot, though, that. If that hits the ankle, Ow. That's all I'm saying. We shattered. Good big 2 balls this. Really needing to be quiet going into the last over, really. Hit firmly. Again, bit of work to do for the fielder out in the deep, straight to him. I guess that's why they have him wide, but I don't get it because up against a good side, they'll just go downtown easily, very easily. Now, if they give away a boundary here, would you be too upset?
I think giving away a boundary, you wouldn't be pleased to give away a boundary, of course, but I think Power's got to be smart. If it's a full toss, go for a boundary. Otherwise, just take the single.
Or it's a dot ball, and that is a win for the Warriors. Another good over from Vedran. Very, very good introduction to his day. 16 off his 2. End of the 9th with an over to go. The Chiefs 85 for 5.
Yeah, that was a good delivery to end there by Zanko, and maybe Power would have been just better off trying to push that one away for a single to keep strike heading into the final over. We'll have a look at the bowlers used by the Zagreb Warriors so far. Yeah, good bowling by Zanko and Chandra, the 2 of them. Certainly Narayan Chandra, we've seen him bowl quite a bit over the course of this series, have been very consistent. It's going to be Abhishek Awasthi coming in to bowl the final over. It's the 3rd time he's bowling the final over today in as many matches, and he's done a stellar job in the final over over the course of today's play. It's been so hard to get away for the likes of the Assassins and Sokol, so it's going to be a big challenge here for the Chiefs.
Somehow, got to be less than 90 realistically. This is going to get carved away. Oh, it gets through the fielder. It's probably going to go all the way, is it? Oh, what an attempt. What a boundary save that just might be. Take about Parisa. That could be amazing. He might have caused a run out here. No. Oh, dear. It's all happening. We'll say it happens in the 9th. What about the 10th?
Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, great diving effort. Wow, that is absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Lastditch.com. That's what that is. Should have been a run out here. A bit of a loose throw. Anyway, come back to live action. They get 2. Dot ball. And Pawas, with the keeper back, he's got to be pushing this. He can't be left stranded at the non-strikers. Cannot be.
Yeah, nice back of a length delivery over there. Let's have another look at this. Nice backing away. Just doesn't get himself into the right position there, does he, whatsoever, to play a shot. Doesn't have any kind of balance.
Slapped away. Again, early call of 2 here. Probably wouldn't take it. Keep Power on strike. Yeah, they don't. Will just be 1. So he has got a handful of deliveries here now.
Yeah, just the 3 runs of these first 3 balls. Not too bad an outcome from the Warriors' perspective, but Power's on strike now, and can they contain him?
It's the big question, isn't it? No is the answer. Lofted, up, up, and away. High and handsome from Power. 6 more, and they do get into the 90s. And this is a good bit of last-ditch hitting from Power here.
Now all of a sudden, 100 is on the cards for the Zagreb Chiefs side. Oh, can they bring up the triple digits and really give their side that perfect finish?
2 big deliveries now. 94 on the board. Or goes back to it and just misses out, trying to cut it away. Good dot ball. Good, excellent comeback, though, from Awasti.
Excellent bit of bowling. Good comeback there by Awasti. And now the last ball of this innings is coming up. This is enormous. Absolutely massive deliveries. This disappears for 6. And I have to say, it's been a sensational inning from the Chiefs' point of view.
And he will send it up and away for 6. What a great finish that is. And it's, again, just glorious hitting, though. And this is what we've been calling for, Nish. We've been saying if you play correct cricket shots, you'll get rewarded for it. And he does exactly that. It's not slogging. It's out of the textbook. The high, lofted drive down the ground. 6 to finish. And they will exactly finish on 100 for 5. And it's a very, very good comeback from the Chiefs, as they, they were struggling at moments, but due to that man on the left of your screen at the moment, Power, they do get to the triple figures. And the thing is, just mentally, chasing something like 91 compared to 100 is a completely different game. And now it's going to be a tough, tough old ask for this Zagreb Warriors side. Again, good start as Alan took a catch down at long on. And there was, a nervy moment for the bowler, Aswati, but again, they picked up another one, and then all of a sudden, that was where Power came out, and Power started to really motor along.
Yeah, Power's innings is ultimately the crucial innings that makes the difference in this innings. I think at one point we thought that this side would struggle to even get to 70 or 80 runs. But thanks to Power's fine innings, the Chiefs are able to make their way to 100. That was the big moment of their chance for a run out. And unfortunately, they missed that opportunity, and that proved to be an enormous error. We're just going to take a look at some of the big moments over the course of this innings. Of course, a great bit of honesty over there by Kartik Gupta. Narendra Chandra picking up that wicket. You can just see that Peter Bosniak takes the catch. He's absolutely convinced there is a wicket. Gupta doesn't wait for the umpire to say. He actually sees the umpire shaking his head and saying that's not out, but Kartik Gupta said, nope, I know I nicked it. And he decided to make his way back towards the dugout. So a good bit of honesty and sportsmanship there by Kartik Gupta, playing the game along the lines of the spirit of the game. We're now going to take a look at some of the big shots that were hit near the end of this innings, as well as some of the key wickets that were taken. This would be the end of Madan Kumar Varian. Good bowling there by Chandra, who always keeps things very simple when he's out in the middle. That was, of course, a ball that just went over us. Just thought maybe there's a chance that it could come into the dugout and maybe an opportunity to take a catch, but it was not to be. It sailed over the ice cube. And I guess we could all breathe a sigh of relief, but rather they sail over us rather than straight at our equipment. We'll take a look at some of these good shots hit here by Pritesh Pawar. He would make 41 runs of 16 deliveries, strike 5 sixes over the course of his innings. A brilliant performance by him, as his side would end up with 100 runs. He, of course, ended the innings with that glorious lofted straight drive, hitting the ball with the full face of the bat. It was just a glorious bit of cricket. We'll have a look at the scorecard here, and as you can see, Kartik Gupta with 24 runs of 19 deliveries. Pritesh Pawar making 41 of 16. And those two end up being the standout performers for their side. No real scores of note outside of the two of them. I think you can give quite a bit of cricket credit to Prakash Govindaraj for at least making sure that he didn't chew up too many dot balls. I think he played a pretty decent role. He ran hard between the wickets. He picked up singles, and he made sure that Pawar could face as many balls as possible. Here's a look at the bowling figures for this Zagreb Warriors side. And Vedran Zanko and Narendra Chandra are the two picks of the bowlers. Of course, Narendra Chandra figures a 2 for 14. Superb work by him, and I think he can be mightily impressed with his performance. The Zagreb Chiefs will end up with 100 runs, and the Warriors have a big task at hand in the second innings if they are to snap what has been a 17-game losing streak. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back for the second innings of Match 9.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back. We are set for the start of the second innings, as of course the Zagreb Chiefs are about to take on the Zagreb Warriors. The Chiefs have posted a target of 101 on the board for this Warrior side. We'll have a look at the bonus point equation right here. So they have to go at 10 and over to win this game, but if the Warriors are able to chase this target down in 7 overs or less, they will pick up a bonus point. But if the Chiefs can put in a really good bowling performance here and restrict this Warriors side to 70 runs or less, they will leave with all 4 points in their possession. A big game for both these teams, of course. The Warriors want to snap this massive losing streak they have. I believe it's gone up to almost 17 games now. So they won't want to lose once again. Meanwhile, of course, their opposition and the Zagreb Chiefs. Last time around, they missed out on a spot in the top 3 to make it to finals day by 4 points. They were, of course, just behind Zagreb Sokol and had a huge gap between themselves and Sir Oliver Split, who were sitting at just 7 points. During last year's European Cricket Series, the Zagreb Chiefs went 6-5 and 4. Of course, that was 4 games with no results, 6 wins, 5 losses, and 4 matches with no result. But yeah, had a slightly difficult start to this European Cricket Series. Things haven't quite clicked for them the way they would have hoped. And this one is just going to be blocked out, and they'll grab a quick single. So Singh is off the mark. They grab their first run, the Zagreb Warriors. So yeah, they've struggled with the bat in hand so far today. Failed to make 50 runs in both of their opening matches, and now they got to find a way to chase out a target of 101 to pick up their first victory in a long time and snap a 17-game losing streak. Yeah, just getting plenty of swing over there, but it goes too far down the leg side as Pawar bowling this first over. And well, he's a man who, of course, we saw bat superbly in the first innings. It was thanks to the way that he batted, and his side got a chance to get into a pretty healthy position in this game. If you take away his innings, then would have been in all sorts of trouble. No, they will pick up a run in the end, and yeah, I mean, the batters maybe should have been looking to push for a single immediately, but once that's gone towards the fielder, you expect him to stop that, but he's let it slip past him. Just a few too many errors in the field by both these teams. Oh, he's going to look to go over cover this time, and that's going to take a bounce just in front of the rope. And it's going to be a 6. It's actually gone all the way, so I thought maybe it had just taken a bounce in front of the rope. Let's have a look at this right here. Yeah, clearly takes a bounce in front of the rope. That should be 4 runs. And yep, the decision has been amended, and it's been signaled a 4. Oh, lovely ball. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, he's going pretty wide on the crease there. Just watch how he gets this one angle in and then just seam away. A gorgeous bit of bowling. Nice back of a length delivery as well. It's such an awkward height for the batter to deal with too. Well, he's trying to leave that one thinking it was just going to go down the leg side, but it's straightened a lot more than he expected. And it ends up just striking him right on the back of his thigh. He's probably in a bit of pain, but he's just doing his best to hide whatever pain he must be feeling as we come to the end of the first over. The Warriors find themselves 12 for no loss. Here's a quick look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball. That counter is now up to 44 runs, so 44 matches. Of course, it's worth pointing out that 5 penalty runs have been awarded as well. We'll just give you an update on that very shortly. This one is just going to get flicked up straight to the field. That's a very soft dismissal, really is, for Awasti. That's not the way you'd be hoping to get out. He's just chipped up a fairly simple catch. And this one goes up in the air. Yep, regulation bit of catching. As the first one will fall, and that's going to be the end for Abhishek Awasti. Of course, and good chance to welcome back Charlie Hunt in the commentary box. Yeah, the big news is that penalty runs have been awarded to this Zagreb Warriors side because one of the Chiefs batters took more than 60 seconds to make their way out to the middle.
Yep, 70 seconds is what it took in the end. And we did see it. We did see it on air. So no real surprises there. But yeah, nevertheless, though, it's... well, still probably too much. Magdalenic in at 3 here. Now, I called him already. I said he could, you know, they need him to get a few going here and hope that extras help as well. So here we go then. And of course, would have been on a pair, but this one is probably going to be 4, and it will be. So a nice start for Magdalenic. A little bit of a loose delivery, too full and straight from Singh. And on the hips and sweeps it away nicely.
Really nicely played there by Magdalenic. Helps that one away towards square leg, using the pace of the ball beautifully, and works out away for 4 runs. And the win predictor is down to just a 25% chance for the Warriors, so 101 for most teams is very chaseable, but we know the issues this Warriors side have had with their batting.
Upish, not out of the middle, but he might have enough on this. I think he does. It's definitely going to get over the infield. In fact, it's going to go all the way for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Magdalenic, so he's come out saying, well, I'm not going to change the way I approach it. I'm going to swing hard, and swing hard he does. Another boundary, back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, good to see this positive approach here from Magdalenic. He gets a couple away towards the boundary rope to start off his innings. Yeah, I think the key here for the Warriors really is to try to capitalize on these power play overs, get ahead of this run rate.
Goes again, and isn't going to get it. And it's going to be 4-4 and out. Magdalenic, that's just been the way that his day's gone, I'm afraid. Once again, just picks out the fielder, and Chetanatri makes no mistake. And it's a simple take for him. But look how much it means to them. They know that that's a big wicket. And there you go. Another wicket will go. 2 down now, 20 for 2.
Yeah, getting this question again, just in case a few people missed it. The reason the score was 12 for no loss at the end of the first over was because of those penalty runs that were awarded for what we witnessed at the end of the first innings, where one of the batters took 70 seconds, as you pointed out, to make their way out to the middle.
Yeah, of course, the limit is 60, and 60 is more than enough to get yourselves out there. Zanko. Well, he is crucial in this chase, isn't he? Not only from, getting up to 100 and trying to chase it down, but also getting a point. If he can stick around, maybe, just maybe, something could come from this game for what's been a tough day for Warriors. Last thing I want to do is go without, go 3 games in a day without reaching 50. Oof, that's going to be, it's going to be rough. Oh, this one cops him here, and that's sore. That really is a sore one. He says he's okay. He's a tough Croatian. Oh, that's horrible. That is rough. That's he's okay. Hard as nails is Vajaran. End of the second over, 20 for 2.
Yeah, so the run rate is just fine here for the Zagreb Warriors. They have lost a couple of wickets, though, which could be a bit of an issue for them. I liked Magdalenic's approach to start off his innings. I think We saw him in the previous match. He made just 2 runs of the 10 deliveries he faced, so at least he got bat on ball. And he struck a couple of boundaries and then got dismissed after that. Didn't waste too many deliveries.
Yeah, exactly that. That's the difference. Is if you can have 3 or 4 batters go at more than a run a ball, you might have a chance. That's the difference here. Looks as if they're going to go and return to Pritesh Pawar. Oh wow, that is an absolute peach. And I tell you what, often you will hear a commentator say the batter looked like he had no idea. Singh had no clue about where this was. This hooped out of nowhere. It was quick, it was full, and I had no idea.
Oh, that is an absolute C. Just take a look at this ball. There was nothing the batter could have done about that. I mean, look at how much that ball swings. What an incredible delivery. That is top-notch bowling by Pritesh Pawar. He gets rid of Sandeep Singh. And, well, Singh's not going to face too many balls better than that for the rest of this series.
Oh, dear, that is, again, that might just be one of the best balls you'll see all year. That is unbelievable. It was quick. It was raw pace. That was the quickest ball we've seen today. And just didn't have a clue. And leg stump, gone. See you later. Thanks for coming. And 20 for 3 now. And again, the issue starting to pick up here. And now Chandra has the unfortunate task. And his tail is up at the moment, is Pawar, and rightfully so. Starts there off with a dot.
Yeah, that was sensational. It really was. And all of a sudden, this Warriors side, their chances are just starting to diminish ball after ball. We're just taking a look at the replay of that delivery once again.
Again, we'll just hit away. We'll get off the mark with a single. I have to say, that was one of the best balls I've seen in a long time. Yeah, it's just something when a batter has no idea. And it's not as if Singh hasn't, he's faced good deliveries. That, unbelievable. Zanko yet to get off the mark, though. Could be gone here. Has he got enough on it? Yes, only just, though. Gets over the head of Chatanatri. Does very well in the end to return. Only get a single, though. That's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, just the one run over there. It's just chipped over the infield, and it's a big chase. And I think it's a good take and a throw back to the bowler's end.
Oh, and almost goes for it again. He's looking for that magical delivery, is Pawar, and it's just snuck away from Chandra.
Wazimatron just commenting on that dismissal, saying the batter got himself in the worst possible position. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, the batter certainly didn't cover himself in glory, but I mean, that's just an incredible ball. It's swinging back in, then it's just straight and so late. I mean, that is incredibly difficult to play. Many a batter would have been dismissed by that.
Yeah, he was expecting it to go down leg side, wasn't he?
Yeah. And
just the reverse swing was pretty incredible. End of the third, end of the power play. It's pretty level playing field. It's probably 1-1 in a footballing term. Score at the end of 3 is 24 for 3.
Yeah, I'd probably say the Chiefs have the edge here, in all honesty. I think they've picked up 3 wickets. They've got rid of the entire top 3. I mean, looking at the rest of this Zagreb Warriors order, I mean, I struggle to see anyone other than Zanko who could get any runs for them. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Really is going to be. So, we're going to see. Looks to be a new bowler introduced into the attack after the power play. So they're not going to continue with Anupam Singh. I thought they might give him a second over, but instead they go with Ashraf Ansari.
Ooh, I think someone was saying something. The keeper was having a word there. I think he had his inners and gloves on at the time. There's nothing worse for a keeper when you're being rushed for time. Yeah, they've gone with Ansari. This one swatted away. It'll probably be the one for the over, but it will definitely be 4. And a nice one for Zanko to get off.
He gets this one away for 4 runs. He looked to dig this one in short, and Zanko ends up negotiating it quite well. Just hooks that one away for a boundary. They really feel their hopes rest on his shoulders now. If Zanko departs here, then well, the Warriors are going to be in all sorts of trouble and probably staring at another defeat.
Yeah, one thing to remember is that today, or this tournament, this is the last ECS where there'll be 5 games in the day. Malta onwards will be 4 because there's not enough sunlight in the day. Wider delivery, too wide, in fact, from Ansari. Of course, Warriors, there's under different names, but they are, of course, affiliated with the Assassins. This is hit firmly from Vedran, and hit so firmly it will go for 4. That was thumped from Vedran. He has got it in him. He's a strong unit. That certainly will help, though. In the slot, realistically, though, isn't it? I'm afraid. Doesn't quite get that one away perfectly. Does the bowler, but the batter certainly does. Nevertheless, now 10 runs on the board for Zanko, going above a run a ball. Yeah, and David Skinner just mentioning, Warriors are the Assassins' second 11, so any top order batsman goes to the Assassins, or a good top order batter. So that's just one thing to remember. There's a pause in play here, not too sure as to why.
Yeah, it's a bit like a feeder team, isn't it? I mean, you've obviously got your senior team and the Assassins, the ones who are really challenging for the title, and the Warriors is where they can develop a lot of their talent, allow them to get some European cricket experience under their belt, and if they really impress, then they will move on to the Assassins. Kind of sort of like their relationship Red Bull have with RB, or is it Alpha Tauri as they used to call them? I think that's probably the closest analogy I could think of.
Oh dear, that's quite funny. I saw you Googling, I was like, what are you doing? And then
I forgot their new name. I used to still think they're Alpha Tauri.
It's a rubbish name. It's an absolutely awful name.
Or Toro Rosso, as I used to like to call them. That was their proper name back in the day.
That was their genuine name. What's going on here? What are we waiting for? I think we're ready to go again. Yeah, can see the walkie-talkie's out in full effect. But yeah, no, it's a rubbish name. It's terrible. Anywho, we're back underway. Ansari once more. Swing and a miss from Vedran. Yeah, it is essentially a feeder team, isn't it? It's the second 11, as David said, so there you go. Yeah, of course, Vedran is, president of the Assassins. And well, that's going to be full and straight. Simple game of cricket. You miss our hit, Zanko. It's unfortunately a wayward shot, just playing across the line. But look at his, moves away from it, and it's a pretty simple equation. Thank you very much. And that one is going to be another wicket that falls, and I think now is where it's going to start looking pretty tricky for the Warriors.
Yeah, look at the bat really far outside his crease over there, Vedran Zanko, and he just ends up playing across that one, as you mentioned. That's a perfect Yorker, isn't it? Right on the base of the stumps. And another one bites the dust here. Ashraf Ansari picks up a wicket. And for the Zagreb Warriors, well, it's a familiar story, isn't it? They find themselves 33 for 4. And as things stand, I think we're going to start getting a little bit concerned about whether they can even make it to 71 here. It could be 3 bonus point defeats in a day for them.
It's exactly what you don't want. It's the last thing you want to watch. Oh, what a delivery that is. In-swinging delivery to Desai, who's the next batter to come out.
Yeah, lovely length as well. It's just kind of hovering in and around that channel. Yeah, it gets that lovely swing back in, and it's just such an awkward height for the batter to play at.
Corridor of uncertainty, Nish. It's a good one. Oh, asking the question. Steps right across. Oh, given. Oh, given. Well, let's have another look at this one then, because I thought he was walking away from it. Let's see. Let's have a look. Where's the impact for me? I mean, it's high. It's so high. Let's have a look at side on. I think that's going to tell us how high that is. Oh, dear. I think he might have copped a rotten one here. Let's see. Oh, I think there's too much element of doubt for me.
No, there's far too much. Wrong about that one. I mean, you could say the impact is outside the off stump as well, the height. And I just wonder if there was even a little bit of edge on that. Surely not. I don't think that was the case, but certainly the impact was outside the off stump, and height was a question mark as well. I mean, it's hard to actually find something that was going for that delivery. I think there's just no other way to put it, but the batter has to consider himself very, very unfortunate there. And another one will fall here for the Zagreb Warriors.
Excuse the expression.
On a day in which, well, hardly anything's gone for them.
Excuse the expression. When it rains, it pours. And that's kind of what we're seeing here for the Warriors. So Desai goes for a 2-ball duck, and you've got Chandra at 2 off 3. Khan now will come out at number 7. big, big moments here. And again, yeah, now it's sort of, well, can they even get to that 50 once again? Oh dear, swing and a miss. And already you're just kind of thinking, are we going to get anything here? Are they going to get a point out of this? This is Govindaraj, who's come out here. He's bowling this next over. Good start for him, though.
Yeah, a lot of these Zagreb Warriors batters just need to look to get their head towards the ball. Just get their head.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's not far away. That is not far away whatsoever. That's almost come off the pad.
Yeah, that could have ricocheted off the pads onto the stumps. Yeah, as you can see, just misses it by maybe 3 to 4 inches. I mean, there's a great bit of advice I once heard from Kevin Peterson, but you just got to look at the cricket ball and try to kiss it, just so you can get your head position in the right way. And I think right now, I mean, their head's just going away from the ball, so they're never in a good position to play a shot.
Yep, so here now is, it's do or die really for the Warriors. Don't get any points out of today, and it's going to be such a tricky uphill battle considering they lost games yesterday to weather. And you also look at the weather to come over the course of the next few days. Could be more games lost to the rain, so you just wonder just if, you know, not getting points out of these games is going to be really, really, really tricky for them at the end of the day. And he comes wandering down. And yet again, misses out on it.
That's smart bowling, really smart bowling by Govindaraj. I mean, Chandra just backing away, looking to make some room to hit it over the offside, and Govindaraj just follows the batter.
That's a wide ball. And I'm interested to see if this touches any bit of the line. The line is wonky, to be fair. There's one mosquito in this hut, by the way, that just keeps going at everyone. So frustrating. Oh dear, oh dear. 36 for 5 with a ball to go. Oh, and it's the extra ball that gets him. Another one that stays low, and it's the pitch that again gets the batter. And as I said, I'm going to say it one more time. When it rains, it pours, and it's just not going the way of the Warriors here.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, obviously he's very unlucky with the fact that that ball stayed quite low, but you can just see he's backing away once again rather than getting into the right position. I think a lot of these batters for the Warriors just need to stick to the fundamentals.
Yeah, exactly. Do the basics, the rest will come. That's kind of what you would expect. Score then 36 for 6 at the halfway stage, still requiring 65 runs off 30. It's going to be pretty tricky, and you know that this tail is a pretty long tail. It's not wagged, it hasn't wagged all day. It's going to be so tough for the Warriors. But credit to the Chiefs, though. They bowled well.
No, the Chiefs certainly have done a good job. And, you know, they ended their first innings in a flurry. They managed to get to 100 thanks to some great batting by Pawar. And they've certainly done the job with the ball in hand so far as well. Edged, and that could be gone. Has that carried? It most certainly has. Beautiful bit of bowling. And a great catch over there as well by Kulkarni. Another one bites the dust for the Zagreb Warriors. This is an absolutely beautiful bit of bowling. It's in that corridor of uncertainty. It gets an outside edge, carries to the keeper, who's taking a nice, sharp, low catch.
It's a really good catch. He's walking into it because he has to. It's not if he wants to, he has to. You can see here he has to take a step forward. It's a genuine feather edge through. And another one bites the dust, and Sajid Khan will now go. And I think realistically we're seeing the downfall of all downfalls here. 36 for 7 now.
Yeah, it's a huge collapse. Really is a massive collapse. And I think as things stand, you'd really think that this Zagreb Warriors side, you'd back them to get bowled out at this stage. I mean, got 4.5 overs left, just 3 wickets in hand.
Bosniak is the next batter, along with Parisa. Yeah, I've just... I said there was one. There isn't. There's more because I've just killed
multiple.
I've just killed 2. I think I might be making my way to get some bug spray at some point tonight. There's a few of them around, and if the weather's even worse, it's just they're only going to get any worse anyway. Oh, I'll tell you what. That's a good delivery from a tree. It's not bad. Oh, shy at the stumps. Gets back safely. Oh, that's just a fly. Okay, that's fine. They're all very confusing around here at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when you get these kind of conditions, they're just ideal for mosquitoes, aren't they? I mean, it's quite damp and fairly warm as well. And they kind of thrive on these sort of humid conditions. Yeah, that one. I hope you didn't hear that one on camera, but yeah, we're just trying to get rid of some of the mosquitoes here, which seem to be some unwanted company in the ice cube right now.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Also, if you look out into the outfit deck, you can see them flying and hovering around as well. Anywho, that's not going to be out. Oh dear. Well, that one's done everything. Oh, yes, no, maybe. Shy at the stumps. Oh, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. And Parisa's going to go for a diamond duck. He's not even faced a single delivery. He's got run out here. And, well, the misfield by the keeper. He took a great catch just a few deliveries ago. But now the redemption off the misfield. It's a good delivery. It really swings in after the batter. And watch this here. Sense of mind gone. Thank you for coming. And another one bites the dust.
Yeah, there it is. Diamond Derek. We don't get to see him too often, but he's come striding out as well. Oh, another one falls here. It's Parisa who departs without troubling the scores. Doesn't even get to face a ball in the end. It's a diamond duck for him. And now just 2 wickets left in hand for this Zagreb Warriors side. Oh my goodness. Are they going to get bowled out for under 50 here?
Yeah, it's looking likely, if I'm being honest with you. Oh, it's just slashed away. Does it get through? It does. But Arti, we've seen, of course, seen himself pretty high up the order at times, but coming in as low as 10 here. Gets off the mark. Bosniak, by the way. Bit of a funny moment. Do you see the tumble he took in that run out, by the way?
Yes.
Somehow he ended up on the floor. Oh dear. What a moment that is, though, for Kulkarni behind the stumps. He's having a good little period here at the moment. That's a wide ball. That's a definite wide.
Now, I know we don't do Hall of Shame stats, but at some point I wonder, does this Zagreb Warriors side average the lowest score in an ECS? I think that's something I'd wonder.
No, probably not. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Leg side. Just going to be one. Get off the mark. End of the 6th. And the score is 40 for 8 at the end of 6 overs. And of course, with 6 overs on, they 61 off of 24 deliveries now, sorry. Look at that scorecard though, folks. Extras lead alongside Zanko, leading scorers. 5 for Singh, Awasti just the 1. You can see that. A diamond duck for Stipe Parisa. That's horrible to see. Desai getting a 2-ball duck as well. It's been very tricky. It really has been at the moment. Good to see that my revolving door saying is catching on. Der Siraj has put a revolving door policy by now. That's what it feels like when you're watching this Warriors side at the moment. One goes and the rest all follow. They are like a family of ducklings, aren't they?
No, they certainly are. Yeah, just to make it clear for anyone to say, I meant like the lowest average score across the European cricket series, because going back to Plevin from Bulgaria, who probably another one of the weaker sides we've seen so far this ECS, they were probably averaging about 60 to 70 runs, maybe, I would say 70 to be exact, 70 to 75. But this Warrior side, I think, that was 10. They've had 3 scores under 50 so far. Could potentially have another score under 50 here. So, yeah, you never know. You really never know, I think. Now, this Warriors side really looking like they could end up in the Hall of Shame. I mean, they've already amassed one of the longest losing streaks. I think them and Plevin are both right up there.
Well, I think you're probably not wrong. We've got more of this chocolate thing, by the way. It looks a bit more watery than last time. Up in the air. Almost with the skipper and Sajek Thomas. You kind of just felt that the way that this day's gone for this Chiefs side, and well, also more the misfortunes of the Warriors, that was going to stick, but it doesn't. Gets put down. This feels a bit more liquidy, maybe. I don't know.
You know, we could. I don't mind this as long as they gave us a spoon.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly that. Do you know what? You just need to sprinkle marshmallows on the top.
Yes.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think sort of like melted chocolate. I think the term you used was like chocolate mousse. I think it is a bit.
It's nice though.
Bit like that. It is very nice. It's just
very chocolatey. It's very. There's a mozzie. Look, see, they're everywhere. Swing and a miss. Good over this, by the way. Good spell from Prakash Govindaraj. Got it. No, I didn't. Oh, that's a shame. They're big uns, though, aren't they? These ones. I think they like the chocolate. Don't blame them. So you can't drink this. I'm going to try to drink this.
As they look to go big over here, this just popped up in the air. Should be a catch, and he's held onto it. That is not an easy catch. Those are pretty challenging to take, especially when you've got your back to the batter. He's running towards the boundary rope, and he's held onto that catch really well. Good take, especially off his own bowling. Yeah, this is not nicely timed. Just didn't quite have the power on that. And then he's tracked the ball perfectly. Nice soft hands as well to take that catch. Another one falls, and they've got a chance to be bowled out here. Just one more wicket needed, and they've got 3 overs to get it. So here's a look at the calendar for this year's European Cricket Series. Well, this year has been an incredible year on the ECN. We've had the chance to go to so many great countries, of course. This journey started all the way back in Cyprus on the 17th of January. Just look at some of the great destinations we've had the chance to go to.
It's been great. Here we go then. Just 1 wicket for victory. Well, you can see the likes of... oh, I'll tell you what, that went far away. They'll probably... No, they won't be. They're not paying attention. Oh, dear. Bosniak furious. Not like they've got a chance to really win, but... maybe he just wants to face more deliveries. Maybe he doesn't want Rifat to actually face a ball. Anyway, this is... This is Chetanatri, of course, who's returning. Just the one needed. Number 11 on strike. Oh, what's this off? I think it's off
I think it's off pad, yeah. I could just tell from that sound. It was kind of a very thigh padish sort of sound.
It was a thud, wasn't it? It wasn't a snick. It was a thud. I don't even know
More
if he's wearing
fleshy.
it. I was going to say, I don't think he's wearing a thigh pad. Number 11s, they're overrated, as in the thigh pads. He's happy with something. I think Marzi's jealous. Marzi's jealous of his hair, by the way. That's what a proper mullet looks like. A good mullet. Marzi's trying to do this thing. It doesn't work. Anywho, what's the conversation happening here? What's going on here then?
Do they want to have a look at that again? I just wonder.
No, they're okay. We move on. Well, now what's this off? Asking the question. I'm just worried whenever TJ goes and does that walk, because he did it last time and it was gone. Outside the off stump, though. Questionable. I think that's closer than the one he gave.
Yeah, certainly is closer than the one he gave. I mean, at least on this one, height's not an issue. It's the line and impact that's more of a problem. But yeah, just you can see clipping the pad along the way. I just wonder if they're appealing for a nick.
Steps well across. And again, misses out on it. Another dot ball.
Just wonder if that could have been given a wide. Let's have another look at this.
I think it should have been. I think it really should have been. That's a definite wide.
Yeah, it's just been thrown off there by the batter's movement.
Profile doesn't change. That's the ruling. That is different to most cricket. The profile doesn't change even if the profile does change. Slower delivery. Just trying to sort of make him make a mistake here. Right, there's this one mosquito and I'm convinced I'm going to get it at some point here, Nish. Where's it gone? Okay, I found it. It's all over the place, this one. No, it's on your side now. It's on your hand. Right wrist. Oh, no, you missed it.
Sure. I think he's going to get... I think he's going Yorker at the stumps here.
Does go full up, almost. Not far away. Do you know that I don't? Good delivery, though. Another dot ball. And that will be the end of the over. Just one come off it. And the score, 44 for 9.
I'll have a look here at the worm for this Zagreb Warriors side. And well, that is just trending downwards. As you can see, nowhere near that blue line which they need to be at in order to pick up a single point out of this game.
Doing an experiment here, Nish. The hot chocolate that isn't very watery or milky, I'm going to put water in it.
Ooh. Only milk. That's the only acceptable liquid.
No, I completely get that, but unfortunately, don't have milk to my disposal. Anyway, dot ball again. Was it? No, there's no edge there. I don't think Bosniak was going to walk anyway. Give it a little mix. I am a scientist.
Maybe you should go check in the production tent if they have any spare plastic spoons. I mean, I wouldn't mind just having this as a bit of a dessert. That's really what it's like. Oh, what a shot. What an incredible stroke. Well, where is Peter Bosniak pull that one out of? Oh, great bit of cricket. Just uses the pace of the ball absolutely beautifully and just dabs this away so late. Oh, what a ramp.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Really nice shot. Gets it away, 4 runs. Well, the water didn't work. It tastes like it tastes horrible. No spoons in the tent, I'm afraid, mate. Oh dear, what's going to happen? Oh dear. 23 off 10 for a point. 1 for victory. 1 wicket, that is. Another good delivery. Weird action, is it, from Mustafa? Strange action.
Well, you gotta give credit to the tail. I mean, they've managed to hang around for 9 deliveries. And if they keep bowling like that, they're certainly not going to get dismissed. What a great shot there by Bosniak. Lovely pull shot. Mustafa just trying to catch him with a sharp bouncer, but it's just a little too far down the leg side. And Bosniak, he just pulls this away wonderfully. I mean, when you go for that sharp bouncer, that's when your instinct just takes over. You look at that shot, that is pure instinct.
Yeah, it's just
reactions. Had no time to think about it. It just ends up playing it beautifully.
The short ball's often just reactions. Why it's more of a hook shot than a pull shot. Pull shot's more controlled. Oh dear, Gundy. Very Gundy. And so much so, that's going to go all the way. Minimo! As it's a no ball. And it's going to be 4 byes. I hate the fact that that goes against the keeper. He's not had a bad day this game. For some reason, he's going to get 4 byes go against his name. Terrible delivery, though. There's nothing he can do there. Nothing. Bit unlucky. There's the Saddle boys. They're ready. Of course, still got a game to go. And this should probably be it. No, it doesn't carry. Well, almost a run out. Oh, backing up? Yes, there are fielders backing up, so it does okay. Watch this back here. It doesn't carry. Would like to see him charge for that one. It's the last wicket. You've got nothing to lose.
Oh, well, direct hit and he would have been gone. He wouldn't have been anywhere in the frame.
Oh, that's a poor delivery. That's a poor ball. And again, does well to get a bit of glove on this one, does the keeper. They'll come through for 1. What is it with us being hit with the only bit of sun in the local area?
Yes.
What's going on here?
Anytime the sun comes out, it just shines straight at our laptops and overheats them.
It's ridiculous. Mind you, we won't be moaning about this in the next 3 days. Oh, this could be too short, I think. Yeah, they might just want to check this. We'll have a look at side on, but I still think that this could be just a bit too short. Let's see here. Not the tallest of men is Bosniak. Yeah, it's way too short. No doubt about it.
I mean, credit to this 10th wicket partnership. They've given their side a chance to get a point. None of us would have seen that coming.
Very true, but I also think extras have been pretty helpful.
Yes.
They've stuck there, that's the thing. Up in the air, and this is going to be runs. This will be 4 of them, I think it will be. So 4 runs, and they will be in with a chance of getting a point here in this, the last game of the day for the Warriors. End of the over. 9 overs down. The score for Zagreb Warriors is 65 for 9.
Here's a look at the bowling card. It's been a good all-round bowling performance. Mustafa bowling the most expensive over of the innings right there at the end. That one going for 17 runs. So he's got plenty of options to go to for this final over. And this is actually going to be a big decision for the captain because they'll want to get all 4 points out of this game, and they've got to defend 6 runs in this final over. Yeah, I think this is where they need to be a little bit smart with their tactics as well. I mean, do you bring the field up here, try to deny them the single? What would you be doing?
Yeah, I think Mr. Delric Vinu has just jumped in the chat. I'm assuming that's Delric Vinu because he's referred to the Vortex. Now, of course, the Vortex in Bulgaria. And I'm assuming that's Mr. DV. If it is, good afternoon to you, pal. Hope you're well. No, there isn't a Vortex in Croatia. Oh, Mosquito sat down. I'm going to try and get it. Anyway, last overtime. 6 needed. Just a wicket will do. Can't be out. Way too high.
Yeah, so 6 of 5 now for the single point. I mean, the key here for Singh is just try to keep it full and straight. I mean, if he doesn't give up any extras in this over, you feel that he will have a chance to get his side all 4 points in this match.
Be a massive point in this for the Warriors. Really big point. But again, but you've got someone who's none off 6 at the moment. Can he find a way of getting off strike? Well, there you go. It will be a leg by. Now Bosniak just don't want to panic here. No need to panic at the moment.
Yeah, so 5 needed of 4 now, and do you really need all these boundary riders? Shouldn't maybe just push up some of these fielders on the edge of the ring and have them on the 1?
But you give them the single though, wouldn't you? You'd let them take one. Oh, Nurdles. There you go. That single means that it does bring Rifat back on strike.
Yeah, this is where you really look to put that field up.
Now you bring the field up, absolutely. Now you have well, not everyone in, but you have most people in. I'm going to buy bug spray. These are bad. They're everywhere. Like a cat playing with a yarn of string. Anyway, James is calling for Bosniak to open the batting for the next game. Seen crazier things happen. 4 off 3. Rifat yet to get off the mark, off 7 deliveries. He's so far away from the stumps here. It's a dangerous game.
I mean, Bosniak did open the batting earlier today, the first match of the day. So
it's true.
I mean, they do play around with their lineup quite a bit. So yeah, Bosniak did get a chance to open the batting.
4 off 2 for a point for the Warriors, or is it 4 points for the Chiefs? There's an extra. Oh, why would you do that? Why would you do that? That is just silly. Because off the wide, they try and take a single, and that's it. Game, set, and match. The last wicket is gone. And oh dear, that's just not thinking about it, really. There was no need to take the run. You got the extra. It was an excellent bit of work again from Kulkarni behind the stumps. But Bosniak just, unfortunately, just takes the run when it was completely unnecessary. And no points will go the way of the Warriors. They feel agonizingly close to that 71 that they needed to get to, but they won't get there. It'll be 68 all out for the Warriors. The Chiefs take all 4 points.
Yeah, they do it in one of the nerviest fashion, as of course they will take all 4 points from this game. I mean, at one point you thought they'd do it fairly comfortably, but in the end, full credit to the Zagreb Warriors at tail. They came as close as they could. Peter Bosniak in particular with a nice innings right at the end, getting his side as close to that mark they needed to pick up a single point. In the end, it's going to be a very disappointing day for the Zagreb Warriors as they failed to get a single point out of all 3 games they played today. 3 bonus point defeats on this Tuesday for this Zagreb Warriors side. They'll have plenty of head scratching to do. As we'll, of course, look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between the Chiefs and Zagreb Sokol. The Chiefs have decided to have a bowl first. Really interesting. They're putting Zagreb Sokol aside, where, as we know, a very strong side, always finish in the top 3, the winners of the first ever ECS here in Croatia. And interestingly enough, the Chiefs have put them in. I mean, this is a decision they'll roof. Sokol can go out there and put a lot of runs on the board. We'll wait and find out. But let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. And of course, the Zagreb Warriors lost plenty of early wickets as Sandeep Singh and Abhishek Awasthi would both struggle right at the top of the order. They found themselves 20 for 2 and then 20 for 3 near the end of the power play. It was a real tough going for them. And of course, then they had that period, that big period between the 3rd to 6th over where they lost 4 wickets and scored just 4 runs. And during that phase, you just thought that this game was going to slip away from them. They might get bowled out for under 50.
That was that peach of a delivery where Singh was caught in no man's land, and it was an excellent bit of work from Pritesh Pawar. He has to be the player of the match for me. Has to be. We don't make the decision, but, you know, considering he contributed with the bat, bowled superbly well, 1 for 11 off his 2 overs at the top of the order. Pretty good from him. Nice to see Vedran Zanko back out there, of course. Played yesterday, wasn't here this morning, but good to see him in the runs, but unfortunately just not enough. But again, just realistically, never enough is always the saying for the batting unit. That was a dodgy one, I'm afraid. Not too sure, but then also some of the wickets and dismissals that you see there is dodgy just because of the way that the pitch behaves. But in all fairness, bowled straight, and it was a simple bit of work. And again, another good over or 2 for the Kulkarni, wasn't it? That was the catch, and then had a bit of a misfield off the bowling eventually, but of course ended up coming back nicely with the run-out, which I'm pretty sure we'll see here. It swings into him at the last minute, but they take on the run, and it was a diamond duck for the poor man in Stipe Perisa, who just, well, unfortunately was just again left with nothing to do. Almost for Sanjay Thomas with a screamer over his head, but then of course the opportunities kept on coming. This one was a good catch off his own bowling in the end to remove the dangerman himself. But again, this was a nice shot from Bosniak, but again, unfortunately, just took a run at the back end that may have cost them a point, or has cost them a point, when they easily could have got there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the end, that was a catastrophic decision We're just going to watch that moment right there at the end. That would seal the game and ensure that the Chiefs get all 4 points from this match, a bonus point victory for them. And it's a miserable day for the Warriors, who failed to get a point out of any of the 3 games they played. 3 bonus point defeats in a row on what's been a pretty terrible Tuesday for them.
Yeah, it really has. We're going to look at, of course, realistically, a disappointing looking scorecard, potentially, as so we may just be having a few issues at the moment. But yeah, you kind of look at it. Of course, Singh at the top 5, Awasti just the 1. Magdalenic came in, hit 2 boundaries, but went for 1 too many. He was gone on his 3rd delivery. Zanko 10 off 8 was one of the highest scorers. Bosniak was 18 off 15. No one else to talk about. 1s and 0s and 2s and 3s for everybody else. It was disappointing. As for the bowlers, Parwa 1 for 11, 2 for Singh and Ansari, which was nice to see, and also for Govind Talaj as well. 1 for Atri, Mustafa, none for 17 for him. So it is a 33-run victory for the Zagreb Chiefs. They take 4 points from match number 9 of this European Cricket Series, and of course it does mean that it will be a pointless day for the Zagreb Warriors, which is very, very unlucky, but of course they will return tomorrow. They play in the first game, I believe, tomorrow morning. But anyway, we'll take a quick break here, about 25 minutes time, as we'll return for the final game of the day, match 10, coming your way right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome then for the final time here today at match day number 2 of this European Cricket Series here in Croatia. It is match number 10, and it is, of course, Sokol taking on the Chiefs in this one, of course. Sokol coming off the back of a thumping loss to the Assassins, so they will be hoping to improve upon their performance. As for the Chiefs, with the bat, it's been really, really tricky for them, so that's certainly an element that maybe Sokol will be looking to pounce upon and really, really apply the squeeze in that respect. Let's go ahead and have a look a little bit earlier as the two captains were out in the middle for the coin toss.
Chiefs to call.
Tail.
Tails called. It is tails.
Okay, we will take the ball.
Bowling?
Yeah.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best.
Thanks.
Chiefs have won the toss today. Having a bowl.
Okay, I'm in.
There you go then. Interesting news from the toss is that the Chiefs, they're going to go ahead and bowl first in this one. Now, as I mentioned just previously, their batting has been pretty woeful today. So that kind of maybe is the reason why they look to, they might want to try and utilise their bowling and try and restrict this Sokol side. I think they know that a couple of early wickets, get Mansour early and you can really rattle into that middle order. That could be what they're looking to do. As for the Sokol side, as I mentioned, they'll be relying on their skipper, of course, Aman, and then also looking at Mansour with the runs as well. So certainly looking forward to this one. It is the last game of the day here, and of course good to get all 5 matches in uninterrupted today, which is of course good news. But let's of course go over for the final time Nish about standing by. News from the toss in the final game of today, Nish. The news from the toss: the Chiefs, they will bowl first.
Looking forward to this one. The Chiefs coming off a big victory, grabbing all 4 points in the previous match against the Zagreb Warriors. And now they've got a big task here up against Sokol. Of course, interestingly enough, they have decided to bowl first. They've put Zagreb Sokol in. And let's see if they're going to regret that decision. Of course, we know this Sokol side. They're one of the top teams here in Croatia. They've consistently finished in the top 3 over the last few years, and of course won the inaugural edition of the European Cricket Series here in Croatia back when it was held in Split. So huge challenge here for the Chiefs going up against one of the better teams. Will be filled with a lot of confidence coming off that victory against the Zagreb Warriors, who end up having a very disappointing day. 3 losses for them today, and all 3 of them were bonus point defeats. And here we go, Sokol making their way out to the middle. Yeah, big innings coming up. Zagreb Sokol will be looking to bat this Chiefs side out of this innings. Let's just have a look at that fancy dashboard. And as you can see, Usama Haider right up there with 203 points. He's been one of the star performers for Zagreb Sokol. He's also been brilliant with the ball in hand. So you could almost say he's an all-rounder the way he has bowled over the course of this ECS. Meanwhile, for the Chiefs, well, as you can see, Pritesh Pawar with 175 points to his name. I thought he bowled beautifully in the last match, but his batting in particular was a huge standout. I mean, keep in mind, at one point it looked like the Chiefs were going to struggle to get to 60 or 70, but thanks to his innings, they end up with 100 runs, and that proves to be the difference between those two sides. His innings proves to be the difference. And we're just moments away from the first ball. They're just looking to get the field setting absolutely right here. They've got a long on in place, and second fielder out in the deep is very fine at deep third. There we go. Pawar with the first ball of her final match of the day. Oh, gets that one to swing back in a fair bit. And Hashmi will get off the mark with a rather tentative shot. Just coming off the edge of the bat. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, inside edge is that one. Was looking to get behind the ball, but he ends up just playing the wrong line. Well, luckily for him, it just isn't going to hurt him too much. He'll pick up 1 run for that. Usama, leading points getter in the fantasy dashboard, is on strike. Gets plenty of away movement over there. Pawar has a terrific ball. Terrific ball, and especially Usama, who is just has no foot movement on that stroke. He's never really going to be able to play a ball like that. Got him! That's the wicket. And Usama will depart for a duck. Brilliant bit of bowling here by Pawar. Goes full and straight, and it crashes onto the stumps. Another one bites the dust here for Zagreb Sokol. One just crashing onto the stumps. Pritesh Pawar gets the wicket. Superb bit of bowling for a man who's having an absolutely incredible day. Derek will come to greet the batter on his way back to the dugout. And Haider Usama departs without troubling the scorers. Yeah, it's been a great day so far for Pawar, hasn't it? I mean, he hasn't missed a trick, been brilliant with the bat in hand and with his bowling. Grabs the first wicket of this innings. And now Zagreb Sokol, well, they found themselves in an early hole here. Aman Chobi coming in at number 3. And just looking to advance down the wicket, trying to get to the pitch of the ball. But he ends up missing that ball. Yeah, just done by that little bit of extra pace there by Pawar. And he's also getting some lovely seam movement away as well. It's good bowling here by Pawar. Oh, he's got him. He's got another one. That's another wicket. It's the second wicket this over, and Chobi departs for a duck as well. What's going on here? What a disastrous start for Zagreb Sokol. Sharp catch at cover. Oh, this is a dream start, an absolute dream start for Sokol. Let's take a look at this. He's going for the big shot, and it's gone straight to the fielder at short cover. That's really well taken by Kartik Gupta. And Aman Chobi, he'll depart for a 2-ball duck as well. Derek's going to be working overtime. He's going to come out to greet Aman Chobi as well. What a sensational bit of bowling this over by Pritesh Pawar. What a sharp catch over there. Really sharp catch. And we got the last ball of what's been an eventful first over coming up. Well, you look at that score line right now, you'd think it's an Australian one. No, it isn't. 1 run and 2 wickets so far this over. This one's just tucked away off the pads, goes towards fine leg for 4 runs. First poor ball that Maheshwari has bowled. You can just see it sliding down the leg side, and he gets a bit of bat on that, clips it away towards fine leg, and gets that away for a boundary. We are 5 for 2 at the end of the first. What an incredible start to this game for the Chiefs. The underdogs are looking good to start things off. And, well, speaking of underdogs, of course, in 13 days' time, we'll see the Challenger Division kick off over in the European Cricket Championship. We're looking forward to that, the marquee event on the ECN calendar. So that should be absolutely exciting to watch. Can't wait for it. And we're just 1 European Cricket Series away from the start of the ECC. It's a big appeal, massive appeal from the fielder who is, well, coming in from very wide-ish mid-on. There were no other appeals. Mind you, the man who was appealing that hard was Pritesh Pawar. I mean, he is full of enthusiasm and energy right now coming off that last over. Now struck away and straight to the fielder. Really well fielded. He's handled that quite well in the end. And it's just going to be the 1 run. So Sokol find themselves 6 for 2, a couple of balls in to the second over. Inside edged out towards mid wicket. That's going to be a single, so yeah, nervy stuff here. Nervy stuff here for Sokol, who aren't looking at all comfortable out in the middle right now. Look at that win predictor. I mean, it started off with an enormous advantage for Zagreb Sokol, and well, it's come down to a coin flip, according to win predictor. Very hard to split these two teams, just 54-46. Is this going to carry to the fielder? No, it won't. It's going to go beyond him and go away for 4 runs. Hashmi with a nice looking cover drive over there. Slightly lofted. He played it a little bit aerially. And he gets that one away for 4 runs. He had just getting to the pitch of the ball there. Big front foot stride. And he gets that one away for 4 runs. Of course, a good chance to welcome Charlie Hunt back into the commentary box when in a situation where Zagreb Sokol find themselves in the spot of bother.
Well, you got to say that the Chiefs clearly knew something that we didn't, choosing to bowl first. It's clearly working. Can they stick to it, though?
Let's get wide down the leg side. Just gets that one wrong over there, seeing he's just been hit for a 4, trying to just go a little bit straighter with his line over there, but he ends up pushing it down the leg side. Oh dear. Oh dear. That is just another poor delivery. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, not the best. Hasn't quite been able to get it right.
Yeah, this is just not what they need. This is the thing. When you take early wickets, yes, it's a plus, but it means you've set the precedence now. You've got to apply the squeeze and keep the pressure on them here.
They're going to look to go for the cover drive again, and looks like that has enough to go over the rope. So it's 6 runs. Hashmi has been really good with that cover drive. He leans into this one, nice and elegant, plays it uppishly, and he's driven that beautifully. And it's a touch risky when you go the aerial route, especially with a fielder out at deep cover, but he's found the gap. It's nowhere near the fielder in the end, and well, it's a good calculated risk.
It's an elegant shot from Hashmi, really is. Leans into it, goes lofted, gets enough on it. Needs a response though here.
Oh, that could be a no ball. That should be a no ball. It's been given one. Gets that one badly wrong there, Singh. And you know, this over started out really well. Those first 3 deliveries went for just 2 runs, but he's lost his way since he got hit for a 4 with that beautiful cover drive. He's just got his line and length all wrong, and this is going to be a minimo. It's going to go away for 5 runs, and it's a no ball. It's got a free hit coming up on the final ball of the innings, or as you'd say, potential final ball.
Potential, you never know. Could be seeing another one. I wouldn't put it past him. It's kind of what you expect, really, almost. Here we go then.
A better length, much better length, and that's good fielding there as well by Chetan Natri, just making sure that one doesn't slip past him and go away for more runs. So it's an expensive over in the end. 20 runs come off it. Zagreb Sokol launching a little bit of a recovery after losing a couple of quick wickets in that first over.
Yeah, victory here for Sokol would, of course, close the gap between themselves and the Assassins. Chiefs, similar story, really. Of course, looking forward to seeing Oliver Split tomorrow morning. They, of course, will be making their first appearance this year. Of course, not a stranger to the network, so looking forward to that one as well, of course. But, yeah, here at the moment, though, the Chiefs, I talk about it a lot, Nish, and I know you pick it out. It's all about setting tones for me. Early wickets will do that, but a couple of loose deliveries will change it. Need to continue on here.
Yeah, you got to keep the pressure on. I mean, keep in mind, these two found themselves in a very tough situation at the end of the first over. I mean, when, of course, Maheshwari strode out to the crease, his side was 1 for 2. They lost 2 wickets and scored just a run. And then, of course, he just beautifully managed to flick one away for 4 that was just bowled on his pads.
Yeah.
And since then, these two haven't looked back. They've just played this wonderful counter-attacking innings.
Yeah, they really have.
Oh, this one will just get past the bowler, and he's not quite able to collect that as cleanly as he would like there, Chetan Natri at mid-off.
He does. He holds the back of his head a little bit. That one, he really took a bit of a bump when he went down. He really did. Glad he's okay though. He's going to play a big part, you feel, realistically, as Atri.
Got it. Great bit of bowling, and Power, he can't stop taking wickets, can he? That's another one that will fall. Maheshwari will depart, having scored just 5 runs. Well, Maheshwari just clipped him for 4 at the end of his first over, but he gets back here by getting rid of Maheshwari.
Yeah, there you go. Another one there that will certainly please any bowler out there. They know that that's a peach of a delivery, top of middle and off. Thank you for coming. Bales sent flying. Imam Ashrari will go 26 for 3 now. Another one for Power. He is so crucial in this lineup.
Let's just have a look at this once again. Yeah, oh, beautiful ball. Absolute peach of a delivery. I mean, it just straightens a little bit as well, doesn't it? I mean, you'd have expected it to just go a little further down the leg side if it continued on that same trajectory, but that is so difficult to play. I mean, Maheshwari's been done by an absolute beauty.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. There really isn't. Not at all. And you have to say, this is really, really promising stuff. Hossein in at 5.
As pushes this one off his pads, and are they going to push for a second here? They most certainly will, and they should make it back fairly comfortably. So Hossein off the mark with a couple of runs. Nice backing up. I mean, he got the job done.
He's quick, by the way. He's quick. Is this bowler in Power? He really is. It's such good fun to watch, I have to say. Yeah, of course. Last game of the day, did ask and have got a few random questions in. One from Kroom, which we'll address after this ball. Hossein on strike. Never mind. He said, let's talk about, of course, Shakib signing for the 1 game for Surrey. Did you keep up with that? Did you see that? So in the county champs, basically Surrey and Somerset are pretty much battling out, and it could come down to the last day. And basically they played against each other, and Surrey signed Shakib from of Bangladesh, and basically signed him for 1 game, on 1 game only. And basically there's a lot of controversy around it, like should you be able to? And I guess the question is, pushed into the onside for 1, should there be like a transfer window in the county championship like you do in football, for example?
Or in franchise cricket as well.
Exactly.
I mean, in franchise cricket, I mean, there's a transfer window.
Yeah.
I mean, the IPL has a transfer window as well. And I think most franchise leagues do as well. I mean, I admit I don't follow the 100 much, but I'm pretty sure in the 100 you can bring a player in the middle of the latter stages of the tournament. Oh, he's got him again. Oh, it's another wicket. This one just striking the leg stump, and it's Hashmi as well. It's the all-important wicket of Hashmi. Oh, brilliant ball. He walks across, and he's probably gone too far across here. It's gone on to clip his leg stump.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. I mean, this is just bizarre, really. He just walks around it. So bizarre. And the batter that they were desperate to get is gone. Leg stump gone. And I tell you what, this man is on fire. 4th for him now. What a spell. And that's exactly what you want for your hitman himself. That is superb stuff. And at the end of the 3rd over, the score, wow, 30 for 4.
No, enormous. I mean, Pritesh Pawar has been a one-man wrecking team so far, just picking up all of these important wickets, running right through this top order. He's managed to get rid of the entire top 4. I mean, Pawar is trying to will his side single-handedly to what would be a remarkable upset.
Still going at 10s, though. That's the thing, which is pretty impressive. They're still going at a handy rate of 10s, which will help. But yeah, you're right. That middle order got pretty much, or that top order, dismantled, manhandled by Pawar. It's a superb bit of work from him. It's a spell that, it's a 2-over stint that you could watch time and time again. Now he's got to be supported and backed up here, as this looks as if it's going to be Ashraf Ansari.
And you look at those wickets as well. I mean, none of these are your typical T10 sort of mishit that's gone up in the air and caught.
It's pure pace.
Yes.
That's what that is. That's not what that is. That's a wide ball. But it's just brutal, pure pace. There's nothing you can do about it.
And there's also just beautiful swing bowling as well. I mean, he's getting some great seam movement as well.
Absolutely.
3 of them clean bowled. And then Aman Chobi was done by a beautiful ball that it's got a little nick through to Gupta. So yeah, that was a sensational spell by Pawar. And I guess the only good news here for Zagreb Sokol is that he doesn't have another over left.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's done his 2 overs now. That's him out of the game. You've not really seen him off, but you've dealt with him in some way. I mean, the thing is as well, this will just be towed into the onside. Manzoor's made a half century today. Manzoor's made runs today already, so it's not exactly, a foregone conclusion thus far at the moment.
Yeah, Munzer, of course, to keep in mind, he was on 11 of 13, then he ended up with 60
Exactly.
runs of 42 deliveries. So
Absolutely.
he's someone who we know that, he can just help his side reconstruct and then really accelerate at the end of the innings. And we're just climbing up on Manzoor. Good ball there by Ansari. Back of a length delivery. Gets a nice bit of bounce.
So then, here of course is the kind of next 2 overs are crucial. Don't lose any wickets, get up to 50 at the sort of 5 over mark, and then look to go again from there.
So it's just played out towards square leg. That's going to be a single. Yeah, just going back to that question there by Kroom, I assume this would be more of a first-class thing in general.
Yeah.
I mean, across many countries where you'd be able to make these sort of late signings.
Well, you don't really see it, I guess, in like in India, in the first-class stuff out there as well. I think it's something that has to be in play. This one up in the air and goes all the way. 6 runs, and that will certainly be a big sigh of relief for the likes of this Solkor side.
Yeah, it certainly needed that. They absolutely needed that boundary. I mean, how common would something like that be in Shield cricket over in Australia?
Yeah, true.
That would be my question. That's just, yeah. I mean, based on that story, you'd certainly say it'd be a good idea to have a transfer window sort of similar to what you do see nowadays in franchise cricket, of course.
Yeah,
And franchise cricket
football,
follows a completely different format,
Yeah,
doesn't it? And you have
of course.
auctions as well, which are not something you see in first-class cricket. Oh, nice ball there by Ansari. Beautiful comeback delivery. Gets the length absolutely spot on.
Yeah, they're really working away nicely here at the moment. They're bowling well. They're bowling to a plan, which is very, very, very helpful. Yeah, I think the short answer is yes, there should be. I think there should be. If not, I think because cricket's it's a longer game and it's different. Obviously, players coming and go, franchise. It's not the simple you've signed for a club and that's it for the next 8 to 10 months. Your contract's 5 years. You run in and out. End of the over, by the way, 38 for 4. I think there should be periods and windows. There should be more. There should be at least 3 or 4 over the course of from May to September. I'm talking county championship alone. I think there should be 3 windows. There should be at the start, or you should have obviously the whole entire off season that you can do what you want. That's fine. And then you should go from, I reckon, obviously all the way up till May. And then just before the T20 blast, that's a window. There's 2 weeks there you can make signings. After that little stint in the middle of the summer, that's another one. And then at the back end, you can have a week maybe where you can make some signings for the end of it. I think that would balance it out realistically. But of course, again, it is all, there's conversations now are Surrey basically just becoming the next Man City of, where they're signing everyone and just splashing cash, which is, listen, money makes the world go round. There's no 2 ways about it. So it's one of those. It's an interesting one. There's another question a little bit earlier as well from Andy, which I'll come to in just a moment. Oh, off the shoulder. And won't get anything for it. Andy says, when will you go to Ireland? Now, that one, again, Ireland's a little bit similar to Scotland in the respect of we'd love to get up there. Of course, we only first went to England this year for the first time. Now, that is Ireland, in Scotland, exactly the same thing. We'd love to get out there. It's just all about, listen, trying to organise a year's worth of cricket is nuts. So, luckily, we don't have anything to do with that. But, finding a way of getting all those tournaments in is certainly tricky. And also, the thing is, Ireland and Scotland, weather. Weather's massive. Finding location that's got an Astro pitch, that's got a hotel nearby, it's got all facilities that's needed. There's so many different things that come into it. But yeah, it's tricky. It is tricky. But it's definitely on the to-do list for sure.
Big swing and a miss over there. Just getting that one to move away. Yeah, I would say a lot of these continental European ECS, which is the one we tend to do more often, I would say a lot of the cricket here is kind of built for ECN and sort of the format we like. There's a lot more artificial wickets here.
Yeah.
Since ECN's obviously played a big role in developing the game on the continent, so it's often much easier for us to just come right in here and do a lot of these European cricket series we do on the continent.
Yeah, absolutely. It does come down to the availability as well. And the thing is and also in Ireland and Scotland, it will be similar to England, where for a 2-week event, or for a week event maybe, it's tricky because obviously you've got your players will have to work, and then of course they're gonna, they're not available for Saturday and Sunday, or Saturday at least, because there's league cricket.
Up in the air. Where is this going to land? There's a fielder underneath it, and he'll hold on to that catch. Well taken. I mean, he would have been slightly thrown off by the fact that one of his teammates was charging right at him. Not quite sure who that was, but he's going to hold on to this catch. Yes, well taken there by T10. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, yeah, superb work. Absolutely superb. And then you can just see that Kartik Gupta comes in over there as well and almost runs into his teammate. So a huge moment right there at the end as Zagreb Chief continue to make inroads.
Yeah, I love it. This is really good. We were both questioning about 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, the choice to bowl first. They're proving us wrong here, and I love to see it. You know, there's something quite satisfying about seeing a team have a plan and go out and execute it. How many times do you see a lesser side in an ECS just go out there and just say, we're just going to bowl 10 overs, people are going to bowl 2 overs, and we'll see what happens. You know, here you're seeing they're targeting the stumps, they're going full, they're going straight, and it's working. They're forcing issues, and a lot of it is making batters make mistakes. You know, time and time again, you see players just get really comfortable. And that's just where, realistically, you have got to make a difference. And that's what we're seeing here. Well, just as I say that, it's a short ball. It's pulled, and it's pulled away for 4.
Yeah, I think you also have to give so much credit to Pawar because ultimately it does come down to individual players who are able to produce those great moments. And that 2-over spell in the power play by Pritesh Pawar, certainly the best spell of bowling we've seen so far today.
Oh,
absolutely incredible. Gives up just 10 runs, runs through the entire top 4 with some absolutely beautiful bowling. I mean, going back to what I said earlier, those weren't mishits. Those were just brilliant balls aimed at the stumps, beautiful swinging delivery, 3 clean bowled. One of them was a nick to the wicket keeper. Yeah, just top stuff. Incredible spell. And that just set up this Chiefs side so well.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, credit to the rest of the team as well for just keeping up the pressure.
Never mind.
That's not going to keep up the pressure. It lands off the pitch. It's going to be a no ball.
Yeah, that's just where a little bit of a lapse in concentration maybe. It just goes and gets that one completely wrong this time around. Still though, here at the moment, this is certainly scope for opportunity for what would be a big victory for the Chiefs, you feel?
No, works this one away, just steps across, and yeah, it's a nice shot on the free hit. Really is a good stroke. Just gets outside the line of the ball beautifully over there and helps it away towards fine leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. It's the old swivel on it, as Rico would say. And that'll help. Nice few runs, few extras sort of starting to help as well. So
you're going to do the Michael Jackson ooh as well?
No. No. There's one man and one man only that can do that, and that man ain't me. That ain't me. Big couple of deliveries here. This is what I said. 50 up the 5 is right, but the 5 at wickets down is the issue. What a ball.
Yeah, brilliant ball there. I mean, he squared him up with a terrific delivery, and yeah, it's a nice comeback ball there by Ansari. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, absolute peach of a delivery. I mean, there's not much the batter could have done with that.
Nothing that he could have done, massively.
That's a wider delivery, and I think this time around you got to question the shot selection there by Munzer's. Probably better off trying to cut that one.
Yeah, big time. You're probably right there, Nish. I think that's just, again, one-dimensional cricket starting to creep in. It's the last thing you want to see in reality. That's okay.
That one's just gone over the tram line. We'll have another look at this.
That's fine for me, I think. I think there's no issue with this. Touch is part of it. Yep, easy. Thank you very much. What did you get up to in your time off, Nish? Because I know obviously you've been sort of doing week stints here and there, and then back and forth and back and forth. Did you get up to anything in between Austria and here?
Yeah, it's pulled away, and that's going to go all the way for a 6. A great shot there by Manzoor, and sorry, just dropping that one a bit too short. And well, this time Manzoor latches onto it and sends it away for a 6. Honestly, just most of it was just resting and just spending some time with the family. A lot of administrative work as well. I mean, that's often what happens when you're kind of on the tour. I mean, you got such a busy schedule that often when you come back, you realize you have so many different emails to answer and tons of administrative tasks. So honestly, a lot of those days were just spent doing that sort of stuff. What about you? How did your time off go after Malta?
I played golf. Lots and lots of golf. It's literally it.
Oh, that's a great way to say it. Honestly, I wish I got into golf more. It wasn't much of a thing growing up. It really wasn't.
No, I get it. I do get it. End of the 6th, 59 for 5.
There's actually, we had one of our old headmasters. He, of course, ended up retiring. He tried to promote a bit of golf and try to get a few people in school into golf. But it's just unfortunately, it's not much of a thing in Cyprus to play golf. It really isn't.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Huge shot. Absolutely massive. That one's going to go all the way for a 6. Massive hit there. What a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, that'll help. That'll certainly help. And this is the thing. 10 overs is still a lot. It's a lot of cricket. Really can sort of turn and change a game, ebbs and flows. John asked if these umpires got Grizzly Blue shirts. Yeah, they did. I'm pretty sure they were wearing them yesterday. I think the joys now is that you can have different sort of shirts, and the thing is as well, over a 2-week stint, they can get stinky. Can certainly get stinky. So,
do you think it has anything to do with the fact that the bowling side are wearing blue and black as well? They don't want to wear something similar.
Probably.
Just gets a little bit of an inside edge along the way. The fielder slightly overruns that.
That one is genuine. Actually, to be fair, it's a definite outfield for a few Tortugas, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's a really bumpy outfield when you actually go on. I think the first thing that it kind of throw me off, especially during that first match, is there were a few times where the ball would catch a thick edge, and you just assume that's going to go race away for a 4, but it's a slightly slower outfield, and it would hold up. And I think at times, especially right there behind the wicketkeeper, the ball has to go a little bit uphill. Up a slope, I should say.
Yeah.
To actually go away towards the boundary rope. So those edges don't actually end up carrying towards the rope, which actually isn't too bad a thing at all. That's going to be pulled away, and it's certainly got enough to go for a 6. Well, Anupam Singh just thought for a moment he might have a chance to get to that, but, well, maybe a giraffe would have got near that. Huge 6.
Another one. And they're just starting to leak a few here. Bound to happen that you're very rarely going to have a 10-over stint where you're going to play perfect cricket. It's very rare. You know, so you've got to just remember that you will get chances. You will get times where you'll be able to hit them when you're in your innings. So you've just got to kind of roll with the punches here. Last ball potentially of the 7th.
Beautifully played there by Munzer. Just dabs that one away and keeps the strike heading into the 8th over. As they find themselves 73 for 5 at the end of 7. Well, here's a look at tomorrow's fixture list. And, well, we're going to get to see Sir Oliver split for the first time in the ECS. They've got a quadruple header playing 4 matches tomorrow. That's really going to test their squad depth.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before. 4 games in a day and so early on in a tournament. But, yeah, good to see different sides. So the Warriors were, of course, in a double header. Then the Chiefs come in for 1 game, and then against the Assassins. I mean, that could be some very one-sided affairs towards the back end of tomorrow. Again, got to talk about it. Weather watching, of course. I think tomorrow, again, is still scheduled to be okay. Pretty much the same as today, if not just slightly cooler. But then it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that we need to worry about. So we'll, of course, hopefully keep our fingers and toes crossed. But, yeah, hopefully. I mean, that's kind of a positive for Oliver Split. Yes, they're going to have to play 4 games in a row or in a day. But at least they're going to, get some of their games in on a day where it's not raining. This is, of course, the likes of Govin Taraj, who has come in for this 8th over.
Yes, Sir Oliver Split also starting off their ECS against the Zagreb Warriors, a side who they'll really fancy their chances against, of course. Last year, Sir Oliver Split had just 3 wins in the entire ECS, and I believe 2 of them came against the Warriors.
Yeah, exactly. So, just shows you what's happened here. Bit of uproar. But yeah, it just shows you that luck of the draw sometimes. As you say, two opening games against probably the weakest side in the competition. Chances for victories and points.
As a very optimistic appeal there. That one was certainly going down the leg side, and Manzoor was really far outside his crease as well.
Mansour holds the key, doesn't he, in this innings? He really does. 73 for 5 off 7.3 at the moment. Mansour 23 off 17. A couple more out the screws, he'll be happy.
Oh, poor delivery, really poor delivery. Full toss on the pads, asking to be hit. and it has been punished. Goes all the way away for a 6.
Poor delivery on the 2 full and 2 straight. Thank you very much, says Manzoor. Says, yep, thank you. I'll have those all day long. So 6 more, and that is out of the screws. Just feel that they've just lost their way a little bit here. 100 expected, around about 106 to be honest. So again, it's tricky. It's frustrating considering they had him at 30 for 4. Now, obviously, nearly 80 for 5, 79 for 5 at the moment.
Oh, goes a touch too straight once again, and you know they were much better off when they were just bowling outside the off stump in that sort of corridor of uncertainty. They went too straight a few times, and they have been punished for it. Once again, just stepping across, and he just whips that one away towards the leg side. Good batting there by Manzoor. I think 12 runs off this over so far. Seen a real acceleration over these last 3 overs. That's now, well, 31 runs they've managed to make off the last 20 deliveries.
So now, this is the thing now, into the 80s with at least 2 overs to go. Just plays that with hard hands, doesn't he? Just pushes at it, hence why it pops up. But again, poor game management. They let him get the easy single. Means it's 86 for 5 with 2 overs to go. And again, Mansour still on strike on 36 not out.
Have a look at the worm here for Zagreb Sokol. So as you can see, they were in all sorts of trouble at the end of the power play. They found themselves 30 for 4 and then of course 44 for 5 halfway through the innings, but it's been a great recovery these last 3 overs. They end up scoring 32 runs off them, and they find themselves in a much better position than where they were earlier in this innings. It's going to be a dot ball to start things off, and of course, yeah, Shagar Manzoor, he really holds the key here for this Zagreb Sokol side. What can he do over these next couple of overs? Can he will his side to something north of 110? I think that's what the aim is going to be for him.
Should be.
Yeah, plays us out towards mid-wicket. Just going to be a single. It brings Shanmugam on strike, and now haven't talked much about him, but keep in mind he hit a 6 off his second ball. So we know he's capable of hitting a few big shots.
It's just all about getting it right with the ball, isn't it? Got to be on the offside. Nothing too full.
Better. That's really good, and I think
just there.
Yeah. Because they're always looking to hit it towards the leg side. So if you keep that line as wide as possible, you're going to want to try to force them to drag a few.
Yeah, exactly. You know, everyone's looking one-dimensional. It's all on the onside, so just got to hide it, basically. You can set a field to it, just hide it.
Oh, he's got him. Goes a little bit straighter, goes for glory, and he gets the glory. Shanmugam will depart. Beautiful ball there by Singh, right in the block hole, between the gap between bat and pad, and he gets this wicket. Sensational bowling.
Yeah, straight and full. Thank you very much. Another one will go. And this really does just mean that there's scope for success here in this game for the Chiefs. Shanmugam will go for 7, score 87 for 6.
That's going to be the end for Shanmugam. As you can see, 7 runs for him. Clears the front leg, was going for that huge shot over cow corner, and that will be the end. So Zagreb Sokol find themselves 87 for 6. And it's going to be Kumar on strike over here.
8 deliveries left in this innings.
That's going to be
going
down the leg side.
It's my man at backward point again. This is the man I was speaking about earlier. It's the skipper in Sanjay Thomas. Anything on the pad, from considering he's pretty much square to the wicket, he's up, he's gone, he's going up.
But here's where they need to be a little bit smart. I mean, do they bring the field up here and try to deny Manzoor the single?
Absolutely. You know, you have your 4 in on the angles realistically, minimum. There's such an easy just push and 1.
Oh, I'm just going to get that one slightly wrong there. He was going for that leg stump Yorker, and he's just ended up missing it by a couple of inches. So Manzoor just gets a little bit of bat on it and tickles it down. Very fine for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal at all. But again, I guess, doesn't mean that he'll be off strike. But A boundary to finish, 92 for 6 with an over to go. Have a look at the bowlers. No one really hitting the heights that Pawar set, did he?
Yeah, so is it going to be Govind Tharaj to bowl this final over? I think generally this Chief side, they've come in with a plan to use 5 different bowlers, and they've stuck with those bowlers, even when they've been a little bit expensive. So it's going to be Prakash Govind Tharaj bowling this final over. Got to be smart here. Bring the field up. Don't let him get a single. They'll let him get that 1 run really easily in the end, and so Manzoor's going to come back on strike.
Looking for a second half century of the day, isn't he? Made 60 odd earlier on today. Looking to make it another one. Be very, very good. Interesting they had him lower down the order. Maybe just protecting him, maybe.
Nice bowling here. Nice bowling there. This is where Govind Tharaj needs to keep it. Keep that line as wide as possible. We know Manzoor is constantly looking to target that square leg and mid-wicket boundary. Gets a little bit of extra bounce there as well. Just gets a bottom edge and
don't take a single. You can't really afford to, can you?
Yeah, you really can't afford to take the single over here if you're Manzoor.
They've just been at that 10s pretty much the entire innings, haven't they? You know, even at 30 for 3, still at 10s.
Middle's one at last, and he finds the gap as well. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Beautiful sound off the bat. Wonderful noise as the willow met leather. Let's take another look at this. Gorgeous stroke. Like races away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was well, in all honesty, that was a beautiful stroke. Just easy though. That was it was just oozes with class. Gets it away.
It's gone up in the air. It's going to sail over the fielder's head. Oh, it most certainly will. Streaky boundary here for Manzoor. Just takes a top edge and goes away for 4 runs. Govind Tharaj is looking to keep this wide, but that one probably wasn't wide enough. And it ends up catching a top edge, goes away for 4 runs. So a chance for him to bring up another half century.
Wide ball. And, well, it still gets another chance here. Last ball to come. Now, 102, so of course get up to the 100 mark, and anything from here on is probably a bit of a bonus in all reality. Last ball to come.
And that's going to go up in the air, and oh, he's going to take it with a juggling catch. And that is really, really well taken. Manzoor, he'll miss out on his half century by a run. Just catches the leading edge, pops up in the air. It was taken on the second attempt. Very well held onto. And he's going to miss out on his 50. It's a good innings, though, by Manzoor. Managed to get his side to a fairly respectable total when they were in a spot of bother.
Yeah, the thing is, you take away 30 of those runs, it ends up being a very below par total. So he's done his side a very good job here. They finish 102 for 7 then off their 10 overs. Of course, with 30 for 3, and were rattled by the opening spell from Pawar. And what a spell it was! It was full, it was straight, it was at the stumps 9 times out of 10. And it was pretty impressive stuff. That was a great catch, though, at short cover by Kartik Gupta to take that catch. That's the thing. You've got to remember that catches will win your matches, folks. And in all fairness, there was some of those that were taken, and even not the last ball of the innings, but that was a good catch that was taken as well. That was hit away, though, as the likes of Rashid Hashmi hit some beautiful shots, to be fair. But then also, at the same token, that was a great delivery. It was top of middle and off, and it doesn't get much better than that for a bowler. And of course, Hashmi would then go after hitting some nice shots over the offside. He was bowled on that leg stick, and that was when things just started to change a little bit. Mansoor came out and settled the nerves a little bit. He, of course, was joined by the likes of Saqib Hossain, who didn't exactly do the same thing. He was gone, a great catch out in the deep. But again, as I said, Suresh Shanmugam was, of course, out there alongside Mansoor, and they put on a nice little partnership.
Yeah, certainly put on a really good little partnership, and thanks to that, They're able to get to 102 runs. Sagar Mansour with 49 runs of 28 deliveries, struck 9 boundaries over the course of his innings, batted with a strike rate of 175. But of course, the big story of this innings was Pritesh Pawar with that brilliant opening spell where he gave up just 10 runs but cleaned up the entire top order. 3 clean bowls over the course of that brilliant spell of bowling. I mean, we saw a fantastic display of swing bowling right at the top of this innings and just set up this Chiefs side wonderfully. Soko will end up with 102 runs, and that might be slightly below par. We'll of course wait and find out. The Chiefs, we know they've had a few issues with their batting as well. We saw some of that on display in the previous match. So here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, Sagar Mansour top scoring with 49 runs of 28 deliveries. Rashid Hamzi with 18 of 10. Hussain with 14 of 10. Then no real scores of note outside of those 3. Everyone else was in single digits.
Yeah, and of course the bowling unit, there's only one man to talk about, is Pritesh Pawar. Look at the first 4 batters there. Bowled, caught, bowled. All of them being bowled by Pritesh Pawar. 4 for 10 off his 2 overs. Wickets for Singh and Atri and Govindaraj. None for Ansari, but bowled okay. But of course, extras just 8. Pretty good from the Chiefs as well. That's pretty impressive stuff. So it's going to come down to the wire in this one. Could be a close one. Certainly could be golden ball territory. 103 is the target. We'll be back very, very soon. And as you'll see the response, we'll be back momentarily.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back for the final time on this wonderful Tuesday afternoon to the beautiful ground that we are playing at here, of course, in Zagreb. It is the wonderful Mladost cricket ground, and yeah, we are looking forward to realistically what is going to be an exciting finish here. 102, of course, 103 for victory, and 71 or less is what they need to restrict them to for the bonus point equation. Of course, chase the 103 down in the 7 overs, then it will be 4 points, for the Chiefs. It's going to be interesting, and of course we did sort of question the choice to open up and bowl first in this game, but well, early signs said it would work, but of course there was a little bit of a fight back in fairness. But of course looking forward to this one, as it is going to be the likes of the Chiefs looking for a bit of an upset here, that we're going into this probably not as favourites. I think the likes of Sokol were definitely looking a bit more like the favourites in this one, but it's not looked to be that way at the moment. And of course, opening up looks as if it's probably going to be Abhilash Prakalam in this one, who again bowled well in the last game for the likes of Sokol. We're almost ready to get things going in this last innings of the day. Good to see a few people in the chat, to John, to Jacob as well. We start off with a dot ball, Singh alongside Gupta opening up. Jacob saying he's got a bit of favouritism in there, clearly. Says great to you both, but mostly Nish. What have I ever done? What have I done? Fallen out of the good books, clearly. Got to do 2 on, 2 off. Nish does 1 on, 1 on, 1 on, 1 off, 1 on, 1 off, 1 on, 1 off. That's what he's done all summer. Been a busy man. As is everyone, to be fair, on the network. Off the splice, up in the air, gone. That's a great catch. Super catch indeed for Siam Ahmed, and it's going to be a 2-ball duck for the likes of Singh. And well, the woes with the bat continue for the Chiefs. They struggled, didn't they, against the Warriors, in all fairness, with the bat, and early signs suggesting we're going to see something similar here. Very good catch. Prakalam has the first wicket, and it's the first breakthrough. None for 1 for the Chiefs. And Derek's been a busy man himself. Talk about busy people on the network. He's a busy duck. None off of 2, and it's none for 1. Oh, he's waiting, clearly. Not too sure why. What's happening here? It looks like he's it looks like he's lagging. Is he lagging? Is he stuck? What's going on here? Is the internet broke? No, he's moving. Maybe. There we go. Anyway, have another look at this one. Excellent catch. Tricky with that sun in his eyes, but he made no mistake, did Siam Ahmed. Very good indeed. So, none for 1, already an uphill battle then for the Chiefs. I think this looks like it is Pritesh Pawar, of course, made runs in the last game. Was the player of the match in that fixture. We'll be looking to see, well, if he can maybe perform in a similar manner once more. Going to be tough, though, to get something going here. Not going to be easy. Going to be uphill, but it's doable. Definitely chaseable in these conditions. Probably the best conditions we'll see over the course of the next 2 weeks, in fairness, looking at the forecast. What's happened here now? Something, an issue with the helmet, it seems. Yeah, good, of course. Good afternoon to our umpires in Velco. Paul Stubbs as well. DJ has been down to 3rd on this one. Credit to everyone out there. It's been a hot day, to be fair. Nice and chilled this morning, but when that sun got up, it was very, very warm. There's a bit of a breeze now as well, starting to come across sort of right to left on your screens. There's another pause in play. Not too certain as to why. Get on with it. Come on, folks. Let's get this game underway. This is a big one. Could be a massive one in the context of this game. Slashed over the top of the offside, and that'll be a couple bounces. 4 runs to start for Pawar. He's a very, very good cricketer and a great all-rounder, and starts with a boundary, 4 runs to the total. Yeah, Pritesh Pawar is, of course, been very, very crucial. His first ever time on the network is this year, so it's interesting to see how he'll go about things. Of course, picked up a wicket against the Warriors. Scored 41, not out against them as well. So that's why they'll be hoping he looks to come alive now. Wide delivery, out swinging ball from Prakalam. Pawar, as I said, good all-rounder it seems. Decent in the field as well, which will be helpful. It's all about whether or not he can continue on where he left off. Yet to get out, of course. Just drops into the offside. Gets a single. Nurdles away for 1. Brings Gupta on strike. Yet to face a delivery. Did open previously, Kartik. Put down to 3. The change didn't really work, did it? For Ranipam Singh. This is hit firmly back at the bowler, not quite out of the middle. Oh dear, could be left stranded. He doesn't. Well, now they might. No, still won't be. Nevertheless, still times though for nervy times for the Chiefs. Really is. Just wonder if there could be a chance for maybe just to settle the nerves here, just see out the rest of the over, get through the first and move on from there on in. Umpire just making sure that the stump's a inch perfect. Last ball then potentially coming up here. Bit of a change in the field. Not too drastic though. Dot ball to finish. A good over from Prakalam. End of the first, the Chiefs 6 for 1 off the first over. Joined, as you're listening myself, Charlie Hunter on the European Cricket Network, joined again by Nishay Butt back in the commentary box.
Yeah, of course. So just a quick thing to note, I'll bring that up right after we go over this graphic. So it's been 45 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, just want to notify you, if you take a look at that target, it's gone up to 108 now. It was 103 previously, so it's worth notifying you all that 5 penalty runs have been awarded to the bowling side because the batter took 80 seconds to make his way out to the middle. Pritesh Pawar, of course, batted superbly earlier today, has cost his side 5 runs. It took him 80 seconds to make his way out to the middle. Also, it's going to take a top edge, and well, it could be a chance to be a wicket, and yes, it will be. So Pawar will depart, just as I was talking about how he took way too long to make his way out to the middle. Yeah, just climbs up on him there. Top edge, flies up in the air, and that one is taken really well by Rashid Hashmi. Another one falls. The Zagreb Chiefs in all sorts of trouble. They find themselves 6 for 2. And what's worth keeping in mind that if you take 90 seconds, now the bowling side can appeal and ask for you to be timed out. So that one would have been pretty close in the end. 80 seconds is what it took him to make his way out to the middle. And of course, if it takes you more than 60 seconds, then the bowling side does get 5 penalty runs.
80 seconds is ridiculous, though. That's so much time. Think how long that actually is.
Yeah.
You sit there and count 80 seconds. It's a long time. It really is.
Oh, that one just climbing up on him. Nice shorter delivery there. Back of a length ball, and ends up just catching him. Ooh. Yeah, right at the top of the bat, sort of come off the handle in the end.
No idea. Didn't have a clue of how to play that, did he? Gets away with it though, doesn't just pop up. 6 for 2 for the Chiefs, which is concerning at the moment.
I can just try to uppercut this one away. I mean, not bad shot selections. Deep third is sort of in a very orthodox deep third position. If you can get this nice and fine, you can get him away from him. And off it goes towards the boundary.
Yeah, free hit to come now. And this is a chance for Kulkarni to maybe just get something going here. It would be nice. Would certainly be nice. It's an easy way to get off the mark.
Struck away towards long on, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. I think it's just taken a bounce in front of the rope. That's now been confirmed by the umpire. So yeah, much needed boundary here for the Chiefs.
In the slot, and nice to see that he takes it on. He's got the freedom to do so. You and Jacob having a bit of a geeking session at the moment in the chat, it seems.
No, Jacob just, I mean, I know nothing about karate. I'll just be straight up honest about it. My knowledge of karate is basically the Karate Kid and Cobra Kai. That's about it. So, obviously, Jacob, says that he's got an orange belt. Good for him, of course. It's great to see that he's doing so well in that, and just having a bit of a Karate Kid talk in the chat while this match is going on. Let's just take a look at this again, side on. Yeah, that one is very wide. I mean, that would have been wide too. Quite a few 7-footers as well. I mean, that was really short.
12 on the board, 96 off 51. And another free hit to come, of course.
Just a slower ball there by Chalby, and it just managed just to get that, block that one out.
Yeah, another one that's gets away. It's a ball that really should have been taken on. In theory, though, still got a chance.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, losing Pritesh Pawar is just absolutely massive. Of course, we saw how well he batted earlier today. Someone who's capable of getting that acceleration, but now, well, things are just going wrong for them. That required is starting to creep up. I think this is where, you got to look at this Chiefs side. They have to be smart. They really do. I think they need to look to rotate the strike a little bit more, get bat on ball, look to run hard between the wickets, and then you'll always get a few extras from teams at this level. And then just hope that you get enough extras that will get you over the finishing line. Just pushed away towards point, and we'll pick up a single over here. So Kulkarni will keep strike heading into the final over of the power play. The Chiefs are only 13 for 2 at the end of the second over. Yeah, not the situation they would want to be in after what was a terrific bowling performance. You have to say these last 7 or 8 overs of this match have been completely in Sokol's favor. I mean, if you look at how well, of course, we saw one of their key batters in Sagar Manzoor bat right at the end when he got his side to that target of 103. Of course, it's now up to 108 because of those 5 penalty runs. And these last couple of overs as well, they've been right on it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Zagreb Sokol. I think you're starting to see their quality just show over these last 6 or 7 overs.
I think we also kind of spoke about it a little bit earlier on today, is that we will see teams grow into this tournament.
Let's go push this one towards mid-off, and they really should have taken a run there. I mean, I am shocked that ends up being a dot ball.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, that's really nuts, considering there was a misfield and then another one. You really have got to be, in a chase like this, any run's a good run.
I mean, I get that there's quite a bit of pressure on them having lost a couple of wickets, but this is an opportunity to knock off one of the big boys. You've got to take those risks. Not that it would have been much of a risk. I mean, that should have been a run.
Should have been an easy, ample walk-through for a single. Another wide, though. The extras column will help the Chiefs, though. Sokol have given away a few in the first couple of games.
4 runs of extras so far. I mean, that's pretty much a boundary that's been gifted to them of extras. And if they were just batting at about a run the ball right now, and then you also get all these extras, I mean, all of a sudden your run rate can go up to that 8 to 10.
Yeah, exactly. Very easily will creep down and up. It's pretty versatile.
Yeah, going for a big swing and a miss over there. As you can see, just missing the tram line by quite a bit. Going for a big expansive shot, and I mean, he's trying to clear the front leg and hit that big shot over long on, but he's just missing the line of the ball completely over here. Just have a look at this. Yeah, his head's just not in the right position. Now, if he just plays this with a straight bat, looks to hit it through the offside, now he could have got a lot more runs. And you look at it right now, he's batting on 5 and 9. Even if he'd gone and run the ball, that'd be an extra 4 runs for his team.
Yeah. And again, same sort of thing, but this time gets to the keeper. It's not ideal. Oh, it's a terrible throw. Terrible throw. Gets away with it, though. Does the keeper. Hashmi. Again, has impressed quite a lot of people in the country with his skills over the course of this domestic season.
Gets that one right up there in the block hole. Brilliant bowling here by Parakalam, and Gupta just ends up blocking it out. Let's have a look at this once again. Brilliant ball. I mean, it's right there between the feet. I mean, that is the perfect Yorker length. Yeah, it is. It is. And there's a bit of rugby training going on, I think, in the background, by the way. I just saw that. And she's now getting up and being interested. Yeah, I can see just some rugby training going on. I wonder, though, I mean, I'm assuming this must be a sort of a sports complex where, you tend to see a lot of expats, I'm assuming, playing a lot of Erasmus students, I'm assuming, as well. There you go. Some men's and women's rugby going on over there by the looks of things. Yeah, just gets a little bit of an inside edge over there. Again, though, just not really applying themselves. It's just sort of one-dimensional hitting, and that's the difference, isn't it? End of the third, end of the power play. Another tricky one for the batting side. This time it's the Chiefs' turn to struggle. They're 16 for 2 at the end of this third over. And at the end of this power play, this is certainly looking, well, it's looking tricky. But nevertheless, you could have said the same thing in the last innings and they got up to 100. So you can't count them out of it yet. Have a look at the standings over here. As we can see, the Zagreb Assassins sitting pretty at the top of the table. Undefeated so far this European Cricket Series, are the defending champions. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how many of the people who do play rugby here, of course, going back to that, would be expats in Croatia, quite similar to the cricket. And, of course, other Erasmus students as well. I mean, when I was on the plane, I believe I saw a couple of people with Erasmus hoodies as well. Did you?
Assuming there might be a few Erasmus exchange students on their way over here as well.
You'd assume so, wouldn't you, probably?
And looking to go around the wicket and bang it in short over here. Well, that's been given a wide by the umpire. Let's have another look at this. My initial thought was it might be a legal delivery.
Oh, I don't know. It's tough. Let's have a look. Oh, he's not tall, to be fair.
Yeah, I think the umpire, that one's just touch and go. Maybe he's got that right. Oh, it's up in the air, and it's just going to land safely towards mid-on. It's a pretty tame hit over there by Kulkarni, who, I mean, at this point, I think you have to consider retiring him. He's on 6 of 11.
Now.
You got Gupta at the other end, who hasn't scored a run of 5 deliveries.
I'd agree.
You know, maybe it's a time for a double yank and just say, well, both of you make your way towards the dugout, and we'll send a couple of new batters out.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, to be honest.
That's another dot ball, and well, this is starting to spiral out of control for this Zagreb Chiefs side, and you know, the way they're going, all of a sudden, I mean, they might find themselves in a position where they're not even going to get a point out of this game.
It's looking likely at this point.
You know, struck firmly towards long on, and oh, well, it's a good bit of fielding, a good take, but it's outside the boundary rope, so it's not going to matter. And we'll finally see a boundary at last. They have been pretty barren over the course of this innings.
Yeah, that one will help, certainly will. But still, they've got to find a few more, though, haven't they? They really do have to find a few more just to try a little bit here. But it's whether or not it's going to work is the question.
Yeah, so 86 of 39. They're required as you can see, all the way up above 13. So that's a couple of boundaries they need at least every over. Oh, it's going to be a tough challenge, really is. Oh, that's a nice bit of bounce and carry through to the keeper. And yeah, so David Skinner over here. Yeah, David, actually, just after I made that comment, I did go on Wikipedia and have a look.
at the Croatia national rugby team. And yeah, I did notice there were a lot of native Croatian rugby players. This one's gone high up in the air, and it's going to go away for a 6. So finally a Maximo at last. The first 6 we've seen over the course of this innings. Gupta manages to get underneath that one and elevate it over long on for a 6. And they desperately needed that. They need to start getting a few big overs in here.
Yeah, they do. They really do. You're right. They just need, that's the thing with this sort of target, couple of magical overs and you're in. Dead ball. He's on the wrong side, the batter. Batter's got to be on the wrong side, I think. Yeah, in theory. Not too much. The batter was just still on the wrong side and nothing was caught from it, which wasn't not the best.
Yeah, you got to be pretty disappointed if you're the bowler. I mean, he's put in a
Legal
pretty
delivery.
nice legal delivery in it, but they're a good line as well, keeping that nice and wide.
You watch this one go to the rope now. You watch. Got to feel for him if it does.
Oh, it's been... Well, what was that signal over there? Was that a free hit signal? Oh, yes, it's been given a no ball.
Should be, really. I was going to say that probably is the rules. Not really a dead ball. Could have been run out, though. Doesn't get through. They'll come back for not a second. That is the ruling, though, to be fair. Anyway, it would have been gone but for all money, but again, the pitch just sort of deviates it at the last second.
Yeah, so David, some really interesting facts here. Talking about how the city is split, has a very strong rugby culture, and that Croatia's actually even made it to the Rugby Sevens first division this year. So yeah, that's great to see. I mean, I'm just scrolling down this list here for the national rugby union team for Croatia. And yeah, obviously most of the names I can see are Croatian names in there. So it's great to see that the sport is as popular as it is over here. Of course, I mean, when you think of Croatia, I mean, you tend to think of football. Obviously, that's the first thought. I mean, great football team, and also got a great basketball team as well. I mean, all these Balkan countries. This one is struck away, and that's going to go away for a 6. Goes for a Maximo. Great shot over there. Maheshwari gets pumped for a 6 on his very first ball. Of course, you could argue that the world's 2 best basketball players right now are both Balkan players, in Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic.
You very easily could, 100%. You really could. I think what's also funny for me, and I quite enjoy it, is when you go to a different country and you see all, like, often, you know, main country is probably football. You see all the different stars. Obviously, over here, it's probably Gvardiol for Man City. But you go to Spain, it's probably someone like Pedri or something, and then, you know, you go somewhere else, it'll be someone different. You know, for example, Hungary, it'll be Szoboszlai and different players. I just think it's quite interesting and quite fun to see how different players are perceived. It's quite fun.
This one is struck away, and that's going to go all the way for a 6. A great shot there by Gupta. Maheshwari getting pumped for back-to-back 6s now. Is this the over? Is this the big over they needed? Maheshwari, he's going for that Yorker length ball, but he's just missing that Yorker length by maybe an inch or 2, and these are turning into nice over-pitch deliveries.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were saying, isn't it? This is where they now need to look at this and just try and keep a lid on it here, really.
Oh, looks to bang this one in short. This is going to be wide. This is going to be a wide, and it's also going to be the one for the over, so he ends up using his bouncer. This is turning out to be a catastrophic over so far for Maheshwari.
Not thinking about it, the skipper, is he? Just isn't really thinking about it here. Such a tall man. You don't need to use it. You know, you'll get the bounce anyway. At the same token, there is also the fact that the pitch will help him do that.
Struck out towards mid-wicket, and that's going to race away for 4 runs as well. So incredible over here for the Zagreb Chiefs. And, well, can they make this over supersonic and really put the pressure on this Sokol side?
Well, they certainly would love to, wouldn't they? Another boundary, just starting to get going here.
Yeah, an update regarding that moment we saw earlier with the no ball. So the reason the non-striker was at the wrong end was because the bowler miscommunicated to the umpire.
Yeah,
he told him he was coming right arm round, and he ended up coming right arm over.
That's a no ball. That's in the rules, in the laws of the game. That is a no ball.
Better, much better ball there by Maheshwari.
Yeah, it is. That's a nice little delivery. Gets that one in, and it's a helpful delivery at that as well. It's all about timing in these sort of chases, isn't it? That's what I kind of feel.
Yeah, this is, oh, it's going to be get away from the fielder inside the ring, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Oh, brilliant placement there by Gupta. That one is struck really firmly. Let's just have a look at this again. Now that is, he just cleared his front leg there and managed to create that room to bring down that big downswing and gets it past that fielder at cover. Away it goes for 4 runs. Gonna come. Oh, well. Maheshwari manages to get a dot ball right at the end of the over. So a big one, 21 runs coming off that over. And, well, the Chiefs have brought themselves back into this game, so we could be in for a really exciting finish. Here's a look at the groups for the European Cricket Championship, which will, of course, be starting off in 13 days' time. The host nation, Croatia, they're over in Group 1, and they will start their campaign on the 23rd of September. As you can see, some really good teams in there. The Isle of Man and Estonia, you'd expect them to be big favorites. We're going to see players from Turkey and Slovenia taking part later in this European Cricket Series. So those 3 sides right there at the bottom of your list, you're going to get a good look at them over this next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it certainly is a good warm-up for them, which will certainly help, of course.
Well, goes big again. Does he have the distance on it? I think it's just taking a bounce in front of the rope. And that's going to be 4 runs. You can just see plenty of excitement over in that dugout for the Chiefs. They're all on the boundary rope cheering every single run at the moment.
6 runs.
It's gone all the way, yeah, so it's a Maximo.
Yeah, Sama not happy, by the way. Sama not happy with the fact that this has gone all the way. Feels like there should have been something there to have stopped that, but 6 to start.
Yeah, you got to say Gupta, I mean, he started off really slow in his innings, but he has sped up as it has progressed, and yeah, that one is clearly a 6 well over the rope. Yeah, I was just taking a peek outside the ice cube, and as you can see, it's a little bit hard to see this little white rope at times, and just wondered if that was a 4 instead. Full toss. It gets away with that one, Usama. Gets away with that. Wasn't a good delivery.
Yeah, not a good delivery at all, but yeah, you're right, does get away with it. And now, 50 off 28 deliveries here then. Oh dear, oh dear. You're up and about. You've got a feeling here, haven't you?
Yeah, this could be a good finish. It really could be. I think we could be in for an upset. And have a look at that win predictor now. 54-46. This has gone up in the air. Could be a catching chance. Keeper underneath it. This is big. Oh, he's going to spill it. He's going to spill the catch. And not only has he dropped the opportunity, but he's also going to give up a run over here. How big a moment could that prove to be? Gupta could have been on his way back to the dugout.
Well, I tell you what, you would have backed him 9 times out of 10, and that's the one time that it doesn't stick. And that's infuriating, really is. You've got to feel for the likes of Hashmi and also Osama the bowler. It's not fun at all. These are big, big moments in these games, and catches win your matches, Nish. And if I'm being quite frank, that just wasn't the best effort there.
No, it certainly wasn't. And he'd really back the man with the gloves to take that catch there. Oh, massive error. Absolutely enormous error there by Rashid Hashmi. The keeper who normally holds himself to a very high standard.
He took some really good catches early on in the day, and that's just one that he'll be thinking, well, I would have traded any of the others to this one at the moment.
There we go. Of course, got Monica Ramos Acosta joining us in the chat. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, you're joining in right in time. Right when we could be having a great game here. This one's hauled out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a big chase, and it gets past the fielder and goes away for 4 runs. So Kulkarni, keep in mind, he was struggling right at the start of his innings. He couldn't buy a run those first 5 deliveries. And now he's starting to stroke some key boundaries in the latter stage of this innings.
Yeah, they really are. And that one is certainly something that's going to help proceedings. Another couple of runs flowing here. 45 off 26.
Oh, he's going to look to go big over here as well. Does that have enough to go over the rope? And it's just going to trickle towards the boundary rope. I think it's made contact with it there. And yeah, that's what the fielder is claiming to the bowler. Yeah, you can just see it touches the rope right there.
His foot's over the line anyway.
Yep.
Oh dear, another boundary. This is exactly the 2 overs that they needed. This is exactly what I said 3 overs ago. I said 2 magical overs and it's a different game. When you're only chasing 100 odd, it's exactly what we're seeing here. 21 off the 5th, Currently 16 off the 6th with a ball to go.
Get towards a cover. And this is going to be a big chase. Doesn't have enough to go for a 4, and the ball's going to win this race. The fielder's not going to be able to get there in time. It was a big chase by Maheshwari, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. A couple of magical overs here. 41 runs off these last 2 overs, and this match has turned on its head, and all of a sudden, the Zagreb Chiefs are in the driving seat.
Yeah, this is, again, just the way I love the game, the way the game ebbs and flows. It's not a foregone conclusion here. You've got to remember that. 71 for 2 after 6 overs. 32 for Gupta, 25 for Kulkarni. You've got to remember, Kulkarni could not get off the mark. He couldn't get going. He couldn't get off the square at one point. Now he's 25 off 16 and playing a beautiful hand. A hat-trick of 4s to finish that over, by the way. 41 in the last 2 overs.
It's incredible. I mean, there's been a couple of times today when we've thought a batter should be retired, and then he's gone on to play a big innings. Really funny how that works.
You call for it very early, you do.
Yes.
You love an early retirement. It's hilarious.
No, for sure. I mean, in Austria, we were certainly seeing early retirements. There were a couple of times batters were retired when they had strike rates of 150.
Really?
Yes.
That's nuts.
This one is going to get hooked away. That's going to go away for the boundary as well. Gupta will get that one away for a 4. Chaubey looks to bowl this short. It's just straying too far down the leg side. And it's been helped away for a 4. It's just drifting away from this Sokol side. It's all unraveling for them.
Yeah, it is. Things currently just starting to fall away from the Sokol side. You're right. Just every boundary flows. It's another percent that goes up. 82 to 18. That was 50-50 pretty much 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I got a few people joining in the chat. Got Tech Samurai joining us from North America. Great to have you on. That's going to go up in the air. He's got plenty of height on this, but not the distance. It's going to land safely. And that is just going to be a single. I mean, the bowler's wondering why there's no fielder there, but there typically wouldn't be a fielder there anyway. Gotta feel bad for Hashmi. Puts the catch down, and since then it's just been all the Chiefs. 32 off 22. Could come down to the wire, this. Really could. Now it's just the complete opposite for the bowling side. They just need an over of 3 or 4. Change the game. Oh, it's just struck straight back towards the bowler, and good bowling by Chaubey. Gets clocked, trying to save his side some runs. Yeah, that's tough. That went all the way back to the keeper. That's rocketed off his knee. No, he's just limping back to his mark, walking very gingerly, clearly struggling with putting his body on the line to try to get his side this victory. No, you gotta credit the heart and the passion of Chaubey right now. It's left the mark. It really has. Oh, he's struggling in his run-up. Wide. Should be a wide, yeah, but, I mean, just watch him during his run-up. I mean, he is really struggling to run over here. Just walking so awkwardly over there. Very awkward run-up. Yeah, so Tech Samurai, there has been talk about expanding ECN to the Americas. This one is struck towards long on, and that's going to go away for 4 runs as well. Over pitch delivery there, and Kulkarni gets that one away for a 4, so the onslaught continues. It's all about timing, and timing of the way you hit the ball, but also timing of how you attack a chase. And yes, they were losing a couple of early wickets, but these two have just rode the waves realistically. Yes, is just going to climb up on him here, and that is going to be just the 1 run. So 26 needed of 19 now. But yeah, just to continue that point, there was some talk of course, having some European cricket series over in South America. And we were looking at the likes of Argentina and Brazil for some series. So, I mean, watch out. ECN is looking to expand beyond the continent. Always looking to expand. Never sitting still. Up, high, in the air. Good luck. No, not a chance. That had snow on it as it re-entered the atmosphere. And they do eventually. It went so high up in the air, they come back for 2. Yeah, so a couple of runs there, and they end up getting 13 runs of that over, which is
more than what they need with this current rate. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So the Zagreb Warriors, of course, got a couple of matches against Sir Oliver Split first thing tomorrow morning. Really busy day for Sir Oliver Split. 4 matches, a quadruple header for them going up against the Warriors. And then the defending champs, the Assassins, a couple of times right at the end of the day. It's a tough slog for the Assassins as well. It's played 3 games in a row. So both those sides will really have their fitness tested. Of course, the Chiefs come back for just that sole game in the afternoon against the Assassins.
It's going to be tough for Oliver Split up against the Assassins to finish off the day. Games 3 and 4 for them is going to be so tough. But the Chiefs, as you said, coming back for the one game, are they going to come back with points on the board here? They certainly have a chance, as the keeper's going to put his lid on here. He wants to stand up to Maheshwari. Paul says, question for Nishan Chai, do you think Serbia have a chance of winning the Euro Cricket Tournament? Everyone's got a chance.
I think that's the nice way to put it.
Do I think they have a chance of getting into finals week? Maybe, if something clicks. Listen, I saw them in Bulgaria. We both saw them in Bulgaria. Did we? No, we didn't. I was with Rico. Up in the air, by the way. And again, he just does get cut off. And it's all start to blend into one. I saw them in Serbia. Their bowlers are good. It's just their batting that's the issue. Their fielding's good. Their bowling, it's just their batting. They could get into the finals week. Do I think they'll get through? No. That's my personal opinion. Not going to put it bluntly. I'm going to beat around the bush.
Up in the air and over the fielder's head. That goes away for a 6. And Gupta now moves into the 40s. Maheshwari, his length has just been all over the place. And have a look at this. He's changed his bowling over here as well. Is he trying to bowl spin all of a sudden?
Yep, he's trying to change things up here. They're trying to take pace off the ball, see if that's the solution. At the moment, it's not, because he's bowling short deliveries. And that really, really is not going to work. 17 off 16. It's just above a runner ball here. Couple of boundaries, and they're well into this.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not the first time Maheshwari's done something like this. We saw him earlier today as well. Bowl seam in his first over, and then come back and bowl spin in his second over. Yeah, I just always find that weird when any bowler chooses to do that. I mean, do you not have the faith in your in your bowling abilities?
It's a weird one. It is a weird one. 16 off 15.
You can always just take pace off the ball as a seamer as well. Bowl plenty of slower balls and variations. Oh, no. Gets that badly wrong. It's now just a run of ball here for the Zagreb Chiefs. And, well, this could be an absolutely incredible turnaround for this Chiefs team. It's gone high up in the air. Does this have the distance? There's a fielder out and long on. Huge moment. Takes the catch. Absolutely massive. And Kulkarni was going for the big shot there. Was that just a little bit too greedy by him when his side needs to go at just a run of ball?
I don't mind. It's in the slot, to be honest. It was there to be hit. So he's going to take it on. He's, you still got Gupta at the non-strikers. It's a runner ball. You've done your job of getting to a position where you can, should be comfortable from here on in. But as you said, the game will always ebb and flow. A wicket will fall. 93 for 3.
Yeah, but what a partnership this has been. What an incredible partnership between Kulkarni and Gupta. This partnership ends up being worth, well, almost 87 runs. It's been an incredible turnaround. I mean, keep in mind, they lost those 2 early wickets. They looked dead and buried. Both these 2 batters started off really cautiously. They were struggling to survive, couldn't connect, could barely buy a run. And then they just found their feet and all of a sudden started stroking some beautiful boundaries. And now, well, they've got their side to the point where they might pull off a huge upset at the end of the day.
They really could do. Last ball coming up then potentially of this 8th over. It's been an interesting one.
They're going to look to go for the big shot here. That's been crunched. That's been walloped. Away it goes for 6 runs. And Gupta brings up his half century. Is this going to be a match-winning knock?
Yeah, what an innings. Really is a great innings. It's picked up beautifully. And that's just the sort of sigh of relief that I think the Chiefs will have now. End of the over, just 8 needed off 12. Now it's 100 for 3 after 8. Before we get towards the back end of this game, I want to say huge thanks to everyone for tuning in today. We'll of course say our goodbyes later on, but before everyone quickly turns off and goes off and has some well-earned dinner later on tonight, huge thanks for everyone for tuning in today. It's been a pleasure. And of course, hopefully look forward to seeing you tomorrow, where we should get another 5 games in tomorrow. And then hopefully, well, we'll have to keep our fingers crossed for the days after that, but we'll of course see what happens. Anyway, 8 off 12. They can do it in just 2 hits here.
What an innings by Kartik Gupta. His first career 50. His previous highest score on the network was 24.
Mental. Atri just fishing at this one. Hossein pushing for time here a little bit here, by the way. That's another thing to try and remember.
Yeah, I think if you're got to find a way to take this to the final over, if you're Zagreb Sokol, and then you never know with the drama and tension and pressure of the final over, anything could happen.
It's exactly what you got to do. You know, you've just got to try and maybe take 3 or 2 off the over. If they get it, so be it. Is what it is. And you're right. If they can then turn around and say, okay, anything can happen in the last over. You know, we see crazy things happen all the time. 6 to tie the scores, by the way.
So look to go big over here, and well, where's that one? Oh, it's just fallen short of the fielder. It didn't quite carry to him. Oh, he was going for the diving catch there.
Had to go for it. Had to go for it. It's the wicket that you need. Gupta, he's hitting it to all parts of the ground. It's such a good attempt, to be fair, but just falls agonizingly late and short to him. Just 5 needed now.
Oh, valuable dot ball over there. Massive, absolutely massive. I mean, if Hossein, as you mentioned, he sneaks in a quiet over here, anything could happen in that final over.
Big time. He's just got to get 2 balls away. Can he get 2 dots? They'd be like gold dust.
Oh, is there a nick there? Yes, there is. There's an edge. I just thought I heard a little noise as the ball went past the bat, and Gupta, well, he's brought his side so close to victory, but he's not going to be able to see them over the finishing line. And is there one more twist left in this tale?
I'm very surprised that there's very mute celebrations here, because they get the main man in Kartik Gupta. There's still a chance here, a dot ball here. Look, the Chiefs know that he's done his job here, but this is the thing that I don't quite understand. There's mute celebrations here. I want to see them pumped up here, get the field in. Listen, if they get a boundary, fair enough, but 5 off the last is not dead set. New batter will make his way out to the middle. It's Amaji. Ball to go. 5 for victory here. 6 will do it.
Oh, that was a full toss. That was there to be hit. And Amaji doesn't get anywhere near that ball, I think. Looking at the way Atri and Amaji have batted, I should say, in the 4 balls they have faced, it doesn't fill you with confidence heading into the final over. If you're a member of the Zagreb Chiefs, they need just 5 runs off the final over. You should do it in most situations, but they've lost the 2 key men who brought them into this situation, and anything could happen now. Who bowls this final over? Do they go to someone like Usama? You'd expect they would, just because of his experience, despite the fact that he went for 20 runs.
Absolutely. So it is going to come down to the last hit, and the field's got to come up here. They can do it in singles. You want to make them win the game. Don't lose the game yourself. That's what I always say. Atri's going to be on strike. The thing is, though, an outside edge, and we go. Here we go, then. 5 needed off the last. Not just yet. False start. 5 needed. Oh, dear. Tingle, anybody? Uh-oh.
Up in the air. And looks like it's going to go away for 4 runs. It's going to be a big race for the fielder. Has he saved the runs over there? This is going to be huge. We're going to have another look at it. But I think he has saved it, and it's just going to be a couple of runs. We'll have a look at the replay here to confirm. Oh, how important could this bit of fielding by Abhilash Parakalam prove to be? That looks clean to me. That looks perfectly fine. And it's just going to be a couple of runs. 3 needed of 5.
Yeah, big moments. And need a dot ball here. Desperately need one.
Oh, huge dot ball. They get that dot ball they so desperately needed. Oh, Atri's just got to get bat on ball here and run.
Oh, dear. Surely not. Last game of the day. Oh, folks, here we go then. 3 needed off 4. Another dot ball, and we're on here, folks. Another dot ball. 3 to win.
Oh, it's got a big shot away. Is this the winning runs? These are the winning runs. They've done it. The Chiefs have pulled off an absolutely remarkable upset. The batter just turns to the umpire, says, can we celebrate? Can we celebrate? Yes, you can. The Chiefs have won this one. They've upset Zagreb Sokol, and what a sensational victory. The champions from 2021 have been stunned by the Chiefs, a side who have been struggling for victories during their time in their European cricket series. What an incredible winning series. They've somehow done it. It was an incredible turnaround for them. They were under all sorts of pressure at the start of this innings. It looked like they'd let it slip away. Oh, they somehow pulled off the unthinkable. It's the biggest upset of this ECS so far. And from the depths of despair, they found a way to get themselves through this stage. And it's now absolute jubilation for them. The Chiefs with a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, big time. Absolutely well done to them. It's been a real pleasure to call that game. That was a real good last over thriller. And as we said, anything can happen when you go into the last over. But credit to them. They held their nerve and they get over the line.
Incredible. What a fantastic victory. This is a memorable match. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So a big day for Sir Oliver Split. 4 games for them. The Zagreb Assassins as well. 3 matches in a row. That's really going to test their fitness as well. And the Warriors will open up their day with a doubleheader against Sir Oliver Split. So a lot of exciting matches to look forward to. Of course, the Chiefs will come back for just the 1 game tomorrow. They'll be going up against the defending champs, the Assassins. Let's see if they can pull off an upset in that match as well. But we'll have a look at the highlights of what was an incredibly exciting inning. So it was a difficult start for the Chiefs. Keep in mind they were 13 for 2 at the end of the second over. It looked like this game was going to slip away from them. They were 16 for 2 at the end of the power play, of course. Keep in mind that third wicket partnership was really slow to start things off. But once those two found their groove, they just took this game away from
Yeah,
Sokol.
they really did. And it was, again, just the difference. How good, we spoke about it of a team coming out and bowling to a plan. Felt as if, to me, that Sokol just didn't really have a plan. It was very much just sort of turn up and rock up and see what happens. That's the difference in the execution of your skill set. And of course, a couple of these boundaries that could have been this is the moment. That drop there is the moment for me. That was where the game changed. Dropping Gupta was huge. Yes, he'd already done a lot of damage, but it could have, and even there, that could have also been a chance that doesn't stop. And then even this one, you get a dive in. There's so many half chances and half moments that you can look at and you can say, well, what if here, what if that? Unfortunately, that's just the joy of cricket. But credit to both these sides. They've really provided some great entertainment. This one up in the air, and you thought, okay, that's one of the first big moments. Realistically, was okay. They got one of the wickets, but then the onslaught of runs just kept on going. There was just a few too many Gundy deliveries, I'm afraid, that realistically did get taken to the cleaners, and that's just the difference at the end of the day. Some of the Gundy balls that were bowled in the first innings didn't really get capitalised upon. Here in this one, though, they did. That one was a big one, though. Gupta went, caught behind eventually. A bit of redemption for the keeper. But, of course, Hashmi realistically wouldn't be too happy because his drop does end up proving to be costly. They do it with a couple of balls to spare.
Absolutely. Incredible scenes right at the end. The Chiefs pull off the upset. They managed to knock off the champions from 2021 in Zagreb, Sokol. And this is a victory they will cherish for a long, long time to come. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Kartik Gupta with his first career half-century. His previous best score was 24. And what a time to bring up your first 50. This huge game against Zagreb Sokol. That proves to be the match-winning innings. He was ably supported by Tushar Kulkarni during what was an incredible 87-run third-wicket partnership.
Remarkable. Really was remarkable. Look at the bowlers. Again, just some of those plans not being used. Parakalam, the best, 1 for 8 off his 2 overs. No one else really hitting the same sort of mark. Hossain 1 for 3 off his 2 overs was pretty remarkable as well. But again, what a day. What a day. It's great to, of course, get the 5 games, and I think that's the most important thing to sort of realise here. We had such troubles yesterday. Does look as if we're going to have some troubles over the next couple of days as well. So good to see that today and probably tomorrow we'll definitely get the 10 games in.
Absolutely, and what an exciting way to finish the day as well. I mean, if we get more games like this for the rest of the European Cricket Series, we are in for an absolute roller coaster of a series.
Yeah, we really are. Of course, do make sure you tune in tomorrow. Maybe we can just quickly flash up one more time those fixtures coming up tomorrow. Of course, you can see there Oliver Split. They've got 4 games. It's going to be very hard not to say certain things with them, but going to be looking forward to it. The Chiefs and the Assassins will return, as well will the Warriors. Certainly looking forward to that one. Well, first day, we finally arrived. We got here, and it was a great time to be here for as well.
Yeah, it was great to come today alongside you. Looking forward to these next 12 days. We're going to be covering the rest of this ECS. What a great match to end the day. We had quite a few one-sided games today, but it was great to end with a bit of fire.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. Of course, got to say huge thanks to all the players and officials for being involved today. Of course, from the LOC's perspective as well. To the Blue Crew, a huge thanks to them as well. None of this, of course, is possible without them. Of course, it's a big, big crew. And of course, listen, all of us here have had some long nights over the last couple of days, so it's a real tough gig out here at the moment. But of course, with the weather, it was a bit nicer today, and hopefully looking forward to some similar weather tomorrow. Lastly, of course, to Spring, a huge thanks to them. Of course, it's been a really tough day in the sun, and also the rain yesterday. Of course, that was something to contend with as well. So, of course, hopefully tomorrow will be a bit easier, but then, well, you might get your money's worth over the course of the weekend. That's all we've got time for, folks, but of course, we will return at the exact same time tomorrow. 5 more games of T10 coming right your way from here in Croatia. That's all we've got time for, folks. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a good evening, everybody.